No sooner had you traveled through time than you inherited a bankrupt merchant's guild, and your so-called kind father even left you a cup of poison wine. Enemies are besieging your doorstep, the elders are forcing your hand, and everyone is waiting for you to die. The vast warehouse is completely empty, with only 4 pieces of unwanted junk remaining. The elders, their faces etched with worry, are discussing the most dignified way to meet their end, just as you were left speechless by this loving father, dutiful son opening move that had you in a desperate situation. A cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Master auction system at your service. Your pupils contracted sharply, then you were overcome with elation. Ding! Newbie pack being drawn. Congratulations on obtaining the rule type ability, scrap to gold. A stream of pale blue data refreshed frantically on your retina. You looked at the junk in the warehouse and smiled. A way out found. If this keeps up, our Azure Guild will likely be finished for good. In a vast room, the few remaining high-ranking elders of the Azure Guild were gathered here. Their faces were etched with worry. The Azure Guild was one of the largest merchant guilds in the northern province of the Yen Empire. Its headquarters were located in Moon City. But today, the Azure Guild was a shadow of its former self. It was barely clinging to life, hanging on by a thread. What was once a flourishing empire had ultimately turned to dust. Most of the Azure Guild's powerful members had long since fled. In its heyday, the Azure Guild had branches spread across numerous provinces of the Yen Empire, with a business reach so vast it was staggering. Its wealth was vast, almost rivaling that of a nation. Yet now, the situation has become so dire that only a small auction house remains, barely clinging to existence. How utterly tragic. Those who have stayed behind are mostly senior members of the Azure Guild. They all hold deep affection for the organization. Given the current situation, I don't think we can hold on much longer. What should we do? Seated around the table, aside from Shue the bald man who spoke first, 2 others chimed in. They were the Azure Guild's second in command and third in command, Chen and Lin. They were both close brothers in arms who had fought alongside the Azure Guild's leader to build the organization from the ground up. Naturally, they could not abandon the Azure Guild now. Even if they were to leave, they would stay until the very end. If all else fails, let us just auction off that item for now. Let us take one last gamble. If we put that item up for auction, it's sure to attract quite a crowd. For us at the Azure Guild, that's an opportunity in itself. The bald man, Shue, spoke up first. No way. Chen interrupted immediately. That item is the Azure Guild's last chance. If we put it up for auction, what awaits us next is death. The Lunar Guild will never let this opportunity slip by. Chen was adamant, fully aware of the Azure Guild's situation. That item absolutely must not be auctioned off. Shue fell silent for a moment. He knew Chen was telling the truth. He had only suggested it as a last-ditch effort. If we don't do this, we'll just be facing a slow death. Shue sighed. Chen and Lin also fell silent. That was true. Even if they didn't put it up for auction, how much longer could the Azure Guild hold out? Now, all of the Azure Guild's supply lines had been cut off by the Lunar Guild. To acquire valuable treasures, they would have to pay exorbitant prices. But how much money did the Azure Guild even have left at this point? Due to a series of shitty decisions made by the former guild master, Lydian, the Azure Guild had been forced to sell off its branches in various towns. Step by step, they had fallen from their former position of dominance to where they were now. Only the headquarters was still barely scraping by. If they couldn't break free from the Lunar Guild's blockade, the Azure Guild would simply be slowly devoured by the Lunar Guild until it was swallowed whole. Not even a scrap will be left. The more they thought about it, the more silent the 3 of them became, a growing chill settling in their hearts. They had truly reached a dead end. But just then, a voice came from a corner nearby. Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, how much auctionable merchandise is left in the warehouse? Everyone looked up. In the corner sat a young man dressed in luxurious brocade robes. His face was completely expressionless. He simply asked the question in a matter-of-fact tone. If the young man hadn't spoken up, They would have almost forgotten that the son of the former guild master and current guild master was still here. Xiao Xian, to be honest, apart from that treasure, there is nothing left in the warehouse now. Oh, to be precise, there are still 4 pieces of junk left, all items that 1T sell at auction. Other than that, there is nothing else. Listening to Chen's words, Zhao was at a loss for words. Damn it. Isn't this a bit too dire? His good-for-nothing father really left him quite a mess to deal with. Just moments ago, Zhao had been reincarnated. He had become the son of Lydian, the guildmaster of the Azure Guild. He thought he'd be able to live the life of a privileged young master, enjoying endless luxury and wealth. But as soon as he finished assimilating his memories, he was left speechless. He had no idea what his so-called father, Lydian, had done, but in just half a year, he squandered the Azure Guild's vast fortune. The entire family's vast business empire had been swallowed up by the rival Lunar Guild. This allowed the Lunar Guild, which had originally been relatively small, to rise overnight to become one of the top 10 merchant guilds in the northern province. Perhaps Lydian realized just how grave his sins were. He actually chose to commit suicide by poison. And that poison was served to him by none other than Lydian's son, the original host himself. Before his death, Lydian even handed the original host a cup of poisoned wine. But the original host was too afraid to drink it. And that's how things ended up as they are now. He had traveled through time and taken over this mess known as the Azure Guild. What a fine little drama of filial piety and a loving father, isn't it? Zhao's expression was peculiar. A son serving poison wine to his father, a father serving poison wine to his son. These two really were something else. Although all that past nonsense was behind him now. Now, the problems he faced were anything but easy. The Lunar Guild was determined to swallow up the entire Azure Guild. They'd already taken over all the other branches. Only the Azure Guild headquarters in Moon City remained. To seize this territory, the Lunar Guild had spent a fortune to block all of the Azure Guild's supply channels. With no goods to bring in, naturally, there is no money to be made. Without a source of income, and forced to live off their savings, the Azure Guild definitely won't last much longer. They're about to completely run out of funds. Not to mention, the Azure Guild doesn't have much left to begin with. There is simply no way to break out of this desperate situation. It's tough. Zhao sighed inwardly. Dear host, Master Auction System is at your service. Just then, a peculiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in Zhao's ears. Zhao paused for a moment. When he realized what was happening, he was overjoyed. System, please give me a detailed introduction to your functions. Certainly, host. This system is the Master Auction System. When you successfully host an auction, the system will evaluate it based on several key factors, including the scale of the auction, the value of the proceeds, and the value of the auction items. The higher the evaluation score, the more generous the rewards you'll receive. Since this is your first time binding to the system, you're eligible for one chance to draw a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to draw it now? Zhao realized what was happening, and his eyes lit up. It looked like he'd found a way to break the deadlock. Draw it now. Zhao didn't hesitate for a moment. Beep. Draw complete. Congratulations on drawing the rule type ability, Scrap to Gold. Scrap to Gold. You can transform ordinary items into priceless treasures. You have 2 daily uses of Scrap to Gold. Daily quota can be saved. Line after line of text appeared before Zhao's eyes. Seeing this, Zhao was instantly filled with delight. Never mind. Let us get back to our previous topic. Zhao fell silent immediately after asking his question. There was no response for a moment. Chen shook his head and turned to speak. But just then, Zhao suddenly spoke up. Uncle Chen, I'm now the guild master of the Azure Guild. When it comes to guild matters, I have the final say, right? Chen froze in place. He immediately nodded. Of course. Beside them, Lin and Shui looked at Zhao in confusion. They didn't understand the meaning behind his sudden question. In that case, I'd like to ask Uncle Chen and Uncle Lin to make this announcement public. The Azure Guild will hold an auction in 2 days. And leak some rumors that the Celestial Core will also be up for auction at this event. Whoa! As soon as Zhao finished speaking, the expressions of all three men changed drastically. Zhao, what are you trying to do? The Celestial Core is our Azure Guild's last lifeline. If it's actually auctioned off, our Qingyun auction house will have no chance left to contend with the Lunar Guild. Shan and Lin hurried to dissuade him, fearing that Zhao might act rashly and completely ruin the Azure Guild. I have my own plans for this matter. Please don't worry. Zhao's tone was matter of fact, and his expression remained quite calm. Seeing that Chen and Lin were still hesitant, Zhao's expression turned serious. This is also an order I am issuing as Guild Master. Upon hearing this, Chen and Lin's expressions finally changed. They hurriedly clasped their hands and said, "Yes, sir. Carry out the orders." The two then left. Although they still felt that Zhao's decision wasn't very wise. At this point, there didn't seem to be a better option. Shui stood there, still a bit dazed. But Zhao's voice rang out immediately afterward. "Elder Shui, I have one more task for you to handle." "Please speak, Guild Master," Shui replied, snapping out of his daze and clasping his hands in respect. Zhao then issued his instructions. "Our Azure Guild still has some funds left, doesn't it? I'd like you to use this money to purchase as many goods as possible. There is no limit on quantity, and if you need to pay a premium, do so without hesitation." Hearing Zhao's words, Shui froze. He quickly came to his senses and couldn't help but say, "But Guild Master, the Azure Guild only has this little bit of money left. I'm afraid we won't be able to buy anything of value." "Just do your best." Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Shui was at a loss for words. He could probably guess what Zhao was planning to do. Buy some items to use as auction lot. But now that the Lunar Guild had cut off all their supply channels, with the little money they had left, they simply couldn't afford anything worthwhile. But since Zhao had given the order, he had no choice but to do his best. Shui turned and left. Zhao wasn't idle either. He got up, left the room, and headed straight for the warehouse. The Azure Guild's warehouse was fairly spacious. It could hold quite a lot of goods. But the warehouse, which had once been packed to the brim, now looked rather desolate. As far as the eye could see, the shelves of all kinds stood empty. Zhao walked past these shelves and headed straight for the row of shelves at the very back of the warehouse. There, clearly displayed, were the Azure Guild's last few remaining items. A skill, normal rank not worth mentioning. A pill, a minor mana potion, a first-grade elixir tasteless to consume, yet a pity to discard. A weapon, an average standard weapon of little value as well. There was also a jade stone, but it lacked any luster and didn't look particularly valuable. If these few items in the warehouse were put up for auction, people would likely laugh it off. It's doubtful anyone would even bid on them. Zhao raised his gaze slightly. His eyes fell on the very top shelf. There, lying in plain sight, was a massive, round, and plump piece of jade. In the dimly lit storeroom, the jade emitted waves of white light. Soft and warm. And this was the Celestial Core. A high-grade material for weapon forging. Extremely valuable. It is an essential material for crafting greater magic weapons. Countless artifact crafters would flock to it. And this was such a massive piece of Celestial Core. Its value went without saying. In this vast warehouse, this Celestial Core is the only thing worth anything. Zhao shook his head in exasperation. But without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and placed his hand on the normal rank skill book. Scrap to gold. With a thought, a flash of golden light appeared. The system's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations on successfully performing scrap to gold. You have obtained a rare rank average skill, Iron Body skill. Zhao quickly looked down. To his surprise, the normal rank skill book had vanished, replaced by a slightly antiquated parchment scroll. On it were 3 large, gilded characters: Iron Body Skill. Wow, rare rank average. Zhao's eyes lit up slightly. Rare rank average skill. That wasn't a low rank at all. Across Moon City, most who possessed a rare rank average skill were rune stage powerhouses. Ordinary independent cultivators had no right to even come into contact with rare rank skills. Only the scions of prominent clans or disciples of major sects were qualified to access rare rank skills. As for a rare rank average skill, while its value wasn't exceptionally high, it was certainly not low either. Not bad. To obtain such a treasure on his very first use of scrap to gold. This ability really is impressive. As expected of a rule-type ability, it's incredibly powerful. After marveling inwardly for a moment, Zhao immediately placed his hand on a first-grade minor mana potion lying nearby. Scrap to gold. He silently chanted the command in his mind. The familiar golden light flashed once more. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold to obtain a 3rd-grade greater mana potion. Whoosh! Zhao looked down and saw that the minor mana potion he'd been holding had vanished. In its place was a green pill about the size of a thumb. Intense mana fluctuations were emanating from it. A greater mana potion? Zhao looked surprised. This elixir was specifically intended for cultivation by rune stage experts. It was also relatively rare. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it himself. The path of cultivation is broadly divided into body stage, spirit stage, rune stage, core stage, void stage, king stage, emperor stage, supreme stage. He was only 21 years old and had only recently entered the first level of the spirit stage. Naturally, this greater mana potion was of no use to him. It's not a bad item for an auction, though. Zhao nodded slightly. Both of today's scrap to gold attempts had been fairly successful. Zhao pocketed both treasures and headed home for the time being. The next day, Zhao returned to the treasury. Following the same procedure, he scrapped to gold the weapon and the jade. This time, however, the rewards were even more generous than the day before. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold to obtain an average magic weapon Bloodblade. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold to obtain a special defense magic weapon Soul Amulet. Seeing the 2 new items in his hands, Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 magic weapons? He couldn't help but gasp. In this world, weapons are classified into very detailed tiers. The most common, of course, are standard weapons. Their quality is generally categorized as lesser, average, greater, or perfect. Only above the perfect standard weapon does the category of magic weapon begin. Magic weapons are extremely rare. Even the powerful sects near Moon City don't possess all that many magic weapons. And now, he suddenly had 2 magic weapons in his possession, one of which was even an average magic weapon. What a windfall! Zhao was overjoyed. With just the 4 treasures he currently held, if he auctioned them all off, he would definitely earn a hefty sum of spirit coins. The 3rd day. Today was also auction day. Early in the morning, Shui sought out Zhao. He had done his utmost to make acquisitions, but in the end, he had only managed to secure a normal rank average skill. Although the rank wasn't particularly high, Zhao accepted it nonetheless. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Shui. Zhao was, of course, well aware of the Azure Guild's current situation. It was truly rare for Shui to go out of his way to help him under such circumstances. After all, given the Azure Guild's current situation, they might not even be able to afford to pay salaries. As for Shui, he would certainly not neglect him in the future. Guildmaster, I still don't quite understand why you chose to hold an auction. The only item the Azure Guild has to offer is this single celestial core. Once this celestial core is auctioned off, our Azure Guild will have no choice but to passively wait for our demise. Shui couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Zhao couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Just yesterday, in front of Chen and Lin, Shui had actually been the one to suggest holding an auction. Yet today, the situation had completely reversed. However, Zhao wasn't surprised by this. Elder Shui, there's no need to worry. You'll understand the reasons behind this once the auction begins. Zhao stood up, preparing to leave. Oh, and Elder Shui, I'll be presiding over this auction myself. With that, Zhao didn't look back as he strode out of the room and headed straight for the storeroom. Back in the room, Shui was left looking completely bewildered. What? Zhao is going to preside over it himself? In the past, auctions were always handled by professional auctioneers. Zhao. Is he really up to it? But come to think of it, the Azure Guild was so broke that they couldn't afford to hire an auctioneer anyway. Their former exclusive auctioneer had long since absconded with the funds. The guild master stepping in personally. It was a matter of necessity. Let him do as he pleases. He shook his head and smiled. He didn't give it much thought. In the storeroom, Zhao reached into his robe and pulled out the normal rank average skill he'd just acquired for scrap to gold. Congratulations on successfully completing scrap to gold. You have obtained the rare rank greater skill, Crimson Feather skill. Instantly, Zhao's eyes lit up. Rare rank greater. Zhao's breath caught in his throat. Inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow. This scrap to gold session was nothing short of a massive stroke of luck. He turned a normal rank average skill into a rare rank greater skill. It was just a hair's breadth away from an epic rank skill. Epic rank skill. Across the entire Yen Empire, there were likely very few of them. Although a rare rank greater skill was slightly inferior, it was still extremely rare. In terms of value alone, it was significantly higher than a celestial core. It was certainly incomparable to those elixirs or magic weapons from before. If we compare the path of cultivation to building a house, then skills are the foundation of that cultivation. The higher the rank of a skill, the more stable and solid the foundation will naturally be. With a foundation that is stable enough, when the day of a breakthrough arrives, the rewards will inevitably far exceed those of ordinary people. Accumulate deeply to unleash a powerful burst. That is exactly what this means. Admittedly, if he were to put this Crimson Feather skill up for auction, he would certainly reap even greater profits. But Zhao had much more on his mind. Why has the Azure Guild managed to survive until now? Is it because they possess that celestial core? No. It's because of their strength. Before his cheap old man died, he left behind a rune stage powerhouse to guard the Azure Guild. Whenever the Lunar Guild sent people to cause trouble, that rune stage powerhouse always held them off. If not for that, why would the Lunar Guild be willing to spend so much money and effort to blockade them? They would have crushed the Azure Guild long ago. This is also the main reason why the Azure Guild has managed to survive to this day, relying on that celestial core. Although the celestial core is precious, it's practically insignificant to experts at the rune stage and above. They look down on it. But if the Crimson Feather skill were put up for auction, the outcome would be quite different. Most rune stage experts can master at least one rare rank average skill, or even a rare rank greater skill. However, even among rare rank average skills, one like this is extremely rare even for rune stage experts. The value of a rare rank average skill far surpasses that of other skills of the same rank. Once Zhao put this rare rank greater skill up for auction, it wouldn't just be the Lunar Guild showing up. It would be a host of peak rune stage and even core stage experts. In that situation, it would be beyond his control. So, to be on the safe side, Zhao had no intention of putting it up for auction. He'd keep it for now and use it himself. Zhao tucked the skill away in his robe. His gaze shifted back to the celestial core before him. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The scrap to gold ability was indeed terrifying. If he were to use scrap to gold on the celestial core, he would undoubtedly obtain even rarer materials. But then, the situation might spiral out of control. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Zhao shook his head, not in any hurry to make a decision. He picked it up and placed it in a jade box. It's about time to get ready for the auction. Once prepared, Zhao set off from the warehouse. Meanwhile, Inside Moon City, the scene was bustling and lively. Especially the Azure Guild, which was usually quite deserted. Now it was teeming with people, a sea of crowds. I heard the Azure Guild is planning to auction off that celestial core today? They're finally willing to bring it out. Wait, you're not an artifact craftsman, why are you here? Everyone knows the Azure Guild is on its last legs these days. Why shouldn't people come and watch the spectacle? Hey, aren't you an artifact craftsman too? I'm here to watch the spectacle too. A crowd from all directions had gathered in front of the auction hall. Inside, there was a mix of all kinds of people. Some had come specifically for the celestial core. As for the others, well, they were naturally just there for the spectacle. They knew the celestial core's reputation. And they were even more aware that the Azure Guild was on the verge of collapse. Look, even the city lord has arrived. Whoa, looks like it's going to be quite the spectacle today. Instantly, all eyes turned to the side. There, striding forward with the majesty of a dragon and the power of a tiger, stood a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, dressed in exquisite brocade robes. Escorted by a contingent of the city lord's guards, he walked straight into the Azure Guild. The Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild is here too. Another gasp rang out. On the other side, a group of people dressed in exquisitely fine and expensive attire was also approaching. From the emblems on their sleeves, it was clear they were members of the Lunar Guild. The middle-aged man leading them was none other than the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild, Sheen. He, too, led his entourage as they strode briskly into the auction hall. Inside the auction hall at that moment, the atmosphere was even livelier than outside. It was packed to the brim. The Grand Hall, said to accommodate over 1,000 people, was completely packed. Everyone wanted to get a closer look at the commotion. As for the city lord and the members of the Lunar Guild, they naturally made their way to the exclusive private room on the second floor. Only people of such high status were accorded this treatment. Hey, the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild is here. Looks like the Lunar Guild is determined to get that celestial core at all costs. That goes without saying. Everyone knows how badly the Lunar Guild has been crushing the Azure Guild lately. That celestial core is the Azure Guild's last lifeline. Without it, they're finished for good. By then, the Lunar Guild will have the chance to absorb the Azure Guild and officially establish a presence in our Moon City. Is that really the case? Haven't you seen them chatting happily with the city lord? Second floor. Sheen, the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild, was conversing with the city lord. The two were laughing and joking, looking as though they regretted not having met sooner. Seeing this, most people understood. It seemed today would be the Azure Guild's final hurrah. What a pity. If the Azure Guild's Guildmaster Hen brought this on himself, the Azure Guild wouldn't have ended up like this. You're telling me? But I heard that the decision to auction off the celestial core this time was made by the Guildmaster's son. They really are cut from the same cloth. That father and son really aren't cut from the same cloth. They don't even belong in the same family. Countless people were discussing it loudly, their words brimming with sarcasm. For them, witnessing the collapse of a once mighty giant was, amidst their sighs of regret, still a decent topic of conversation after dinner. After all, it didn't affect their lives in the slightest. Who wouldn't enjoy a good spectacle? Second floor. In several other rooms, Shen and Lin were sitting there, clearly visible. Such whispers were practically everywhere, and naturally, they heard them clearly. Instantly, their faces turned ashen. These guys really have no filter. They're way too brazen. If this were decades ago, during the Azure Guild's heyday, would they dare utter a single word of criticism? Chen's fingers clenched the rosewood chair so tightly they were nearly crushing it. I have no idea what Zhao is thinking, Lin sighed. If they hadn't held the auction, the Azure Guild might have managed to scrape by for a while longer. Now that the auction has taken place, not only have they gained nothing, but their future holds no hope. It's truly all harm and no benefit. What has Zhao been up to these past few days? He has been running to the warehouse a lot. I don't know what he is up to. I heard Shui even used the guild's money to buy a normal rank average skill at a premium? I think so. Chen fell silent for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. It seems leaving the guildmaster position to Zhao wasn't such a good idea after all. Ah, there is nothing we can do. As they spoke, they couldn't help but turn their heads toward the middle-aged man standing stiffly to the side. The man was clad in a black, form-fitting outfit. He was burly and muscular, and his entire being exuded an aura that made him seem extremely formidable. And he was the rune stage powerhouse Lydian had left behind to protect the Azure Guild. His name was Ming. Around 40 years old, his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the rune stage, a true super powerhouse. Within a sect, he would be more than qualified to hold the position of elder. When Lydian was young and traveling the martial arts world, he had accidentally saved Ming's life and mentored him ever since. Knowing he could never fully repay this debt of gratitude, Ming had remained by Lydian's side ever since, helping him handle all sorts of troublesome matters. However, Ming himself had absolutely no connection to the Azure Guild. If Lydian hadn't made an agreement with Ming before his death asking Ming to protect the Azure Guild for 3 years, Ming would likely have left on his own long ago. With Ming present, they naturally couldn't possibly seize power from Zhao. That would undoubtedly be courting certain death. Just then, a bald man rushed over in a panic. Sorry, leaders, I'm late. The arrival was, of course, Shui. Why are you alone? Where's the guildmaster? Chen glanced at Shui and asked in puzzlement. The guildmaster said he'd personally preside over this auction, Shui said, catching his breath. Chen and Lin were both taken aback. Preside over it himself? Does Zhao even have that kind of ability? However, they were only slightly surprised by this. They didn't say much about it. After all, once today was over, their Azure Guild would officially be sentenced to death. It didn't matter who presided over it. And just as whispers were spreading throughout the room, Zhao had already walked out from backstage onto the auction floor. His appearance instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Isn't that the current head of the Azure Guild? Why is he the one presiding over this? Could it be that the Azure Guild can't even afford to hire an auctioneer anymore? They're really on their last legs. Even the guild master has to come out personally to preside over the auction. Countless mocking and derisive voices rang out. Second floor. A smile also appeared on Qina's face. Elder Qin, what do you think the Azure Guild will put up for auction today? Beside him, Xiao, the Lord of Moon City, asked with a smile. Apart from the celestial core, nothing else matters. Qina's tone was calm, as if he had everything under control. In the Azure Guild's current state, what else could they possibly put up for auction? He had already found out. Shui of the Azure Guild had been spending a fortune on the market the past couple of days, searching for treasures. Once Qin found out, he naturally left him no way out. In the end, Shui managed to purchase only a normal rank average skill. A skill of that caliber was practically worthless, not even worth mentioning. Qin was certain in his heart that the Azure Guild had reached a dead end. It looks like Elder Qin already has victory in the bag. Xiao couldn't help but laugh aloud. He and Qin were already partners. All they had to do was wait for the Lunar Guild to swallow up the Azure Guild and officially enter Moon City. Then the two sides would join forces and make money together. Naturally, Xiao was also hoping the Azure Guild would go under as soon as possible. On stage, Zhao paid no heed to the jeers coming from all around. Instead, a smile spread across his face. It is truly an honor for us that you have all graced our Qingyun auction house with your presence today. Our Qingyun auction house will, of course, show our utmost sincerity in return. So, let us cut to the chase. With that, Zhao took a jade box about the size of a palm from his robe. However, this didn't attract much attention. After all, most of the people present were just there for the entertainment. Others had come for the celestial core and naturally paid no heed to the other auction items. Zhao didn't care in the least. He spoke slowly and eloquently. This is a 3rd grade greater mana potion. It is an essential cultivation elixir for rune stage experts. Before Zhao could finish, many in the audience immediately looked taken aback. Their surprise wasn't due to the greater mana potion itself, but rather, could the Azure Guild really still produce a greater mana potion to put up for auction? Hadn't everyone been saying that the Azure Guild's best asset was that celestial core? Everything else was just junk. This third-grade greater mana potion certainly wasn't junk. Even rune stage experts would have to go to some trouble to get their hands on a greater mana potion. If the Azure Guild of the past had put a greater mana potion up for auction, no one would have thought anything of it. But the Azure Guild as it stands now, how could they possibly put a third-grade greater mana potion up for auction? And it was precisely at that moment that the crowd on the second floor also looked stunned. Elder Qin, didn't you say you'd completely cut off the Azure Guild's supply channels? How did the Azure Guild get their hands on this greater mana potion? Xiao froze, unable to resist turning his head to ask. Qin, too, was taken aback for a moment. The same doubt lingered in his mind. But he quickly came to his senses. I wouldn't exactly call this a surprise. The Azure Guild has been around for so many years, its connections span the entire Yen Empire and are extremely extensive. Even if our Lunar Guild were to go all out to block them, we might not be able to catch every single one. Losing a single greater mana potion isn't a big deal, Qin said with a smile. He seemed completely unconcerned as he spoke. You're right, Xiao nodded, accepting his explanation without question. After all, it was just a greater mana potion. Its value was only around 4,000 or 5,000 spirit coins. It wasn't particularly valuable. Nor would it affect the bigger picture. Meanwhile, on the other side of the second floor, Shui stared at the greater mana potion in Zhao's hand, her eyes widening in surprise. A greater mana potion? Do we even have this stuff in our storeroom? Bullshit. Chen interrupted immediately. A look of astonishment flashed across his face as well. This is obviously something Zhao got on his own. Lin, too, couldn't help but look pensive. We're currently under a total blockade by the Lunar Guild. Shui spent so much money and could barely afford a normal rank average skill. How did Zhao manage to buy a greater mana potion? No idea. Shen and Shui both shook their heads. They had absolutely no clue about this either. After all, Zhao had only instructed them to announce the auction. He hadn't told them much else. Originally, they thought Zhao was just taking one last gamble. But now it seemed Zhao must have had some confidence behind him to choose to hold this auction. On the auction floor, Zhao continued. A third-grade greater mana potion, starting bid of 1,000 spirit coins. The auction is now officially open. As soon as Zhao finished speaking, bids began to fly. 1,500. I'll go 2,000. 3,000. Although there were some rune stage powerhouses present, they were all quite wealthy and certainly didn't need a single greater mana potion. Instead, it was some younger spirit stage cultivators who were bidding. For them, even if they couldn't use the greater mana potion themselves, winning the bid to present it as a gift to their rune stage seniors would be a wonderful gesture. Perhaps they might even snag a bargain. The bidding price soared steadily. In just a short while, it reached 5,000 spirit coins. At this point, the clamor of bidding finally subsided slightly. I'll offer 6,000 spirit coins, please give me some face. A man dressed in fine robes stood up and bowed his hands toward the crowd. He appeared to come from a family of some standing. The bidding around him paused for a moment. It seemed everyone was prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt. But just then, a voice full of vigor suddenly rang out. 6,500 spirit coins. Hearing this, all eyes instinctively turned toward him. They discovered that the bidder was a burly man of middle age, dressed in shabby clothes. My friend, my father is the head of the Su family of Moon City. Are you looking for trouble? The young man's expression turned sour. He looked somewhat gloomy. Looking for trouble? Are you even worthy? The burly man snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly radiated from his body. Every face in the crowd paled instantly. Rune stage. This unassuming middle-aged man before them was, to everyone's surprise, a rune stage powerhouse. Upon seeing this, the young master of the Su family turned pale in an instant. He immediately backed down. "My apologies, senior. It was presumptuous of me." He promptly sat back down in his seat and stopped bidding. It seems this has attracted quite a few rune stage powerhouses. Seeing this, Zhao sighed inwardly. "Congratulations. You've successfully won this third-grade greater mana potion for 6,500 spirit coins. Please come to the back of the hall to settle the payment later." Typically, auctions proceed with bidding first, followed by settlement at the back of the hall. Payment is exchanged for the item on the spot. Zhao's auction was no exception. After a brief intermission, Zhao took the stage once more. He began the second round of bidding. This time, the gazes directed at Zhao from the audience held a touch more anticipation and a touch less mockery. On the second floor, Xiao and Qin also kept their eyes firmly fixed on Zhao. They wondered what he would bring out for auction next. That single greater mana potion must have been the absolute limit of what he could offer. There's no way he could have anything better, Qin said with confidence. Xiao nodded non-committally. And just as all eyes were on him, Zhao slowly pulled an ancient parchment scroll from his robe. "The next item up for auction is a skill." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wave of disappointment swept through the hall. Everyone present knew that the entire skill market was controlled by the Lunar Guild. In previous auctions, the Azure Guild hadn't even been able to produce a single rare rank skill, let alone now. On the second floor, Qin could barely hold back a laugh. "Ha ha ha, it's actually a skill. Looks like the Azure Guild is on its last legs." He controlled nearly all the skill supply channels in the entire Yin Empire. It was practically a monopoly. The skill that Shui had purchased a few days ago was one he'd deliberately given away. After all, he didn't even bother with a mere normal rank average skill. He simply treated it as a handout to the Azure Guild. Now that Zhao was putting a skill up for auction, he was, of course, brimming with confidence. The Azure Guild would absolutely be unable to produce any decent skill. Xiao also wore a smile. He was well aware of this fact, so he had absolutely no doubts. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the expressions of Chen and his two companions suddenly changed. "It's that normal rank average skill from the storeroom, isn't it?" Sigh, looks like even Zhao is at a loss. Getting a single greater mana potion would already be pretty good. True, what a shame. The three of them sighed in unison. It was as if they could already see the scene unfolding, Zhao being mocked and berated by countless people. On stage, Zhao took in all these reactions, yet his expression remained completely unchanged. Instead, he spoke softly, and his voice instantly drowned out all the surrounding noise. "This skill is called the Iron Body skill. It is a rare rank average defensive skill." Whoosh! The moment his words fell, the entire hall fell silent for an instant, only to be quickly followed by waves of gasps. Rare rank average? And a defensive skill? Is that for real? Didn't they say the Lunar Guild had a monopoly on all skill-related business? A rare rank average defensive skill. I absolutely have to get my hands on it. Instantly, the atmosphere grew electric. Countless eyes were fixed on the slightly weathered parchment scroll in Zhao's hand. A rare rank average defense skill, its rarity was undoubtedly higher than that of a third-grade greater mana potion. Normally, such items could only be purchased at the Grand Merchants Guild shops, and they came at a hefty price. They were certainly not a common sight. Naturally, many eyes now sparkled with excitement. What a stroke of luck! Emotions surged within many as they prepared for the auction. Iron Body skill. Starting bid, 2,000 spirit coins. Bids must be in increments of at least 100 spirit coins. Zhao smiled faintly as he spoke slowly. I'll bid 3,500 spirit coins. You think you can walk away with a rare rank average skill for just 3,500? You're dreaming. I'll bid 4,000. 5,000. I'll bid 6,000. Shouts rang out continuously from the audience. In the blink of an eye, the bidding price for the iron body skill had soared to 6,000. The speed at which it rose was nothing like that of a greater mana potion. This was to be expected. Greater mana potions weren't all that appealing to cultivators below the rune stage. Even rune stage experts usually carry enough greater mana potions for their cultivation. They certainly aren't short on them. Naturally, the price doesn't go very high. But skills are a different story. A rare rank average skill can be cultivated even at the spirit stage. Moreover, mastering a rare rank average skill brings a massive boost to one's strength. So, naturally, there is no shortage of people eager to win it at auction. The auction hall was bustling with noise and excitement. In contrast, the atmosphere on the second floor felt somewhat off. Elder Qin, this. Xiao's expression was grim. Wasn't he agreed that the Lunar Guild completely controlled, even monopolized all channels for acquiring skills? Then where did Zhao get his rare rank average skill? A rare rank average skill. It's not something just anyone can easily get their hands on. Who would believe it without some inside connections? Qin remained silent, his expression grim. I'll give City Lord Xiao an explanation for this, he said in a low voice. He then summoned one of his subordinates. Go and thoroughly investigate who exactly sold that skill to the Azure Guild. Yes, sir. Qin was furious at that moment. In his eyes, the Azure Guild had always been like a tiger with its limbs severed and teeth knocked out on its last legs, a fish on the chopping block, completely at his mercy. But he never expected that one of his own men would slip up and sell a rare rank average skill to the Azure Guild. Although Qin had never heard of the Iron Body skill, the Lunar Guild had ample supplies, so he naturally couldn't keep track of every single one. As for a mere rare rank average skill book, while it was certainly decent, it wasn't enough to turn the tide for the Azure Guild. At most, it would just let them bloat a little longer. Xiao didn't say anything, but he understood. Although a glitch had occurred, the situation was still in their favor. There was no need to panic. On the other side, Shen and the other two couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What? A rare rank average skill? Where did Zhao get that? They had originally assumed that the skill Zhao was putting up for auction was that unwanted, junk normal rank average skill. But it turned out it was actually a rare rank average. They were stunned. They couldn't fathom how Zhao had managed to get his hands on a rare rank average skill. After all, the entire skill market was currently controlled by the Lunar Guild. For them, the Guild, buying a skill was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. And yet, Zhao had actually managed to get his hands on a rare rank average skill. It was simply unbelievable. Could Zhao have bribed someone in the Lunar Guild? That seems to be the only explanation. Looks like Zhao's got some serious connections. We really underestimated him. As they discussed it, they too came to the conclusion that Zhao might have bribed someone in the Lunar Guild. After all, aside from that, they couldn't think of any other reason. At the same time, they felt a bit ashamed for having underestimated Zhao earlier. Zhao brought out two treasures in quick succession to auction off. Neither of these was something they could have accomplished. They had looked down on Zhao before, but now it seemed it was they who had been wrong. Just as they were reflecting on this, down in the audience, the bidding for the Iron Body skill had reached a fever pitch. The price had skyrocketed to 10,000 spirit coins. And was still climbing. Up on stage, Zhao was nearly laughing out loud inside. But on the surface, he maintained a calm and composed expression. In the end, the Iron Body skill was snapped up by an unknown young man for 15,000 spirit coins. Although many regretted missing out, the price of 15,000 spirit coins was enough to deter them all. As for the wealthier crowd, they weren't exactly in need of this rare rank average skill. Naturally, they weren't about to be suckers and spend that many spirit coins on it. The second round of bidding concluded. Zhao stepped down from the stage. The hall remained bustling with excitement. After all, following the first two auctions, even those who had initially come just for the fun of it were now filled with anticipation. They were eager to see what would be auctioned in the next round. Generally speaking, the items auctioned earlier tend to be of lower value. As the auction progresses, the value of the lots is expected to rise. This naturally fueled everyone's anticipation. It wasn't just them upstairs. Chen and his two companions were also full of anticipation. Although they were elders of the Azure Guild, the auction was entirely handled by Zhao alone. They were completely in the dark about it, they knew nothing more than anyone else. On the other side, Qin and Xiao also narrowed their eyes slightly, waiting in silence. Elder Qin, what do you think Xiao might bring out next? Xiao suddenly asked. Qin paused. If this had been before the auction began, he would have answered without hesitation that it was all junk. But now, with the precedent set by the greater mana potion and the iron body skill, he wasn't so sure anymore. After all, Zhao had managed to secretly acquire a third-grade elixir and a rare rank average skill right under his nose. That kind of skill was already quite impressive. He hesitated for a moment. Then he said, I don't know. But it probably won't be anything too special. At most, it'll be something of similar value to the greater mana potion and the iron body skill. The most valuable item is still that celestial core. Hearing Qin say this, Xiao couldn't help but nod in agreement. Barring any surprises, that was likely the case. Just as they were discussing this, they saw Zhao return to the stage. At this, Qin and Xiao's expressions grew serious, and they both looked down intently. In just a moment, the two no longer appeared as relaxed as before. Zhao's return instantly drew everyone's attention. The originally noisy and bustling atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Everyone was waiting for Zhao to bring out the next item for auction. This sudden shift also caused Chen and his two companions to adopt an extremely solemn expression. To earn others' respect, one must naturally demonstrate the corresponding strength. Clearly, Zhao had achieved exactly that. Zhao gazed down at the countless pairs of eyes below him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly as he spoke. It seems you're all eager to get started. In that case, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The item to be auctioned next is this. As he spoke, Zhao produced a long, rectangular box measuring a little over 3 feet. What is this? Someone couldn't help but ask aloud. This question echoed the doubts in everyone's minds. Some even furrowed their brows, failing to sense the object's value. After all, this box looked far too shabby. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Precious items are often set off by opulent adornments. Appearance is crucial. Without knowing what was inside or opening the box, people could only judge it by its outward appearance. At this, Zhao merely chuckled softly and reached out to open the box. This is a sword. Whoa! As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of commotion immediately rose from below. In fact, most people had already guessed as much from the shape of the long, narrow box. It can't be a standard weapon, can it? It's definitely a standard weapon. You don't really think the Azure Guild could afford to put a magic weapon up for auction these days, do you? You're right. But what's the point of bidding on a standard weapon? Who knows? Maybe it's a perfect standard weapon. Boring. Waves of disappointed murmurs rose and fell throughout the room. Second floor. Qin let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's just a standard weapon. Even if it were a perfect standard weapon, its value would probably be only slightly higher than a greater mana potion. It's not even as good as the iron body skill. Xiao nodded in agreement. I thought this Zhao guy had some extraordinary abilities. Looks like he has run out of tricks. A faint smile appeared on Qin's face. The tension in his heart seemed to have eased considerably. If Zhao were to bring out another precious item to auction off, it wouldn't be good news for their Lunar Guild. That would mean the Azure Guild would make even more profit. It would also make it a bit harder for the Lunar Guild to take over the Azure Guild. Over on the other side, Chen and his two companions let out a quiet sigh. So it's just a standard weapon. Could it be that standard weapon from the warehouse? Probably not. Maybe it's a perfect standard weapon. Oh well. Even though it's not as valuable as the previous two, it's not too bad either. Yeah, at least it's way better than those pieces of junk we had before. In response to the disappointed murmurs from the audience, Zhao remained unhurried as he lifted the bloodblade from the wooden crate and held it in his hand. Everyone got a clear look at the bloodblade's appearance, and the disappointment in their eyes grew even deeper. Judging by its appearance, the bloodblade didn't look much different from an ordinary standard weapon. From this, it was clear that this sword was indeed a standard weapon. As you all know, there is a huge gap between standard weapons and magic weapons. One can easily tell the difference just by looking at them. Zhao's words prompted many to nod slowly. It was precisely because of this that they could tell the sword in Zhao's hand was not a magic weapon, but a standard weapon. Magic weapons are rare because they require at least a 7th rank artifact forger to craft them, and their forging consumes extremely rare materials. While the materials used for standard weapons are also of high quality, they aren't considered rare. The difference in materials is naturally visible from their appearance. Magic weapons have an otherworldly aura, you can recognize them at a glance. Someone remarked. The others nodded in agreement. Zhao also chuckled softly and nodded. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. But there is one exception. Zhao changed the subject. Instantly, the entire room fell silent, and everyone looked at Zhao with curiosity. On the second floor, Sheen's smile froze on his face as if he had just realized a certain possibility. His pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. It can't be. The next moment, a faint surge of mana suddenly stirred within Zhao's body. As the young master of the Azure Guild, Zhao's cultivation level, while not particularly high, had barely reached the spirit stage. Although he was only at the first level of the spirit stage, it was enough to barely activate his magic weapon. A faint current of mana flowed into the bloodblade in his hand. Instantly, Zhao felt a tremor in his hand, and the sound of a sword's cry suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Hum! The moment the sword's cry rang out, an incredibly powerful blood-red aura suddenly erupted from the bloodblade. Everyone present's expression changed instantly. What is this? A magic weapon. I've truly misjudged this, it's actually a magic weapon. Countless people cried out in astonishment. This sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. They had all assumed that the bloodblade in Zhao's hand was just an ordinary perfect standard weapon, never imagining that it was actually a magic weapon. Its magical essence was merely concealed, so outwardly it looked no different from a standard weapon, but as soon as mana was infused into it and it was activated even slightly, it could unleash its true potential. To be precise, it's an average magic weapon. Zhao interjected. Instantly, the crowd erupted in another wave of gasps. Wow! An average magic weapon. Even for rune stage powerhouses, this item held immense appeal. On the second floor, Ming, who had been standing ramrod straight in his black combat gear, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Even for him, the weapon in his hand was nothing more than an average magic weapon. Young master, you're truly extraordinary. He narrowed his eyes, but showed no further reaction. In another room nearby, Sheen's face instantly turned pale. No! Impossible! Where on earth did Zhao get an average magic weapon? Magic weapons are said to be rare, but they aren't all that rare. Even some disciples of major sects can afford them. After all, artifact crafters also need to cultivate and require resources. As long as there are enough materials, crafting a magic weapon is no problem at all. Even their Lunar Guild can get a few magic weapons to auction off. And their quality is certainly not low. But let us set aside for now where the Azure Guild bought that magic weapon. Where on earth does the Azure Guild even have the spirit coins to buy a magic weapon right now? Impossible. This is impossible. Qin racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Xiao's face alternated between pale and purple. This Azure Guild, it really is a force to be reckoned with, even in its death throes. They're clearly on the verge of collapse, yet they're still causing all this trouble. Now they've even managed to get their hands on a magic weapon from who knows where. And it's an average magic weapon, no less. That kind of thing even the Lunar Guild probably couldn't get their hands on it overnight. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, suddenly, a burst of maniacal laughter rang out from the crowd. Ha! I never expected that just coming to watch the spectacle would lead to such a treasure appearing. This sword is mine. The next moment, a powerful aura swept out. Countless people's expressions changed abruptly. It was none other than a rune stage powerhouse. As he swiftly darted toward Zhao, there were quite a few rune stage experts in the crowd as well. But none of them had moved to intervene, they merely watched the rune stage man who had stepped forward with cold smirks on their faces. On the stage. As he watched the rune stage man charging toward him with immense might, Zhao's expression remained calm. But deep down, he was actually a little panicked. After all, he was just a lowly spirit stage cultivator. Seeing that he had closed in on Zhao so easily with the average magic weapon now within arm's reach, the rune stage man's face lit up with excitement. Without even glancing at Zhao, he reached out to snatch the blood blade. Looking to die? Just then, a detached voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, a black shadow flashed by. Boom! A dull thud rang out. Immediately afterward, everyone saw the rune stage man fly backward, spewing blood from his mouth as if he were a kite whose string had snapped. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the wall, leaving a massive crater. Lying amidst the rubble, he was already lifeless. With a single move, the rune stage powerhouse had been killed on the spot. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath, then looked up at the arena, their eyes filled with apprehension as they gazed at the man in black combat gear standing beside Zhao. 8. Such a small amount of spirit coins, no big deal. 7th tier of the rune stage. Although the Azure Guild has fallen on hard times, it's still guarded by such a master. No wonder it hasn't completely collapsed yet. Do you think the Azure Guild looks like it's about to collapse right now? Many people below were buzzing with discussion. Originally, they had all believed the Azure Guild was on its last legs. Today's auction was supposed to be the Azure Guild's final hurrah. But now it seemed they had probably overestimated the situation. Originally, the Azure Guild hadn't even been able to produce a single decent treasure to put up for auction. Yet today, they brought out 3 treasures in a row. Admittedly, these 3 treasures weren't particularly valuable compared to the Azure Guild's heyday. But one must remember that the items auctioned off at the last Qingyun auction were nothing but junk. By comparison, this was a massive improvement. Second floor. Qin cast a penetrating glance at Ming, who stood beside Zhao. It was precisely because of this man that he couldn't swiftly and forcefully take over the Azure Guild. 7th tier of the rune stage. Such strength was more than enough to serve as an elder in one of the stronger nearby sects. Although their Lunar Guild also had powerful figures holding key positions, the strength of the two sides was not far apart. It was essentially impossible to subdue them outright. That was why he could only gradually chip away at the Azure Guild, bit by bit. If it weren't for Ming, he would have long ago forcibly seized the Azure Guild and renamed it the Lunar Guild. On stage, Zhao casually waved his hand, signaling Ming to step back. I ask that you all keep your emotions in check. Though our Azure Guild may be in decline, we are not a group that just anyone can walk all over. Let us continue with the auction. This average magic weapon is called the Bloodblade. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit coins, with a minimum bid increment of 200. The auction is now officially open. As soon as Zhao finished speaking, the entire hall erupted into a frenzy. Bids began flying in one after another. The fall of that rune stage powerhouse moments earlier had done nothing to dampen their enthusiasm for the auction. After all, this was an average magic weapon, not some run-of-the-mill trinket. Its appeal was several times greater than that of a greater mana potion or the iron body skill. Many rune stage powerhouses were among those raising the bid. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Bloodblade had soared to 7,000 spirit coins. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it hit 10,000. Zhao narrowed his eyes, his heart brimming with delight. Let them bid the higher, the better. The greater the reward he'd receive when it was all over. With that thought, he found himself looking forward to the rewards he'd reap once the auction concluded. 15,000 spirit coins, I'll take this Bloodblade. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Bloodblade had soared to 15,000 spirit coins. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the bidder. After all, the previous bid had been a mere 8,000 spirit coins, yet this man had jumped straight to 15,000. Wasn't that just too brazen? Upon closer look, it turned out to be the burly man who had previously won the greater mana potion. His face was brimming with confidence. He seemed certain he'd walk away with this Bloodblade. But clearly, no one was going to go easy on him this time. 20,000. Soon after, another rune stage powerhouse spoke up with a bid. The burly man's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, 25,000. From then on, the two seemed to be locked in a bidding war. Back and forth they went, driving the price of the Bloodblade straight up to 40,000 spirit coins. At this price, both of them clearly began to hesitate. An average magic weapon typically sells for around 10,000 spirit coins on the market. If the quality is particularly good, it can go as high as 30,000. 40,000 spirit coins was already a bit of a premium. If this kept up, they feared they'd end up paying through the nose. After several more rounds of stalemate, the burly man finally couldn't hold out any longer. He didn't bid again. The auction price for Bloodblade ultimately settled at 45,000 spirit coins. It was snapped up by that rune stage powerhouse. This scene left the onlookers around them utterly stunned. Wow, an average magic weapon actually fetched such a high price? 45,000 spirit coins with just a little more, that'd almost be enough to buy a slightly inferior greater magic weapon, right? Tisk, TSK, TSK. The Azure Guild is going to make a killing this time. On the second floor. Sheen didn't look too pleased either. Originally, the Lunar Guild's plan had been to spend money to drive up the Azure Guild's prices through various channels, cutting off the Azure Guild's supply lines. That way, it wouldn't be long before the Azure Guild collapsed on its own. Then the Lunar Guild could step in. But now, this Bloodblade had actually sold for such a high price at the auction. It was enough to keep the Azure Guild afloat for a while longer. Damn it! Sheen slammed his palm hard down on the table beside him. He was clearly furious. Elder Sheen, there's no need to get so angry. Although the Bloodblade sold for a high price at auction, in my opinion, this sword must have been entrusted to the Azure Guild for auction by some powerful figure. Think about it, at a time like this, who would sell a precious average magic weapon to the Azure Guild? Or rather, given the Azure Guild's current resources, how could they possibly afford an average magic weapon? Hearing this, Sheen paused. What do you mean, City Lord Shao? I suspect it was a powerful figure who had previously done business with the Azure Guild. They unexpectedly came into possession of this Bloodblade, happened to be short on funds, and so entrusted it to the Azure Guild for auction. It's not just this Bloodblade. I suspect the greater mana potion and the iron body skill from earlier were also provided by that powerful figure. Otherwise, how could the Azure Guild possibly have acquired so many treasures? Shao spoke slowly, trying to reassure him. At the same time, he was voicing the suspicions he'd been harboring lately. As soon as these words left his mouth, Sheen's eyes lit up. That's right. Given the restrictions he'd placed on the Azure Guild, there was absolutely no way so many treasures could have slipped through to them. Even if one of his subordinates had slipped up and let a single greater mana potion or a copy of the iron body skill slip out, that would be one thing. But an average magic weapon. There was absolutely no way the Azure Guild could have acquired one. For one thing, average magic weapons are often extremely rare. They have a price but are virtually impossible to find on the market. On the other hand, The price of an average magic weapon is astronomical, and the Azure Guild is already destitute, let alone an average magic weapon. Buying even a single greater mana potion would probably cost them an arm and a leg. So, once this auction is over, the Azure Guild definitely won't end up with many spirit coins. The lion's share will go to that powerful figure. With such a meager amount of spirit coins, what can the Azure Guild possibly do? Xiao smiled. Qin also flashed a hearty grin. Haha, City Lord Xiao speaks the truth. It's just that I, old Qin, am a bit slow on the uptake. I hadn't considered that aspect. Xiao gave a slight bow, paying him a compliment. You're quite mistaken, Elder Qin. You're too close to the situation to see clearly. While I'm merely an observer naturally, I can see more. When it comes to tactics, Elder Qin is still the best. Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Once this auction is over, City Lord Xiao, would you do me the honor of joining me for a chat at the inviting moon pavilion? Qin burst into a very satisfied laugh. With an invitation from Elder Qin, of course I have no reason to refuse. Xiao chuckled softly. As the two chatted and laughed, the auction continued in full swing. The next item up for auction is also a magic weapon. On stage, Zhao held a small wooden box, smiling as he spoke eloquently. However, it is a special kind of magic weapon. It has no specific grade. As he spoke, Zhao opened the wooden box, revealing its contents. To everyone's surprise, it was a smooth, thumb-sized piece of dark jade. Another magic weapon. Countless people were stunned. All eyes were fixed on Zhao's hand, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Zhao understood exactly what they wanted to know. With no intention of keeping them in suspense, he explained directly. This special magic weapon is called the Soul Amulet. Wear it on your person and nourish it with mana, and it will have the effect of calming the mind and purifying the spirit. Of course, its most unique effect is that it can block soul attacks. Whoosh! As soon as Zhao spoke these words, the entire hall erupted in a stir. Many rune stage powerhouses, in particular, had a sharp gleam in their eyes. A magic weapon capable of blocking spiritual soul attacks. That was simply too rare. After all, the path of cultivation primarily focuses on refining the spirit during the body stage. Most cultivators are completely immersed in refining their spirit during the body stage, constantly improving their cultivation level. They would never deliberately seek to strengthen their spiritual soul. Once you face a cultivator who has mastered soul-related skills, a single move from them can leave you dizzy and disoriented. Even if their cultivation level is lower than yours, they might just use that soul skill to defeat you in a single strike even if they're a rank below you. And this soul amulet can actually block soul attacks. It even has the effect of calming the mind and purifying the spirit. This is simply the perfect magic weapon. Chairman Zhao, what is the starting bid for this soul amulet? Hurry up and start the auction, I can't wait any longer. I, Hu Han-san, am determined to get this soul amulet. Who do you think you are? This item belongs to this young master. Your mother. You dare insult me? You're asking for trouble. A commotion erupted below. Some even began arguing with one another, on the verge of coming to blows. In response, Zhao spoke calmly, putting a stop to the turmoil. The soul amulet. Starting bid, 5,000 spirit coins. Bids must be in increments of no less than 200 spirit coins. The auction is now officially open. The moment Zhao finished speaking, the clamor of arguments throughout the hall fell silent instantly. Immediately afterward, bids began flying in one after another. 5,005. Only 5,005? You dead poor bum. I'll go 7,000. He is poor, fine, but do we really have to call him a dead poor bum? 8,000. 10,000. 13,000. It was even crazier than the auction for the Bloodblade. In less than 3 breaths after Zhao's words had fallen, the price had already soared to 20,000 spirit coins. Even Zhao couldn't help but be secretly astonished. The way the price was climbing was simply too outrageous. It seems I've underestimated the soul amulet, Zhao mused to himself. But it made perfect sense. The soul amulet could block divine soul attacks. Such a means of protection was extremely rare. For powerful cultivators, the blood blade is naturally more valuable. But not everyone practices sword cultivation. In comparison, every cultivator needs a soul amulet that can block soul attacks and purify the mind and spirit. How many cultivators fall victim to soul attacks every year simply because they lack a method to protect their souls? Now that such a magic weapon exists, it's naturally drawing a crowd. Not to mention them. Even the few seated on the second floor were looking on with envy at this moment. I never expected there to be a magic weapon that protects the divine soul. Shin's eyes were fixed intently on the soul amulet. He clearly intended to bid on it. It wasn't he just in Xiao, too, now wore an expression of temptation. After all, a magic weapon of this caliber was simply too rare. However, none of them bid on it. Because they found it embarrassing. Shin was backed by the Lunar Guild. He was even the Lunar Guild's Grand Elder, a sworn enemy of the Azure Guild. How would it look if he ended up handing spirit coins to the Azure Guild? As for Xiao, now considered Shin's partner, he naturally sided with him. So even though they were envious, they wouldn't rashly bid. On the other side, Shan and the others were all looking utterly astonished. Where on earth did Zhao get so many treasures? Pills and skills are one thing, but two magic weapons in a row, one average magic weapon and another soul-protecting magic weapon. Shuem muttered. He was a bit baffled. If Zhao had so many good things, why was he making them spend a fortune to buy items? Wasn't he that like having too much money and nowhere to spend it? Sigh, I'm almost tempted to bid myself, but unfortunately, my pockets are empty. Lin couldn't help but sigh. Shan remained silent. The three of them were poorer than the next. Where would they get the spirit coins to buy a magic weapon? For now, all they could do was watch longingly. Down in the audience, the auction was already in full swing. The price kept climbing. Now, it had clearly reached as high as 40,000 spirit coins. At this rate, it might even break through 60,000? Zhao marveled inwardly. At this price, they could almost buy 2 or even 3 decent average magic weapons. What a windfall! As he pondered, Zhao seemed to think of something. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, that hint of hesitation turned into resolve. A moment later, the auctioneer's voice on stage finally began to slow down. Ultimately, the price settled at 58,000 spirit coins. Zhao felt a bit disappointed that it hadn't broken through the 60,000 spirit coins mark. But this price was already far beyond his wildest expectations. After all, this thing was essentially a freebie for him. It cost him nothing. And all 58,000 spirit coins were going straight into his pocket. This wasn't just a measly little commission. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait just a moment. Next we'll be auctioning off today's final item. Whoosh! The moment Zhao spoke, the entire hall erupted in excitement. It's finally here. Has the Azure Guild finally decided to part with that celestial core? A celestial core, huh? After seeing the items auctioned earlier, I feel like a celestial core is nothing special. True. Compared to a celestial core, I'd much rather have a soul amulet, but unfortunately, my pockets are empty, so I can't bid on it. Although a celestial core is quite valuable, it's ultimately just a material for crafting artifacts. Not everyone can craft artifacts, nor do they have access to or know any artifact crafters. For them, this celestial core isn't all that appealing. It's not even as appealing as the soul amulet. Second floor. Shin and Xiao both grew serious. Here it comes. As a greater artifact forging material, the celestial core is worth around 50,000 spirit coins. But with so many artifact forgers here today, I'm afraid 50,000 spirit coins won't be enough to secure it. In the end, the Azure Guild is bound to make a huge profit. Shin let out a slight sigh. Naturally, there was nothing he could do about this. After all, the celestial core was in the Azure Guild's possession. He had no way to intervene. He had tried to use money to win over those artifact forgers. But they were all aloof and wouldn't even give him the time of day. Elder Chin, there's no need to worry. Although the celestial core will allow the Azure Guild to make a hefty profit, once it's sold, they'll completely lose their leverage. Once that money runs out, the Azure Guild will naturally fall into your hands, Elder Chin. Xiao said with a smile, offering comfort. Hearing this, Chin's expression softened somewhat. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. However, immediately afterward, a wave of commotion suddenly rose from the audience below. The two hurriedly looked up toward the stage, following the sound. At that moment, Zhao had already taken the stage. In his hands, he held a square wooden box. Seeing this, no one would dare to underestimate the contents of the box based on its appearance. For they knew full well that what lay inside that wooden box was none other than the celestial core. A top-tier artifact forging material. An exceedingly rare treasure. Instantly, the eyes of many artifact forgers in the audience lit up. One by one, they craned their necks, eagerly awaiting Zhao's start of the auction. They had no interest in listening to the introduction. After all, they understood the uses of the celestial core far better than Zhao did. Chairman Zhao, let us get the auction started already. Yeah, skip the small talk, just get on with it. We know just as much about this celestial core as you do. A chorus of impatient voices rang out, urging Zhao to begin the auction. Hearing this, Zhao smiled faintly. No more than me? That's not necessarily true. After all, what's inside this wooden box right now? Isn't the so-called celestial core? Ahem. Zhao cleared his throat lightly and said with a smile, I know you're all in a hurry, but there's no need to rush. Because what's inside here isn't the celestial core? Whoosh. As soon as Zhao finished speaking, it instantly caused an uproar. What? Not the celestial core? Then what is it? On the second floor. Qin and Xiao jolted, their eyes flashing with anger. This Xiao, he actually has no intention of auctioning off the celestial core? They'd been waiting far too long for this day. Could it be that Zhao is deliberately toying with them? Meanwhile, down in the audience, the group of artifact craftsmen couldn't help but grow furious as well. They had waited so long in the auction hall specifically for the celestial core. And now you're telling us it's not the celestial core? What's going on? Chairman Zhao, you owe us an explanation. Exactly. We came here specifically for the celestial core. By not auctioning it off now, aren't you deliberately toying with us? We hope Chairman Zhao will give us a reasonable explanation. Wave after wave of skeptical remarks kept pouring in. The others, however, fell silent, saying little. After all, in this matter, the fault truly lay with the Azure Guild. The announcement the Azure Guild had released back then was clearly stated in black and white. A celestial core would be auctioned off. And now they're not going ahead with the auction? Aren't you just deliberately toying with us? Second floor. As more and more artifact masters began to question Zhao and the Azure Guild, Qin and Xiao's expressions softened slightly. Ha, Zhao has really shot himself in the foot. It's easy to toy with us, but this will be devastating to the Azure Guild's reputation. I can't wait to see how he'll get out of this. If the celestial core isn't auctioned off, the Azure Guild's reputation will be ruined, and it'll never recover. If it is auctioned, then I can still proceed with my original plan. The more Qin thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Either way, he'd come out ahead. Plus, he'd get to watch the Azure Guild eat humble pie. What a thrill! Xiao, however, wasn't as pleased as Qin. He merely furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze was fixed firmly on Zhao. He noticed that this guy showed not the slightest sign of panic. On the contrary, he was completely at ease, as if everything were under his control. That kid. Just as the crowd's emotions were running high, Zhao spoke in a calm, measured tone. Everyone, please don't rush to conclusions. I haven't finished speaking yet. We will indeed not be auctioning the celestial core this time, because it has already been sold. And what I'm here to auction today is. As he spoke, Zhao opened the wooden box. Instantly, a dazzling rainbow-colored light burst forth. It filled the entire auction hall. The artifact masters, who had been furious upon hearing Zhao say the celestial core had already been sold, froze in their tracks. Their gazes instantly fixated on the wooden box in Zhao's hands, specifically, the massive jade stone within that radiated a rainbow-colored glow. In that moment, they were all left speechless. What the hell? What is that thing? It's so dazzling and bright. It does look somewhat similar to a celestial core, but it's completely different in appearance. It doesn't seem like an ordinary object either. Down in the audience, a group of people began chattering excitedly. However, they had no idea what exactly that multicolored jade stone in the wooden box was. They could only speculate. This is a celestial core. Oh my god. I'm not seeing things, am I? This is a celestial core, a once-in-a-century find. An artifact craftsman couldn't help but shout out loud. His voice trembled. As the saying goes, even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. The crowd around him instantly erupted into a frenzy. A once-in-a-century celestial core. I know this must be the perfect crafting material needed to forge a perfect magic weapon. Whoa, materials for forging a perfect magic weapon? Holy cow! Countless people gasped in shock, utterly stunned. They had originally thought Zhao would keep the celestial core hidden away, intending to use it to attract more people to future auctions. But they had completely underestimated Zhao. They had underestimated the Azure Guild. They actually brought out a celestial core right off the bat. That was a perfect crafting material, even more precious than a celestial core. In an instant, the eyes of every alchemist in the hall began to redden. As artifact crafters, their ultimate goal was to forge even more perfect weapons. And to forge better weapons, they naturally needed better materials. With such perfect materials right before their eyes, how could they not be thrilled and filled with longing? This can't be. On the second floor, Qin jumped to his feet and shouted in disbelief. Perfect artifact crafting materials. Those were perfect artifact crafting materials. A rare and precious item that even their Lunar Guild couldn't get their hands on. And now, it had actually been brought out for auction by the Azure Guild. How was this possible? Xiao was also lost in thought at that moment. He was clearly stunned by the rare and precious celestial core before him. Damn it! That Zhao must have found a special source. No, someone. Qin could no longer sit still. He immediately summoned his subordinates. Yes, Grand Elder. Send people to investigate Zhao. Even if you have to turn the place upside down, you must find out what his new source is. Yes. The subordinates took their leave. Qin's face was flushed crimson, and his expression was grim. Xiao, standing nearby, didn't say a word to comfort him. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He was clearly deep in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen and the other two were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open, and they couldn't utter a word for a long time. They were stunned. Speechless. As they exchanged glances, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They could never have imagined in their wildest dreams where this celestial core had come from. Wasn't there only one celestial core in their storeroom? In an instant, they felt as though they had become much more unfamiliar with this newly appointed president. It was as if they had only just met him. How on earth did Zhao manage to do this? This question lingered in the minds of the three, refusing to fade for a long time. It seems we've been recognized. That's right. This is the celestial core. It took me quite a bit of effort in trading that other celestial core to get my hands on it. Zhao wore a faint smile as he walked slowly, speaking eloquently. That wasn't exactly a lie. After all, he had indeed obtained this celestial core by using the celestial core scrap to gold technique. Celestial cores are mined from celestial core veins. Even if you were to exhaust hundreds of such veins, you'd still struggle to find a single one that speaks to just how rare they are. They're specifically used for forging perfect magic weapons. As he said this, he noticed the artifact forgers all around him staring intently at the celestial core in his hand with burning eyes, as if they were itching to rush the stage and snatch it away. Zhao cut to the chase and announced, "The celestial core. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit coins. Bids must be in increments of no less than 500 spirit coins. The auction is now officially open." The moment his words fell, a deep, powerful voice rang out. "I bid 30,000 spirit coins. I am an elder of the Martial clan. I ask that you all do me and the Martial clan a favor. Let us consider this a way to build a good relationship." Countless people turned to look in that direction, their faces filled with astonishment and shock. The speaker was an elderly man dressed in simple attire. His aura wasn't particularly strong, hovering around the third level of the rune stage. Yet his words left many utterly stunned. "The Martial clan, is that the nearby sect specializing in artifact forging? I've heard that many of the Yen Empire's magic weapons are crafted by the Martial clan. I never expected such a colossal powerhouse to be drawn here as well. Wow, and he is being so generous right off the bat, 30,000 spirit coins outright. That's incredible. We're no match for them, no match at all." Exclamations of astonishment rang out one after another. The Martial clan elder, clearly flattered by the surrounding praise, smiled slightly and bowed his hands in a slight gesture of respect. "Thank you all for your kindness." Just as he was about to speak, a voice laced with contempt cut in. "I'll bid 40,000 spirit coins." Whoosh! That voice left countless people speechless once again. What on earth was going on? Someone was actually trying to outbid the Martial clan for the celestial core? After all, the Martial clan ranked among the top 100 in the entire Yen Empire and was one of the top 3 super clans in the northern province. Who was so reckless as to provoke the Martial clan? They all turned their heads to look. The speaker was a young man dressed in fine brocade robes. His attire was understated yet luxurious. Hanging from his waist was a jade pendant, on which the character Cloud was prominently engraved, adorned with cloud-like patterns below. Whoa, if I'm not mistaken, that jade pendant at his waist is something only true disciples of the Cloud clan possess, right? A connoisseur, upon seeing the jade pendant at the young man's waist, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This immediately caused another uproar. What? The Cloud clan? That's one of the top 2 super clans in the northern province. So he is a true disciple of the Cloud clan. No wonder he is so confident he actually dares to go head to head with the Martial clan. I never expected this auction to not only draw the Martial clan, a major art forging sect, but also a core disciple of the Cloud clan. Only then did the crowd realize what was happening and let out a collective gasp of astonishment. Clearly, no one had anticipated that this auction would attract so many influential figures. First, there was an elder from the Martial clan. Now, a core disciple of the Cloud clan had appeared. Second floor. Sheen's expression grew increasingly grim. He had originally planned to drive the price up to an astronomical level in one go to scare off those artifact forgers. Or perhaps bring up the Lunar Guild to intimidate that group of artifact forgers. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 2 influential figures from super major sects suddenly appeared. These 2 were people his Lunar Guild could not afford to provoke. Although the Lunar Guild had now replaced the Azure Guild as one of the largest merchant guilds in the Yen Empire. Merchants were, after all, just merchants. They were no match for those powerful sects. If provoked, the other side could easily wipe out his entire clan at the drop of a hat. This world was not a peaceful place. Now, he couldn't bring himself to call out a higher bid. All he could do was pray in his heart that the price at this auction would be a little lower. Otherwise, if he had to hand over too many spirit coins to the Azure Guild, his plan would become even harder to carry out. On the auction floor, the auctioneer's voice rang out continuously. However, the bidding was already much sparser than before. After all, there were now only a handful of people still driving up the price. And most of them were artifact forgers. They wanted to test their mettle against the Martial Clan Elder and the Cloud Clan Inner Disciple. But when it came to financial resources, how could they possibly compete with the Martial Clan Elder and the Cloud Clan Inner Disciple, who were backed by major sects? In the end, only these two remained, continuously bidding. 80,000 spirit coins. A deep sense of anger was already evident in the Martial Clan Elder's tone. A celestial core was indeed a perfect material for artifact forging, and its value was undoubtedly exorbitant. Getting one for less than 100,000 or even 150,000 spirit coins would be a huge score. If this Cloud Clan Inner Disciple hadn't been present, he would have definitely snagged a steal. But now, only 80,000? I guess the Martial Clan isn't all that impressive after all. 100,000 spirit coins. The Cloud Clan's Inner Disciple held up a single finger, his tone calm. And this caused an even greater stir. My goodness, 100,000 spirit coins, is this the true strength of the Cloud Clan? Compared to these major sects, we really are a bunch of penniless wretches. The depth of a major sect's resources is truly terrifying. Exclamations of astonishment rang out one after another. On the other side, the group of artifact forgers who had originally come for the Celestial Core now sighed in despair and hung their heads. At such a price, even if they emptied their entire fortunes, they still couldn't afford it. Hearing the mocking remarks and this astronomical price, the Martial Clan Elder's expression turned grim. Boy, your Cloud Clan doesn't even practice artifact forging. Why are you competing with my Martial Clan for this Celestial Core? If you were to cede it to me, I could, on behalf of the Martial Clan, promise to forge a greater magic weapon for your Cloud Clan free of charge. If things continued this way, even with all his wealth, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against this kid from the Cloud Clan. So he decided to show weakness and offer a favor. Little did he know the other party wouldn't appreciate it at all. The Cloud Clan's Inner Disciple let out a cold laugh. A greater magic weapon? Do you think I can't afford a greater magic weapon? If you can't afford it, get lost. Stop your damn nonsense. Those words were a complete slap in the face to the Martial Clan Elder. The Martial Clan Elder's face grew even more livid. I'll offer 150,000 spirit coins. Gritting his teeth, he named the highest price he could possibly offer. Any higher, and he simply couldn't afford it. Hearing this, the Cloud Clan Inner Disciple's cold smile grew even broader. Ha, I thought the Martial Clan Elder was some big shot. Looks like he's just average after all. 150,001 spirit coins. With a casual air, the Cloud Clan Inner Disciple announced his final bid. Clearly, he could tell the Martial Clan Elder was no longer able to raise the price any further. Since that was the case, he might as well save wherever he could. Plus, he could rub it in the old Martial Clan guy's face, a win-win situation. Besides, 150,000 spirit coins, that was still a painful blow to his wallet. Hearing the Cloud Clan Inner Disciple's words, the Martial Clan Elder nearly spat blood in rage. This guy. He was actually doing this on purpose to provoke him. The worst part was, he had no way to refute it. If he didn't bid high enough, this guy would surely keep bidding. But if he bid too high, the other party would simply walk away. Then he'd be left with no way out. Losing face himself wouldn't matter much, but the key issue was that it would tarnish the Martial Clan's reputation. Naturally, he wasn't about to invite trouble upon himself. In the end, the auction price for the Celestial Core settled at 150,001 spirit coins. 150,001 spirit coins. On the second floor, Chen and his two companions were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that this final Celestial Core would fetch such an astronomical price. 150,000. At that price, they could buy several top-tier greater magic weapons. The Celestial Core was truly terrifying. Of course, their gazes immediately turned to Zhao. Even more terrifying was their guild master, who had only been in office for a few days. Only 2 days had passed from the moment he made his decision until the auction officially began. Yet Zhao had already managed to acquire 5 treasures. And each of these treasures was more precious than the last. To secure so many treasures while under such a tight blockade by the Lunar Guild, such prowess was simply beyond their comprehension, leaving them utterly awestruck. No wonder Zhao said earlier that I'd understand once the auction began. So that's where his confidence came from. Shui exclaimed with genuine admiration. At the time, he hadn't taken Zhao's words seriously, assuming it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision much like his own a few days earlier. But now it seemed he was just trying to take credit for himself. How could he possibly compare to Zhao? Chen and Lin both nodded silently as well. At that moment, Zhao seemed to grow significantly in their eyes. His capabilities far surpassed even those of the former guild master, Lydian. Over on the other side, Xin's expression darkened almost instantly. 15,000 spirit coins. For his Lunar Guild, this sum wasn't enormous, but it was certainly no small amount. Moreover, with such a large sum of spirit coins falling into the hands of the Azure Guild, his plan had become even more difficult to execute. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, anger flashing in his eyes. City Lord Xiao, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't linger any longer. Xin didn't want to linger a single moment longer. He turned and led his men out of the second floor. Seeing this, Xiao made no move to stop him. As they descended the stairs, Xin's gaze fell upon Zhao on the stage. Coincidentally, Zhao's gaze also turned in his direction. Their eyes met. Xin shot Zhao a vicious glare, then stormed off in a huff. The Lunar Guild, is it? A faint smile played at the corner of Zhao's mouth, and a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. The auction came to a close, though many were still reluctant to leave. Although they didn't have the funds to bid on any of the items at this auction, they had already feasted their eyes to their heart's content. 2 magic weapons, 1 perfect grade artifact forging material. A power struggle between 2 major guilds. You don't get to see a spectacle like this every day. On the other hand, they gained a new perspective on the Azure Guild. Everyone says the Azure Guild is on its last legs, but judging by this, those rumors are way off the mark. Yeah, and that celestial core that closed the auction went for a staggering 150,001 spirit coins. The Azure Guild must have made a killing this time. I just wonder when the next auction will be. Forget it. I get the feeling this is just a last gasp for the Azure Guild. They managed to bring out so many great items this time, but there is no guarantee they'll do the same next time. You're right. Just think about the items the Azure Guild auctioned off before. Many people murmured among themselves. Seeing this, Zhao seized the moment to speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has come to a close. However, the next auction will be held in 10 days. We'll make a public announcement then, and we hope you'll all come out to support us. Whoa! As soon as Zhao said this, those who had previously doubted the Azure Guild's ability to hold another auction suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. That was a swift and unexpected slap in the face. Most, however, wore looks of excitement. Wow, they just wrapped up one auction, and there's another one in 10 days? No matter how you looked at it, the Azure Guild didn't seem like it was about to go under. But whether it went under or not didn't really matter to them. As far as they were concerned, just having a show to watch was enough. Before long, everyone in the auction hall had left. And with that, the first auction came to a close. But for Zhao, there was one final step left before it was truly over. That was the settlement. Zhao walked to the backstage area of the auction hall. This was the designated settlement area. Several people were already seated there, waiting. The Cloud Clan's true disciples and other bidders were prominently among them. Everyone, let us take it one by one. First up is the bidder for the Greater Mana Potion, with a winning bid of 6,500 spirit coins. Here you go. The rune stage expert who had won the bid waved his hand, and a bag filled with spirit coins landed on the table. After a quick count to confirm the amount was correct, Zhao handed the Greater Mana Potion to the buyer. It was a pleasure doing business with you. The rune stage expert turned and left. Next up was the iron body skill. Cash on delivery. 15,000 spirit coins were credited to his account. Zhao was practically beaming inside. Making money like this. It was just too fast. Getting something for free is so satisfying. Everything went smoothly. He handed over the Bloodblade and Soul Amulet as well. At the same time, 100,003 spirit coins found their way into Zhao's pockets. They were so full they were practically bursting. And yet, this wasn't even half of today's haul. The real big payoff was yet to come. The auction price for the Celestial Core. 150,100 spirit coins. No need to mention it, it's not like Li, can't afford it. The Cloud Clan's inner disciple stood up with a carefree air, cutting Zhao off. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a storage ring landed in front of Zhao. It contains 150,000 spirit coins. This storage ring is of the Xian grade, worth 3,000 spirit coins. Consider the extra 2,000 spirit coins a gift. Zhao raised an eyebrow slightly. System, will the value of this storage ring be included in the auction's total value? Yes. The system replied promptly. Zhao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had used the Celestial Core scrap to gold technique precisely to increase the total value of this auction, so he could earn even more generous rewards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this risk. Since it could be counted toward the total value, he naturally accepted it without hesitation. Li Zhenxuan is truly generous, we're all impressed. In 10 days, our Azure Guild will be holding another auction. If you're interested, Master Li Zhen might want to stop by. Zhao chuckled softly. Li, who had been about to leave, paused in his tracks. Oh? I'm not particularly interested in auctions, but if your guild has any divine flint, be sure to set some aside for me. We can work out the price in spirit coins or whatever. Li spoke up, his tone much more gentle now. Hearing this, Zhao nodded slightly. No problem. Li was in a hurry to leave. Zhao also told Ming, who was protecting him, to leave first. Zhao was left alone backstage. Zhao quickly counted the spirit coins in his storage ring. There were indeed 150,000 spirit coins. He tossed all the spirit coins from earlier into the storage ring as well. All told, he had earned a total of 275,500 spirit coins. Wow, my earnings for just one day are equivalent to nearly half a year's income for an entire clan. Zhao marveled inwardly. This pace of making money was simply off the charts. However, Zhao only gave the spirit coins he'd earned a casual glance and didn't pay them much mind. After all, the real focus wasn't here at all. Just then, the system notification sound finally rang out. Beep, auction successfully held, compiling data. The scale of this auction is rated C. The value of the auction items is rated B. The revenue generated from this auction is rated S. Overall, the average rating for this auction is a class. A series of sounds rang out. Zhao narrowed his eyes. In terms of scale, this auction had indeed been organized rather hastily, so all aspects were fairly average. As for the value of the items, since there were only a mere 5 treasures, while their value was still decent, their overall grade wasn't particularly high. Getting a B grade was already quite good. However, the proceeds exceeded expectations. An S grade was well deserved. And a grade evaluation, I wonder what kind of reward I'll get. Zhao wondered eagerly. The system's prompt sounded again. You have successfully hosted this auction and achieved an A grade evaluation. Your rewards are 1 Void Stage Assassin completely loyal to you, 1 Special Spiritual Herb, and 1 Spirit Gathering Array. Do you wish to claim them immediately? Upon hearing this, Zhao couldn't help but freeze in place. What? What did he just hear? The system actually rewarded him directly with a completely loyal Void Stage Assassin? A Void Stage Assassin. That's the Void Stage. What does that even mean? In the vast expanse of Moon City, even the strongest individuals were only at the rune stage. If we expand the scope to powerful sects, such as the Martial Clan or the Cloud Clan, the cultivation levels of their outer sect elders were at the rune stage. Even the inner sect elders are only at the core stage. Void stage. That's already a super powerful figure on par with a sect master. A powerhouse of this caliber could walk all over the entire Yen Empire. And now, such a formidable being is completely loyal to him. Moreover, this is a void stage assassin. What is an assassin? One who can take an enemy's head without a trace, employing mysterious and subtle methods, and is extremely skilled in assassination. If used properly, even if an ordinary void stage powerhouse were to provoke him, he could simply dispatch this assassin to eliminate them. This risk was well worth taking. Zhao was overjoyed. He even felt a twinge of regret. Had he known he'd receive such a generous reward, he should have auctioned off that crimson feather skill as well. That way, the item's appraised value would surely have been even higher. And he would have received an even more generous reward. To gain it is my fortune, to lose it is my fate. In any case, from now on I can act freely without having to live in constant fear. Zhao's eyes sparkled. Claim reward. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao chose to claim the reward. He was alone in the back room now, and he had long since locked the doors and windows, so he wasn't worried about being discovered by anyone else. The instant he confirmed the claim, Zhao felt a sudden weight in his hand. A long, rectangular box, about 3 feet in length, appeared in his hand. Zhao reached out and opened it. A system notification sounded in his ears. Special spiritual plant, blood-handed sacred rasher. Effect: upon consumption, it enhances cultivation aptitude. Its medicinal properties rejuvenate the entire body, granting the user complete immunity to all toxins. Zhao's pupils contracted. Wow! Not only does it enhance aptitude, but it also grants the user complete immunity to toxins. If a spiritual plant like this were put up for auction, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Yen Empire. It might even attract the attention of even more terrifying entities. System: can I put this up for auction? System rewards can be auctioned, but they will not be included in the appraisal. The system responded promptly. What about scrap to gold? System rewards and items processed through scrap to gold cannot be used in scrap to gold again. Hearing this, Zhao shook his head in resignation. Sure enough, exploiting bugs wasn't an option. What a shame. Although he didn't dare to put a divine elixir like the blood-handed sacred Lingji up for auction just yet. There would be opportunities in the future. If he could auction it off, he dared not even imagine what astronomical price it would fetch. At that time, both the proceeds and the appraisal value of the auction items would reach S rank. The rewards he could earn would undoubtedly be even more substantial. But as things stood now, that path was no longer viable. But it doesn't matter. Zhao gathered his thoughts and looked at his other hand, where a burlap sack had suddenly appeared. Inside were an array disc and some other miscellaneous materials. These were the materials and the array disc needed to set up the spirit gathering array. As for the method of setting it up, it had already come to mind. If he wanted to, he could set up the spirit gathering array at any moment. That's quite convenient. Zhao nodded with satisfaction, but he wasn't in a hurry to set up the spirit gathering array. After putting the spirit gathering array away, Zhao finally looked up. Standing before him was a towering middle-aged man, as massive as a small mountain. The man wore a black mask and black armor. His muscles bulged, making him look as if he were cast from iron. Just standing there, he exuded an intangible sense of pressure. Greetings, Master. The middle-aged man, seeing Zhao look up at him, immediately dropped to one knee and bowed. No need to be so formal. What is your name? Zhao waved his hand and asked. This subordinate has no name. Hearing this, Zhao pondered for a moment. Then from now on, I'll call you Tai. Take my surname Zhao Tai. Yes, Master. Although the name was a bit corny. Zhao Tai clearly didn't mind. He clasped his hands in a bow and agreed. By the way, don't call me master from now on, call me chairman. Yes, chairman. Zhao Tai obeyed without the slightest hesitation. Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he had some troublesome matters he needed to take to Ming to handle. Now that he had Tai, things would naturally be much more convenient. Tai, there is something I need you to handle for me. Zhao immediately instructed Tai. Tai listened intently to every word Zhao spoke. Finally, he clasped his hands together forcefully and said, Chairman, Tai will definitely complete the mission. You may go. Yes. Whoosh. A black shadow flashed by. When he looked again, Tai's figure had already vanished. The doors and windows were still securely locked. It was as if Tai had never been there at all. Wow, is this the power of a void stage expert? That's truly terrifying. Seeing this, Zhao couldn't help but marvel at the power of a void stage expert. Coming and going like the wind, treating doors and walls as if they were nothing. If a void stage expert really wanted to pry into his affairs, it seemed this wall wouldn't be able to stop anything. Zhao stretched. Tai's side is definitely taken care of, but I still need to make some arrangements with the Merchants Guild. With that, he stood up, opened the door, and walked out. The auction house's council chamber. Shan and the other two were standing there. Just like 3 days ago, their faces were filled with anxiety. The only difference was, last time, they were restless and anxious. This time, they were waiting with eager anticipation. Why isn't the chairman here yet? I've been dying to find out how exactly did the chairman pull this off. How should I know? We'll find out as soon as the chairman arrives. The three chattered away non-stop. Their voices were brimming with excitement and anticipation. It seems the three of you have been waiting for me for quite some time. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Zhao's voice drifted over softly. The three hurriedly looked up as Zhao walked toward them at a steady, unhurried pace. Chairman, you're finally here. Don't say that, Chairman. It's not that you kept us waiting, it's that we arrived too early. The three greeted him with beaming smiles. Taking turns to flatter and praise him, they escorted Zhao into the council chamber. Chairman, without further ado, I apologize for my offense 2 days ago. I, old Shui, was blind to your extraordinary abilities. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Shui spoke first, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Zhao. Seeing this, Chen and Lin also spoke up to apologize. Guildmaster, I, old Chen, feel the same way. At the time, I had no idea your skills were so extraordinary. I was truly narrow-minded. Please forgive me. Me too. The three men's apologies were extremely sincere. They were apologizing from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao's earlier display at the auction, where he had stunned the entire crowd by producing 5 treasures in quick succession, had completely won them over. Naturally, they were now utterly in awe of this newly appointed guild master. Originally, this auction was supposed to be the Azure Guild's swan song. But now, it had become the first step in the Azure Guild's rise. How could they not respect and admire him? That is only human nature. I won't hold it against you. Thank you for your forgiveness, Guild Master. The three thanked him in unison. Let us sit down and talk. Yes. At Zhao's word, the three took their seats below. They waited silently for Zhao to speak. I imagine you're all curious as to why I've been able to produce so many treasures in such a short time. Zhao spoke slowly. The three immediately nodded in unison, their eyes fixed on Zhao as they eagerly awaited his answer. However, I can't answer that question just yet. All you need to know is that I now have my own channels for obtaining treasures. Zhao said calmly. Disappointment flashed across their faces. But they quickly recovered. After all, they understood that such matters were bound to be top secret. Even if Zhao wanted to tell them, they wouldn't dare listen. It wasn't until they heard Zhao's explanation later that they looked as if a light bulb had gone off. Sure enough, Zhao did have his own special channels. Otherwise, it would indeed be hard to explain the origins of those treasures. President, at the end of the auction, you said there would be another one in 10 days. Have you already acquired another batch of items? Shui asked. Not yet, but it won't be long. Zhao replied calmly. The three of them were taken aback. Announcing another auction before preparations were even complete? Their new chairman was truly confident. However, they had no intention of questioning this. On the contrary, they had complete faith in Zhao's decision. Chairman, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. The three of us will go through fire and water for you even unto death. Chen immediately stood up and clasped his hands in a bow. His sincerity was deeply moving. Seeing this, Lin also stood up, but realized he hadn't finished what he was about to say, so he could only add, "Me too." Zhao couldn't help but smile. Come to think of it, there are indeed a few matters I need you to handle. Chairman, please speak. The three straightened their expressions and replied in unison. Zhao said nothing, but instead tossed a storage ring onto the table. This contains 120,000 spirit coins. Uncle Chen and Uncle Lin, each of you take a share to purchase various treasures. There is no limit to the number of treasures you may purchase, but their quality must not be lower than rare rank. Zhao spoke slowly. These words, however, left the three men before him looking taken aback. This guild master, please reconsider. That's right. The Lunar Guild is still blocking our supply channels. While 150,000 spirit coins is a large sum, if we spend it all on items of rare rank or higher, we'll likely have to pay far more than the market price. Rather than wasting spirit coins this way, perhaps the guild master should use them through special channels to acquire even better treasures. That would be a safer approach. The three spoke up one after another, trying to dissuade him. After all, Zhao's move was essentially giving money away. The Lunar Guild's primary tactic for blocking the Azure Guild's supply channels was to use its connections and vast wealth to coerce and bribe those suppliers, preventing them from selling items to the Azure Guild at normal prices. If they wanted to buy, they'd have to pay far more spirit coins than the market price. It was a total rip-off. Now that the Azure Guild had finally managed to turn things around through this auction, to squander spirit coins like this is simply not a wise move. Hearing this, Zhao chuckled softly. Playing it safe? If we played it safe and everything, there wouldn't have been an auction like this today, nor would the Azure Guild have managed to pull itself back from the brink. The Azure Guild would have long since become Lunar Guild's prey. Zhao's words instantly silenced the three of them. All three of you are veteran members of my Azure Guild. Your loyalty to the Azure Guild is as clear as day and night, there is no need to question it. That is precisely why I'm telling you all this. It's understandable for a guild to prioritize stability after its growth phase, but the Azure Guild is now at a make or break moment. To still be thinking only of stability at this juncture is to become complacent and invite our own destruction. As for my plans, while they may indeed seem a bit reckless to you, I have my own reasons. The reason he was sharing this with the three of them was precisely because Zhao trusted them. That was why he needed to realign their thinking. It would make it easier to get things done moving forward. Otherwise, every time he made a decision, his subordinates would have to question it. In that case, it would be better not to do anything at all. We'd just end up debating it endlessly. So the primary goal, naturally, was to unify their thinking first. Zhao's words served as a wake-up call for the three of them. Chen was the first to stand up. His expression was solemn. The guild master is right. We really have been regressing with age. The very survival of the Azure Guild hangs in the balance, yet we're hesitating and afraid of death. It seemed he was recalling the days when the Azure Guild was first founded, when he, too, had been a young man brimming with passion. How had they become so cowardly and afraid of death? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Lin's eyes flashed with passion. He stood up in agreement. That's right. We've been blinded by a single leaf, unable to see the bigger picture. Chairman, we'll set out immediately. With these 60,000 spirit coins, I'll do my absolute best to acquire as many rare rank or higher treasures as possible. Me too. With their blood boiling, the two bowed to Zhao one after another, then turned and left without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao finally smiled with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to Shui. As for Elder Shui, here are another 20,000 spirit coins. I need you to find someone to completely revamp our Azure Guild and expand its scale as much as possible. Shui was momentarily taken aback. But he showed no sign of objection. He immediately clasped his hands in a bow and replied, "No problem, Guild Master. Old Shui, will certainly do my utmost." I'll leave it to you, then." Shui turned and left. Zhao withdrew his gaze. He naturally trusted these three guild elders. With Tai around, he had no fear that the three of them would pocket the spirit coins. Now, all that's left is to wait. With that, Zhao set off for his residence. He pulled the Crimson Feather skill manual from his robe. He'd been so busy with the auction that he hadn't had time to practice. Now that he had some free time, it was time to begin his cultivation. One's cultivation is the foundation of everything. Although he now had Tai by his side and felt confident, there were always stronger opponents out there, and even the Void stage wasn't invincible. Moreover, even with Tai's protection, he couldn't let his own strength fall behind. Otherwise, if something were to go wrong with Tai or if it were restricted, wouldn't he be like fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others? One must be strong in one's own right. Zhao understood this principle well. With that in mind, Zhao opened the skill manual and began to read it carefully. Outside the auction house, Shen and the other two stood at the entrance and exchanged glances. Their emotions had calmed down considerably by now. After all, they were all nearly 60 years old. Their youthful fervor couldn't last forever. Sai, even though the guild master is very confident, I still think he is being too reckless. Yeah, spending a fortune on rare rank or higher treasures is fine, but the problem is that if we put them up for auction afterward, we won't make any money. Could it be that the guild master is trying to buy fame? Shui couldn't help but speculate. That's not buying fame, it's clearly ruining his reputation. Chen shot Shui a withering glance. Shui suddenly understood. That's right. Although rare rank treasures are quite valuable, they clearly pale in comparison to the treasures Zhao auctioned off today. People's expectations will only keep rising. The treasures sold at today's Qingyun auction were simply staggering. The items put up at the auction 10 days from now naturally couldn't fall too far short. Even mid-tier rare rank items might not be good enough, they'd have to be at least high-tier rare rank, right? But high-tier rare rank treasures, those don't come cheap. Never mind. The guild master's decisions are beyond our understanding, we'll just follow his lead. Chen shook his head. He still had a lot of confidence in Zhao. After all, under Zhao's leadership, their Azure Guild had already gained a little breathing room. If the auction in 10 days goes well again, then their Azure Guild will be able to firmly establish itself in Moon City. Then they won't have to worry too much about the Lunar Guild's blockade. Once their reputation grows, people will naturally bring items to them on their own. By then, even if the Lunar Guild wanted to impose a blockade, they wouldn't be able to. You're right. Let us get to work. I still need to make arrangements to renovate and expand the auction hall. Shui remarked with a sigh. This caught Shenlin off guard. Renovate and expand the auction hall? This time, they didn't say much about it. The Azure Guild had once been the very place where the Azure Guild first made its name. But after the Azure Guild grew in size and strength, its members had moved on to develop other towns. They hadn't done much to renovate the Azure Guild headquarters. So its scale was indeed not very large. They had originally planned to renovate and expand it. But not long after, that incident happened. That's a good thing. Go ahead and make the arrangements, Shen said instinctively. Shui nodded repeatedly in agreement. The three parted ways and went about their respective tasks. 2 days later. Moon City. The main hall of the Lunar Guild headquarters. Qin was reclining in a rocking chair. His eyes were half closed, he appeared to be taking a nap. However, his breathing was slightly erratic, clearly indicating he was quite restless. Report. Suddenly, a passionate voice rang out from outside the door. Come in. Qin didn't open his eyes as he called out. A scout immediately walked in. He clasped his hands and knelt halfway on the ground. Reporting to the Grand Elder, we've investigated the Azure Guild and found no factions trading with them, nor any records of transactions involving the Azure Guild. What about Zhao's side? Qin didn't seem surprised and immediately asked another question. Zhao has been staying in Moon City these past few days and hasn't left, so we haven't uncovered any information. Upon hearing this, Qin sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed. That shouldn't be possible. No matter how secretive Zhao's transactions were, he would have left some trace. He sent men to turn nearly the entire Moon City upside down, yet they found absolutely no evidence of any transactions. Strange. This is just too strange. Wait, continue the investigation by looking into the low-level, unremarkable underlings working for Zhao. Qin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke up. The spy immediately acknowledged the order and left. This time, Qin didn't even close his eyes, he paced back and forth in the courtyard, waiting anxiously. Finally, as dusk began to fall, the scout returned with news. Grand Elder, we've found something. Qin's eyes lit up instantly, and he swept his sleeve. Speak. There's a servant who specializes in cleaning around Zhao. I hear he was only recently hired, but just a moment ago, Zhao summoned him in secret. It seems he was making some kind of arrangement. The scout recounted the details in full. Hearing this, Qin believed he had seized Zhao's Achilles' heel, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Have you found out what the matter was? Not yet, but it seems this servant intends to slip out of the city under cover of night tonight. I've already assigned men to tail him. We should have word shortly. Excellent, excellent. Qin's face flushed with excitement, and he beamed with a broad smile. Now I've finally got him. Elder, why don't you go rest for a while? I'll wake you when we have news, the spy said, noticing the weariness in Qin's eyes. Qin, however, waved his hand in refusal. As if. At such a critical moment, how could he possibly sleep? Time flew by. In the middle of the night, at the hour of evening, news finally arrived from Moon City. The scout, aware of Qin's anxiety, immediately reported. The details have been thoroughly investigated. That servant took advantage of the late-night quiet to make a deal with a mysterious figure clad in black robes on the outskirts of the Bright Moon Mountains near Moon City. The exact nature of the transaction remains unknown. Upon hearing this, Qin burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Zhao, oh Zhao, you just couldn't keep it hidden after all. I found you, didn't I? Just as he had expected. This must be Zhao's secret source of goods. He'd hidden it so deeply if Qin hadn't caught on, Zhao might very well have kept it a secret forever. Excellent. Send someone down immediately. During our next transaction, have them step in and buy out that mysterious figure's entire shipment at a high price, ensuring he can't sell anything to the Azure Guild. Yes, sir. I'll handle it right away. Once the scout had left, Qin reclined in his lounge chair, a smile spreading across his face. Now that I've seized this secret supply source as well, I'll see just what other tricks the Azure Guild has up its sleeve. You want to hold another auction? I think that's a pipe dream. Smiling to himself, Qin drifted off into a deep, satisfied sleep. In his dream, he had already completely taken over the Azure Guild. Zhao knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness, his face etched with despair. The smile on Qin's lips grew wider and wider, uncontrollably. Early morning. Moon City. Azure Guild Auction House. Zhao sat upright in his room, the windows and doors tightly shut. Ha! Zhao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his brow slightly furrowed. My comprehension still isn't high enough. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of resignation flashing in their depths. He looked once more at the crimson feather skill manual in his hand. This skill was a rare rank greater, so cultivating it would naturally be somewhat difficult. But Zhao hadn't expected it to be this obscure and difficult to understand. He had been cultivating it for 2 days straight, yet hadn't even mastered the first layer. He still hadn't even broken through the initial barrier. Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. This was not good news for him. Beep. The greater mana potion you auctioned off has been used. You have received a 1/10 refund reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation points and distributed. The message that suddenly rang in his ears made Zhao freeze in surprise. What is going on? After hearing the message clearly, Zhao was stunned. What? I can actually get a refund for something I auctioned off? Zhao took a deep breath. Before he could think any further, a surge of mana welled up from his dantian. The concentration of this mana far exceeded that of the mana normally found in his dantian. This was clearly not something he could have obtained through his own cultivation and refinement. As the mana entered his body, it didn't even require Zhao to consciously refine it sank directly into his dantian and became part of his cultivation base. Pop! A crisp sound seemed to come from within Zhao's body. Zhao was stunned. Because at that very moment, his cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit stage. Whoa! Zhao was dumbfounded. This golden finger of mine really is incredibly powerful. Zhao had already thought his system was quite powerful. After all, right after the first auction ended, it had given him a completely loyal void stage assassin. That had filled him with confidence. But it turned out he had still underestimated the system. If the items I auction off are used by others, will I still get a refund? Zhao gasped in amazement. This was just too absurd. Yes, master. The system replied promptly. While overjoyed, Zhao also thought of a question and couldn't help but ask. Is there a limit to the number of times I can get a return? If there were no limit, Zhao could completely ignore the value of the auctioned items and simply keep auctioning off the elixirs he currently needed. This way, he could continuously improve his cultivation level. After all, what the auction actually returns is cultivation. This is much faster than cultivating on his own. Thinking of this, Zhao seemed to have found a broad and smooth path to rapidly growing stronger. Yes, master. There is a limit to the number of returns. At your current cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the spirit stage, you are allowed 10 returns. You currently have 9 remaining. The system's words instantly brought Zhao back to reality. So there really is a limit and it's only a measly 10 times? Zhao couldn't help but sigh. 10 times wouldn't that be gone after just 2 auctions? He'd have to think carefully about what to auction off after that. Don't worry, master. The number of returns will reset when you break through to a major realm, and it will increase slightly at that time. Hearing this, Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It can be reset, and it can even increase. That's not bad. Wait, can I choose which auction items to return? Or does the system automatically return everything that's been auctioned off? The return is determined the moment you choose to auction an item. Hearing this, Zhao furrowed his brow. So, even though I still have 9 return attempts left, I actually only have 5 left? After all, he'd already auctioned off 5 items the first time. And this greater mana potion had only just been returned. If the auctioneer hasn't used the auctioned item yet, the return count 1 be consumed. Hearing this, Zhao nodded slightly. In other words, there was a chance to get a return on any item auctioned off, it just depended on which one was used first. If he wanted to manage this, he'd have to start with the items he auctioned off. Either way, this feature is really great. I just wonder what kind of return rewards the skill, the magic weapon, and that celestial core will bring me? Zhao looked pensive, though a hint of anticipation couldn't help but show in his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from outside the door. Young master, the servant you sent out has returned and is currently in the council chamber. It was Tai's voice. I see. Zhao got up and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He had no intention of wasting any more time on cultivation. He'd been cultivating non-stop for 2 days straight, yet hadn't he made the slightest bit of progress. The greater mana potion he bought at the auction had granted him a return reward, allowing him to break through 2 cultivation realms in a row. Compared to that, why bother cultivating at all? Unless I can get my hands on some treasures that enhance my innate talent in the future, there is really no point in wasting time on cultivation. Zhao mused to himself. He immediately opened the door and headed toward the council chamber. Outside the door, Tai had long since vanished. The council chamber. A slight man dressed in coarse hemp robes was pacing back and forth, looking somewhat restless. Before long, the doors to the council hall swung open. Zhao walked in. Honorable Chairman, you're here. I've completed the task you assigned me. Here are the goods I purchased. The slender man hurriedly removed a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Zhao. Well done. Go see Elder Shui later to claim your reward. Zhao took the cloth bag and remarked casually. Thank you, Chairman, for your generosity. I don't wish to disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now. The slight man's face was full of gratitude, and he immediately turned and left the council chamber. However, no sooner had the slight man left the hall than 2 familiar figures strode in. Chairman, who was that man just now? The first to speak was Chen, his face full of astonishment. Why would the president suddenly be meeting with an unfamiliar servant? But as soon as he stepped inside, his gaze fell on the cloth bag in Zhao's hand. Instantly, his words trailed off. As if he'd just realized something, his pupils suddenly contracted. President, the first batch of goods has been purchased, huh? Old Chen, what are you doing standing at the door? Lin walked in, about to report, but seeing Chen standing frozen at the doorway, he was instantly puzzled. Noticing this, Zhao smiled and spoke first. It seems we can't hide anything from Uncle Chen after all. That's right. That young servant just now was someone I arranged. These treasures I sent him to procure them all. Zhao waved the cloth bag in his hand. It jingled inside. Chairman, you shouldn't have told us. Chen immediately stepped forward with a worried expression and said earnestly, this matter is top secret. The fewer people who know, the better. It's best if only you know. There is no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. If the Lunar Guild finds out, they'll stop at nothing to seize or even destroy the secret source of goods you have. Seeing Chen so anxious, Lin finally caught on. So the errand boy they just passed by was the one the guild master had sent to buy these treasures. He immediately stepped forward in a panic, saying much the same as Chen. Most of their advice was aimed at persuading Zhao to quickly change the transaction location or switch intermediaries. Seeing this, Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Both men were so vigilant they were clearly capable individuals. Rest assured, gentlemen. I've naturally given this matter careful consideration. The Lunar Guild will never be able to cut off this secret supply line. A confident smile spread across Zhao's face. Hearing this, Chen and Lin exchanged glances. In the past, they certainly wouldn't have believed it. But having learned from past mistakes, they were thoroughly convinced by Zhao's words. However, while they were convinced, the two still harbored some lingering concerns. All right, let us set that aside for now. Bring out the first batch of goods you've procured so we can take a look. Upon hearing Zhao's words, the group naturally didn't say much more and each pulled a storage ring from their robes. Chairman, this time I sent someone to the neighboring Qinglan city. It cost over 33,000 spirit coins, and we purchased at a premium 1 entry-level magic weapon, 3 third-grade spirit cultivation pills, 1 rare rank lesser skill, and 1 rare rank lesser body technique. Chen spoke up first. His face was a picture of pain. Over 17,000 spirit coins. And that's all he got for it. An entry-level magic weapon typically sells for between 3,000 and 4,000 spirit coins on the market. He spent a full 6,000 spirit coins on it. Zhuling pills are the same grade as greater mana potions, yet their effects are even inferior to those of greater mana potions. Its market price was also around 4,000 spirit coins. But these 3 spirit cultivation pills had cost him 15,000 spirit coins. The rare rank lesser skill and the body art cost the same 6,000 spirit coins each, totaling 12,000 spirit coins. It could be said that every single item was nearly twice the market price. This was an absolute rip-off. He spent so many spirit coins, only to bring back this pile of junk, not a single rare rank average item among them. Chen hung his head low, fully prepared to be berated by Zhao. But when he heard Zhao's response, the latter remained completely calm. It was as if he wasn't surprised at all. Not bad. Zhao spoke casually, reaching out to take the ordinary storage ring containing the goods from Chen's hand. Chen was taken aback. Guildmaster, don't you think this is a total rip-off? We've really been taken for a ride here. Every single item is twice the market price. Those guys in Qinglan City are all secretly mocking our Azure Guild. Chen's expression turned bitter. I saw this coming, but don't worry, Uncle Chen, these treasures you bought are well worth the price, Zhao said with a reassuring smile. Hearing this, Chen was even more dumbfounded. These things well worth the price? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out in what way they were worth the price. You'll understand in time. Zhao showed no intention of explaining further. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Uncle Lin, what about you? Zhao turned to Lin standing beside him. Lin immediately clasped his hands and spoke. This time, I went to Yunshan City in the north. Although it's also under blockade by the Lunar Guild, the situation isn't as severe as it is over at Old Chen's. I spent a total of 20,000 spirit coins to purchase, at a premium, a rare rank lesser skill, a third-grade spirit herb, the green spirit herb, as well as a piece of immortal wood of unknown origin and a treasure map of questionable authenticity. The skill cost 7,000 spirit coins, the Qingling grass cost 3,000 spirit coins, that piece of wood cost 5,000 spirit coins, and the treasure map cost 6,000 spirit coins. No sooner had Lin finished speaking than Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Old Lin, are you out of your mind? He originally thought he'd already been taken for a ride buying all that junk. But he never expected. The things Lin had bought weren't even as good as his own. The skill and the blue spirit grass are quite a bit cheaper than what I bought, but how could you bring yourself to spend so many spirit coins on that immortal wood of unknown origin and a treasure map of dubious authenticity? Chen beat his chest in frustration. He originally thought Lin might have managed to snag some real treasures. But he never imagined that he'd end up buying this stuff. Those crooked merchants wouldn't get out of bed for a profit. If that immortal wood and the treasure map were actually valuable, how could they possibly be selling them? And at such a bargain price, no less? Aren't they obviously taking you for a sucker? Hearing this, Lin seemed to realize it too. He let out a wistful sigh. Actually, I know they're treating me like a sucker, but I had no choice but to take a gamble. 60,000 spirit coins is certainly a lot, but with the Lunar Guild South blockade in place, it's practically impossible to buy anything truly valuable. That's why I thought I'd try to snag a bargain. I know these old foxes will investigate the origin and purpose of these goods thoroughly. They'll never let anyone snag a bargain easily. But do we really have a choice right now? If we bet right and a true treasure turns up among this pile of stuff, then we'll have a bit more confidence at the auction in a few days. That way, we won't have to put all the pressure on the guildmaster, Lin said with utmost sincerity. Hearing this, Chen immediately understood. His expression grew complex. Old Lin, I'm sorry. I misjudged you. As longtime friends, Chen immediately bowed his hands in apology upon realizing he'd misjudged the situation. It's fine. After all, these spirit coins are crucial to the Azure Guild. If I were in your shoes, I'd have done the same. I wouldn't want to risk them on something like this. Lin waved his hand dismissively, not the least bit bothered. Uncle Lin, thank you for your hard work. Zhao's face was lit with a smile. Zhao still maintained a certain level of respect for these two elders. After all, they were indeed capable and had keen insight. Lin's move, in particular, left Zhao very satisfied. Those 20,000 spirit coins were well spent. These items are very important to me. Zhao patted Lin on the shoulder in appreciation. It is our duty to ease the chairman's burdens. Lin immediately clasped his hands in a bow and offered a compliment. Zhao held the two storage rings in his hand, examined them briefly, and was quite satisfied. Well, that wraps things up for now. All we need to do next is wait for Elder Shui to settle matters at the auction house. With that, Zhao turned to leave. Seeing this, Chen and Lin were taken aback. It's over? Hadn't it just begun? Chairman, what do you mean? This is only the first batch of goods. If things go smoothly, we can still purchase a second and third batch. The two hurriedly said. Zhao merely smiled and waved his hand. No, it's already over. With that, Zhao left. Chen and Lin exchanged glances. They quickly realized something, and their pupils contracted. They immediately left. Before long, the two met up again. Their expressions looked rather grim. That damn Lunar Guild. We barely started buying up supplies, and those heartless bastards have already imposed a blockade. Just moments ago, their subordinates had sent word. Merchants in Qinglan City and Yunsan City had all received a notice from the Lunar Guild. From now on, for any goods the Azure Guild wanted to sell, they'd have to pay at least triple the price or even more. This was nothing short of extortion. Chen and Lin were furious. After regaining their composure for a moment, Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. No wonder the guild master said it was over earlier. So he already anticipated the Lunar Guild's interference? Given the Lunar Guild's tactics, it's only natural they step in this quickly. What should we do now? Lin asked anxiously. Didn't the guild master say? Just wait. Recalling Zhao's composed demeanor from earlier as if he'd been influenced by it, Chen spread his hands, appearing much more composed himself. Besides, doesn't the guild master have a hidden supply source? So there's no need to panic. Seeing this, Lin nodded. That made sense. As long as the guild master's hidden supply didn't run into trouble, it wouldn't affect the core of their operations. After all, the lion's share was over there. Zhao returned to his room alone. Without wasting a moment, he locked the doors and windows and took out two storage rings. With a flick of his wrist, the goods Chen and Lin had purchased this time had already been laid out by Zhao on the wooden table in front of him. One entry-level magic weapon, 3 third-grade spirit cultivating pills, one each of a rare rank lesser skill, and body technique, 1 third-grade green spirit herb, 1 piece of immortal wood, and 1 treasure map. If he needed to scrap to gold all of these items, it would take 10 attempts. And now, it had only been 3 days since the last auction. Zhao had accumulated no more than 6 scrap to gold opportunities. 6 attempts. Which items should I choose? Zhao began to hesitate. According to his plan, it was impossible to put all 10 of these items up for auction next time. They had other uses as well. Just as he was wavering, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Beep. The iron body skill you auctioned off has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into skill experience and distributed. Hearing this, Zhao's eyes lit up. The iron body skill had been used? But skill experience? Zhao paused for a moment. The greater mana potion he auctioned off returned cultivation level. But the iron body skill, it actually gave skill experience? But does this skill experience refer to the iron body skill's own skill experience? If that's really the case, then it's kind of useless. After all, he hadn't cultivated the iron body skill. Just as he was pondering this, a virtual screen as transparent as water suddenly appeared before Zhao's eyes. Host, Zhao. Age, 22. Cultivation level, Spirit Stage, 3rd tier. Skills: Normal rank greater Spirit Gathering Art Beginner 12,300, Rare rank greater Crimson Feather Skill Not Yet Begun 23,500. Skills: Normal rank greater Dragon Tiger Fist Beginner 52,300. Currently available skill experience: 0 points can be used to master skills, create original skills. Currently available skill experience: 1000 points can be used to master skills, create original skills. Currently available artifact fragments: 0 points can be used to upgrade weapons, create weapons. Currently available universal stones: none. Upon seeing the panel that appeared before him, Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. There was a lot of information to process. But Zhao quickly understood. Whoa! So if a skill is returned from an auction, I'll get skill experience and skill experience. And if it's a weapon or something similar that's auctioned off, the return will be these weapon fragments? Zhao's eyes lit up even brighter. These things are incredibly useful. Not only can they be used to upgrade skills or weapons, but they can also be used to create custom skills and even custom weapons. This is absolutely insane. Does that mean, in the future, I'll be able to create my own skills and weapons? Zhao's face lit up with excitement. Then Zhao instinctively tapped the Create Skill option. Sorry, Master. You don't have enough skill experience. Creating even the lowest tier normal rank lesser skill requires 10,000 skill experience points. Zhao. Alright, never mind. Just creating the lowest tier normal rank lesser skill actually requires that much skill experience. That's a bit of a ripoff. Of course, on second thought, it wasn't actually that much. Take the Iron Body skill he auctioned off, for example. Auctioning off a single rare rank average skill yields 1000 skill experience points. He'd only need to auction off 10 rare rank average skills to create a normal rank lesser skill. Never mind. Zhao put aside the idea of creating his own skills for the time being. He tried clicking on Create Weapon again. His eyes lit up at the result. Forging a lesser standard weapon requires 1 material fragment. Only 1? Zhao couldn't wait and clicked on it again. This time, he changed the weapon tier he wanted to craft. Forging a lesser magic weapon requires 10 material fragments. Holy crap! Zhao's eyes widened. A lesser magic weapon only requires 10 material fragments? Is it really that cheap? Although Zhao didn't yet know how many material fragments he could get back by auctioning off a magic weapon. Compared to skills and skill ideas that often cost tens of thousands, the cost of creating a magic weapon was ridiculously low. By the way, system, can I auction off the weapons or skills I've created myself? Zhao suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Sorry, Master. You can earn some profit through auctions, but this profit won't be included in the final tally. Zhao wasn't surprised by the system's reply. After all, these self-created items were entirely produced by the system. Naturally, they couldn't be counted twice. But what exactly are those universal stones in the last column? Zhao shook his head, having no clue about them. However, Zhao already had a plan in mind. He immediately reached out and used scrap to gold on several items on the table one after another. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold. You have obtained a 5th grade breakthrough potion. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold. You have obtained a 5th grade breakthrough potion. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold. You have obtained a 5th grade breakthrough potion. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold. You have obtained an epic rank lesser skill, the art of the 3000 weak waters. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold. You have obtained a 5th grade purple spirit herb. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold. You have obtained a perfect magic weapon, violet blade. 6 notification sounds rang out in quick succession. A gleam of astonishment flashed in Zhao's eyes. Wow! He couldn't help but exclaim, wow! The rewards from this scrap to gold were simply mind-blowing. 3 third-rank spirit cultivation pills had instantly transformed into 3 fifth-rank breakthrough potions. These potions were incredibly precious if word got out that he possessed a full 3 of them. It would surely attract countless core stage experts. After all, breakthrough potions are incredibly rare cultivation elixirs for core stage experts. The difficulty of refining them is 100 times greater than that of greater mana potions. Their rarity goes without saying. On top of that, there was an epic rank skill. The 3000 weak waters technique. Tisk, TSK, TSK. An epic rank skill. If word of this got out, it might even attract void stage experts. Take the Cloud clan, for example. The major elders within the clan cultivate skills that are, for the most part, merely rare rank lesser skills. As for the more powerful rune stage experts, they might barely manage to obtain a rare rank average skill. Very few elders can get their hands on a rare rank greater skill. That is something only the deputy sect master or even the sect master is qualified to cultivate. As for an epic rank skill, even the sect master might not possess one. Its rarity is far beyond what a breakthrough potion can compare to. As for the purple spirit herb, it is incredibly precious. However, its rarity naturally still pales in comparison to that of an epic rank skill. It's just slightly more valuable than a breakthrough potion. Its function is similar to that of a breakthrough potion. It's a resource required for core stage cultivators to advance. And that final perfect magic weapon made Zhao beam with joy. This really is a bountiful harvest. With this, the plan should proceed smoothly. With that in mind, Zhao didn't hesitate for a moment and called out softly. Tai. That night, the moon was hidden and the wind howled. The night air was slightly cool, with gentle breezes as delicate as a young girl's slender fingers occasionally brushing past. At the entrance to a somewhat secluded valley, a slender figure was looking around warily, advancing with great caution. He was the servant Zhao had sent to conduct the transaction with the mysterious figure. The servant was extremely nervous, as if terrified of being discovered. His gaze darted constantly from side to side. Upon reaching the agreed-upon spot, a look of confusion crossed the servant's face. The mysterious figure he was supposed to meet was nowhere to be found. Did I get the time wrong? The servant was a bit bewildered, but he still hunched his shoulders and decided to wait a little longer. At the same time, in a grove not far away, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them wore a black robe and a black mask that concealed his features. He exuded an air of mystery from head to toe. He was the mysterious figure who was supposed to meet with the errand boy. Standing opposite him was a young man dressed in tight-fitting black attire. Judging by his appearance, he was clearly a member of the Lunar Guild. "Why are you blocking my path?" the mysterious figure asked calmly. "My colleague, you're here to make a deal with the Azure Guild, aren't you?" The Lunar Guild scout flashed a friendly smile. "Don't you know the Azure Guild is on the decline? Their guild might not even be able to afford what you're offering." The mysterious figure's tone remained completely unruffled by the scout's words. "Whether they can afford it or not, what is it to you?" The scout's expression stiffened. He'd been planning to disparage the Azure Guild as much as possible first, so he could drive down the price and snatch the steal away from them. But now it seemed like this was going to be a tricky situation. After a moment's thought, he got straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush. I'm with the Lunar Guild. Our Grand Elder has set his sights on the goods you have. That's why he sent me to make contact with you. The price is negotiable. No matter how much the Azure Guild offers, we at the Lunar Guild can offer you 3 times that amount. What do you say?" After speaking, the scout fixed his gaze intently on the mysterious man's eyes, trying to detect even the slightest flicker of emotion. But he saw not the slightest flicker. The mysterious figure's gaze remained as calm and unconcerned as ever. This made the scout feel a bit uncertain. Just as he was about to speak again, the mysterious figure spoke first. "Does the Lunar Guild want what I'm carrying?" "That's right." The scout's eyes lit up and looked promising, and he quickly nodded. "How much do you want?" Everything. The scout made his decision on the spot. The Grand Elder had given clear instructions: he must completely sever the connection between the Azure Guild and this mysterious figure. Only then could they take down the Azure Guild. So, naturally, he couldn't allow the mysterious figure to continue trading with the Azure Guild. Everything? The mysterious figure's voice rose slightly. That's right. Price is negotiable. Although the Lunar Guild Ascent, the largest merchant guild in the Yen Empire, were still among the top 10 in terms of wealth. At this point, the scout looked confident and proud. The mysterious figure chuckled softly. Can you even afford it? The moment the words left his mouth, the mysterious figure flipped his palm. A book appeared. The scout stared at it and nearly wet himself. It was actually an epic rank lesser skill book. This. The scout's lips began to tremble. Just who was this mysterious figure, anyway? He pulled out an epic rank lesser skill without so much as a word. After all, skills of this caliber could be counted on one hand throughout the entire northern province. Even the major sects might not possess more than a few copies. And this mysterious figure had just pulled it out offhand. The value of a single epic rank lesser skill was indeed astronomical. The Lunar Guild could certainly afford to buy it. But it would cost them a fortune. Most crucially, this was just one item. Who knew what other treasures the mysterious figure might be carrying? If he brought them all out, the Lunar Guild might not even be able to afford it. The scout looked troubled. Friend, I'm curious, why are you trading with the Azure Guild? As far as I know, the Azure Guild is in dire straits. They shouldn't have much to offer in exchange, right? The scout suddenly asked. Do you really think I'd tell you something like that? The mysterious figure retorted. The scout fell silent immediately. Indeed, matters like this were confidential. How could he possibly blurt it out? If the mysterious figure actually did reveal it, he'd start to suspect it was all a trap. He scratched his head vigorously. The scout finally came up with a compromise. I have to admit, if all the treasures in your possession are like this skill book, our Lunar Guild really can't afford them. But we could still strike a deal. At this point, the mysterious figure paused. Go on. He seemed quite interested. The scout quickly began to speak. The Lunar Guild's monthly income and spirit coins is far beyond what the Azure Guild can match. Though I don't know why you'd be trading with the Azure Guild. But as long as you stop selling treasures to the Azure Guild from now on, our Lunar Guild can offer you a substantial sum of spirit coins as compensation. What do you think? After the scout finished speaking, he still felt a bit anxious. After all, this plan had been improvised on the spot. He didn't know if the Grand Elder would agree to it. But if it could truly stop the mysterious figure from trading with the Azure Guild, then this sum of spirit coins would truly be worth every penny. Why should I? The mysterious figure's expression remained largely unchanged as he asked in return. The scout didn't rush his reply, speaking slowly. Think about it, as long as you stop trading with the Azure Guild, you'll receive a large sum of spirit coins, and you can keep the treasures you're carrying. Isn't that the best of both worlds? It had to be said, the scout's words were indeed very tempting. The mysterious figure seemed somewhat tempted as well. Is that so? Then how much can your Lunar Guild offer? Seeing this, the scout's eyes lit up. After a moment's thought, he replied, How about 100,000 spirit coins? The mysterious figure let out a cold laugh. Do I look like someone who was short on 100,000 spirit coins? The scout was at a loss for words. It made sense. A mysterious merchant who could casually pull out an epic rank lesser skill book certainly wouldn't be short on a mere 100,000 spirit coins. And it was even less likely that he'd sever ties with a guild over such a sum. The scout thought for a moment, then asked, Then how much do you think would be appropriate? The mysterious figure waved his hand dismissively. I need treasures, all kinds of treasures, but only those of rare rank average or higher. Hearing this, the scout was startled. It seemed he had realized something. Treasures? He recalled that Zhao had previously sent people to the market to purchase all kinds of treasures of rare rank or higher at great expense. Now it seemed. It turned out this mysterious figure was the one who needed them. So that was why the mysterious figure was willing to trade with the Azure Guild? The scout's eyes lit up slightly. Great! Those terms are perfectly acceptable. Although our Lunar Guild is a newly established merchant guild, our resources are quite substantial. We have plenty of treasures of rare rank average or higher in stock. As for that epic rank lesser skill you have, I wonder how many treasures of rare rank average or higher it would take to exchange for it? The scout was quick on his feet and asked immediately. The mysterious figure smiled faintly. That depends on the attitude of your Lunar Guild. With that, the mysterious figure turned away. I won't be doing business with the Azure Guild for the time being. I'll be back in 3 days. The moment the words left his mouth, the mysterious figure had already vanished without a trace. The scout stood there, wide-eyed in astonishment. He just vanished? He was, after all, a rune stage powerhouse, yet he couldn't detect the slightest trace of the other's departure. It was as if he vanished into thin air. Such abilities. Only a powerhouse at the core stage or higher could pull that off. This guy is truly mysterious. While the scout marveled inwardly, he felt even greater delight. Thankfully, they discovered this early and blocked off the Azure Guild route in time. Otherwise, if the mysterious figure had started collaborating with the Azure Guild, it might even have allowed the Azure Guild to latch onto a powerful ally. If that happened, it would spell big trouble for the Lunar Guild. As he pondered this, the scout prepared to leave. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and took a few steps back. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the valley. There, a small, slender servant was huddled in a ball, waiting. After waiting a little longer, the servant seemed to realize what had happened, his face betraying a look of resignation and disappointment. He turned and walked away. The scout followed the servant all the way back to Moon City, watching with his own eyes as the servant returned to the Azure Guild. He didn't spot the mysterious figure once along the way. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He had originally feared that the mysterious powerhouse might be two-faced, agreeing not to sell to the Azure Guild on the surface, but secretly supplying them anyway. Now it seemed he had overthought it. The other party was, after all, a man of his word. Feeling reassured, he hesitated no longer, immediately turned around, and left Moon City. The next day, at dawn. Moon City, Lunar Guild headquarters. The scout, looking haggard from his journey, walked straight into the main hall and headed directly for Grand Elder Cheen. He reported the details of the deal he struck with the mysterious figure, telling him everything exactly as it had happened. After listening, Sheena's face was filled with astonishment and delight. An epic rank lesser skill. Who on earth is this person, to have managed to get their hands on such a precious skill? Cheen exclaimed in amazement. Across the entire Yen Empire, the merchant guilds capable of obtaining an epic rank skill could be counted on one hand. Could that mysterious figure be a member of one of the top-tier merchant guilds? At this thought, he shook his head. Would a top-tier guild really have nothing better to do than trade so many treasures with the declining and fading Azure Guild? Moreover, he had looked into it, due to the various shenanigans of Lydian, the former Azure Guild master. The top-tier guilds harbored deep loathing toward the Azure Guild. It was simply impossible for them to cooperate with the Azure Guild. Regardless, this is a tremendous stroke of luck for our Lunar Guild. Cheen was overjoyed. Although the Lunar Guild was a force to be reckoned with in the northern province, its standing was undoubtedly much lower when compared to the entire Yen Empire. But that didn't matter. If the Lunar Guild could establish a connection with this mysterious powerhouse, before long, the Lunar Guild would have the opportunity to rise to the very top. Ha 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 ha. That's right, what's there to worry about for the Lunar Guild's rise? Cheen was overcome with excitement. At the same time, it dawned on him. No wonder. No wonder the Azure Guild had been so confident at their last auction. It turned out they hooked up with this mysterious figure. They clung to a powerful patron just to scrape back to life. But now, that patron will be mine, the Lunar Guild S. The smile on Qin's face grew even broader. Awesome! This is absolutely awesome! As for the mysterious figure's request for rare rank average treasures? Is that even a big deal? Not at all. Issue the order immediately. First, gather 20 rare rank average treasures and 5 rare rank greater treasures from headquarters and several branches and send them over. Yes, sir. Once his subordinates had left, Qin felt like letting out a loud howl to the heavens. Zhao, oh Zhao. I'd really love to see the look on your face right now. Will you end up just like your father, desperate enough to take poison and kill yourself? I'd really love to see that with my own eyes. Qin grinned wickedly. His Lunar Guild had snatched this lead on the mysterious figure. He didn't believe Zhao's side could make a comeback. You still want to hold a second auction? I'd like to see what you have to auction off. And with the intention of kicking a man when he is down and not giving the Azure Guild any breathing room. After some thought, Qin summoned another subordinate. Send people out right now to spread this news. Make sure it spreads throughout the entire northern province within the next few days. Ideally, people in other regions should hear about it too. But under no circumstances should anyone find out that the Lunar Guild is behind this. Understood? Yes, sir. The subordinate left. Qin leaned back in his armchair once more. This time, however, his face was filled with contentment. Meanwhile, Moon City. The Azure Guild Auction House Council Chamber. Zhao sat in the seat of honor, his expression impassive, betraying no emotion. Shen and the other two sat upright below him, their faces etched with worry. Below them, the frail-looking servant knelt on the floor, not daring to look up. Sigh. Chen let out a sigh. His face was etched with worry. I never expected the Lunar Guild to track down this hidden supplier so quickly, damn it. At this point, there's no other way. Guild Master, do you still have a way to contact the person behind this hidden supplier? Lin couldn't help but turn his head toward Zhao and ask. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen and Shui also turned their heads toward Zhao. Zhao, seated at the head of the table, remained calm. There's no need to panic, everyone. We still have this under control. Zhao said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances. With the fire already at their heels, how could it still be under control? Don't worry too much about the specifics. Just focus on wrapping up the auction house's affairs for now. Zhao said, waving his hand. Yes, sir. The three dared not say more. They could only clench their fists and bow in response, swallowing their frustration. They then left to handle the post-auction cleanup. Zhao was left alone in the hall. Tai, you handled that well. Zhao said, addressing the dim corner. Relieving my master's worries is what Tai is supposed to do. That's right. That so-called mysterious figure was, of course, Tai. And the so-called hidden supply was actually something he had deliberately revealed himself. The goal was to lure the Lunar Guild into the trap. There were two reasons for doing this. First, since he had brought out so many treasures at the last auction, he naturally needed a plausible explanation for their origin. As for the second reason, it was, of course, aimed at the Lunar Guild. As a newly emerging merchant guild, the Lunar Guild had managed to rank among the top 10 in the northern province. The reason for this was inseparable from his cheap old man's various underhanded schemes. Add to that the Lunar Guild's constant targeting. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone Zhao. Admittedly, he now has a void stage assassin at his disposal. To take down the Lunar Guild, all he'd need to do is send Tai out and he could instantly turn the Lunar Guild headquarters upside down. Taking down the Lunar Guild doesn't seem difficult. But the reality is far from that. Although the Lunar Guild is a new merchant guild, its background is by no means weak. Its backer is none other than the Bright Moon clan, renowned as the #1 clan in the northern province. The Bright Moon clan's power surpasses even that of the Cloud clan, and it boasts countless powerful warriors. Naturally, it has void stage experts and not just one or two. If Zhao were to send Tai directly to deal with the Lunar Guild, there's a 90% chance he'd deprovoke the Bright Moon clan. Void stage experts are very powerful in the northern province, but they are by no means invincible. Not to mention that Tai had only just entered the void stage and was still at the first level of the void stage, at that. He couldn't possibly take that risk. Besides, he had a better way to deal with the Lunar Guild. Although it would take a little longer, the rewards would be substantial. Let them squirm for a few more days. A faint smile played on Zhao's face. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. Just as agreed. Both sides met once again in the valley outside Moon City. Without any hesitation, the Lunar Guild's scout handed Tai a full 20 rare rank average treasures and 5 rare rank greater treasures. It seems the Lunar Guild is quite sincere. As for the Azure Guild, I won't have any further dealings with them for the next month. Tai nodded. The scout's face lit up with surprise, but then his eyes darted slightly as he rubbed his palms together and said, "In that case, regarding the trade with our Lunar Guild." Tai deliberately feigned hesitation, pausing for a moment before speaking. "In half a month, at the usual spot. You'll need to bring at least 10 rare rank greater treasures and some rare rank average treasures. I'll trade with you then." Hearing this, the scout's eyebrows twitched wildly. Wow, 10 rare rank greater treasures. That has quite a high price tag. But it's worth it. His face lit up with delight. Agreed. In half a month, the Lunar Guild will definitely have enough treasures ready. Looking forward to working with you. He extended his hand toward Tai. Seeing this, Tai couldn't help but chuckle softly as he reached out to shake the man's hand. With the deal concluded, both parties went their separate ways. The scout, of course, rushed straight to Qin to report the good news. As for Tai, he watched the scout's retreating figure from a distance. The expression on his face instantly turned impassive. Whoosh! Tai's figure vanished in an instant. Moon City. The Azure Guild Master's room. Zhao was sitting cross-legged on the bed. He had made extensive preparations over the past 2 days and had already ingested the blood-handed sacred Lingji. The effects were quite good at the very least. His cultivation progress was significantly faster than before. He had also set up a spirit-gathering array surrounding his room. At that moment, his room was filled with a dense, rich mist of mana. Even if a rune stage expert were to arrive, they would surely be envious of the room's boundless mana. However, to avoid detection, he had long ago ordered others not to approach his room. Naturally, this included Ming as well. Phew! Zhao channeled the Crimson Feather skill, greedily absorbing the mana overflowing in the air so dense it was almost tangible. A moment later, Zhao finally stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. A gleam of sharpness flashed in his gaze. The precious elixir rewarded by the system is truly extraordinary. It's actually boosted my cultivation talent this much? Zhao marveled. After 2 days of cultivation, although he hadn't yet broken through to a new realm, at this rate, he would be able to reach the 4th level of the spirit stage within a month at most. Of course, this was nowhere near the level of cultivation he had gained from the greater mana potion. But breaking through 1 realm in a month, that kind of speed was considered top tier even across the entire Moon City. Zhao was still quite satisfied. At least there's been some improvement. However, just as Zhao stopped cultivating, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Beep. The soul amulet you auctioned off has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into artifact fragments and distributed. Hearing this, Zhao's eyes lit up. He glanced at the screen. Current available artifact fragments, 2. Whoa, so they only gave me 2 back? Zhao sighed. It takes at least 10 artifact fragments to forge a magic weapon. Looks like I'll have to keep saving up for a while. But if the soul amulet only yields this little 1/10, does that mean it's only worth 20 artifact fragments? Zhao pondered. He now had a rough idea of the price of magic weapons. Based on the price of the soul amulet, an average magic weapon was probably worth only 10-20 artifact fragments. Take another tenth of that. In other words, an average magic weapon would only return 2 artifact fragments to him. I'll just save up slowly. Zhao wasn't in a hurry about this. After all, he had time now, so there was no rush to forge a magic weapon. Besides, even if he were to forge a magic weapon, he wouldn't settle for just a basic one. If he were going to do it, he'd naturally aim for the best. I've been saving for 2 days now, so I've had 4 chances to scrap to gold. Zhao muttered to himself, flicking his palm, and one by one, items appeared on the sandalwood table before him. 2 ancient-looking books, a piece of wood, and a treasure map. Zhao first picked up the 2 ancient-looking books. He silently chanted in his mind. Congratulations on successfully completing scrap to gold and obtaining the epic rank lesser agility skill, Shadow Step. Congratulations on successfully completing scrap to gold. You have obtained the epic rank lesser skill, Sky Supporting Sword Art. The 2 ancient books materialized before his eyes. Zhao narrowed his eyes. An epic rank agility skill and an epic rank sword art. The auction in 4 days' time will likely send shockwaves throughout the northern province. At this thought, Zhao couldn't help but smile. 2 epic rank skills plus an epic rank agility skill, along with a perfect magic weapon and a 5th grade elixir. Such a lavish collection of treasures is more than enough to shake the northern province. Let us see what the other 2 items turn out to be. Zhao turned his gaze to the other 2 items. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for them. After all, the items he already possessed were incredibly valuable. The appraisal after the auction would likely be no lower than grade A. These 2 items were just there to make up the numbers. But who knows? Maybe scrap to gold would bring him a pleasant surprise? With that in mind, Zhao didn't hesitate. He reached out and touched the piece of wood and the treasure map. Scrap to gold. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold to obtain the Thunderstruck Enlightenment Tree. Congratulations on successfully using scrap to gold to obtain a map showing the location of a spiritual vein. Hearing the system's notification sound, Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. What the heck? Thunderstruck Enlightenment Tree? What is that? Why had he never heard of it before? And there's another item. A map showing the location of a spiritual vein? Is it even possible to get something like that? If questions could take physical form, countless question marks would surely be swirling above Zhao's head right now. There was nothing he could do. The items that came out of this scrap to gold session were truly beyond his wildest expectations. As scrap to gold ended, Zhao immediately looked at the sandalwood table. The piece of wood on the left had vanished, replaced by a long, slender piece of wood, entirely grayish-black, resembling a wooden sword. The wood was dotted with black spots, and an indescribably terrifying aura faintly emanated from it. Is this the Thunderstruck Divine Tree of Enlightenment? Zhao looked puzzled as he held the Thunderstruck Divine Tree of Enlightenment in his hand. Heaven and Earth's most precious treasure, Thunderstruck Enlightenment Wood. Effect: meditating on it for half a shurchen each day increases insight by a certain amount. Once insight reaches a certain level, one can attain a transcendent realm of understanding from it. Whoosh! Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Wow! He couldn't help but exclaim, wow! The effects of this Thunderstruck Enlightenment Wood were simply too incredible. Just half an hour of contemplation each day, and it increases insight? The importance of insight goes without saying. With good insight, no matter what skill you're learning, you'll grasp it faster than anyone else. For the same skill, an ordinary person might need a month to master it, while a genius with good insight might only need a day or even less. More importantly, insight, like cultivation talent, is innate and very difficult to improve. And treasures capable of increasing insight are even rarer than spiritual treasures that enhance cultivation talent. He never imagined he'd actually come across such a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. I've really hit the jackpot. Zhao's eyes sparkled. Judging by this alone, that immortal wood itself couldn't possibly be ordinary, otherwise, even scrap to gold wouldn't have yielded such a terrifying treasure. This was nothing short of a massive stroke of luck. Naturally, Zhao wasn't about to put such a treasure up for auction. That would be sheer madness, wouldn't it? Zhao immediately stowed the thunder-struck enlightenment wood into his storage ring. He planned to spend half an hour meditating on it every morning from now on. I still have 4 days left. By then, once my insight has improved, I might even be able to master those epic rank skills. Zhao thought to himself. He immediately withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze to the side. There, lying quietly, was a slightly yellowed, ancient-looking parchment scroll. A map of spiritual vein locations. Zhao wore a puzzled expression. This was the first time he'd ever used scrap to gold to conjure up a map. He picked up the scroll and slowly unfurled it. Just as he had imagined. It was an extremely detailed map. At the center of the map lay the Yan Empire. Clearly, this was a map of the Yan Empire. He could clearly see the locations of the northern province and even Moon City on it. As for the location of the spirit vein, it was somewhat remote. The northern province was located in the northern part of the Yan Empire. The location of the spirit vein, however, was in the southern part of the Yan Empire. They were at opposite ends. Judging by the markings, it seems to be a spirit coin vein. Zhao pondered for a moment. Spirit coin veins are extremely valuable. And although it's a spirit coin vein, it might yield anything from average spirit coins to perfect spirit coins. It's just like gambling on jade. It all comes down to luck. It's of no use to me. Zhao shook his head. The vein was too remote. It was of no use to him. After all, he couldn't just head straight south to mine, could he? Not to mention how much he could actually mine given his current strength. Even if he managed to extract it all, the time it would take would be incalculable. And even if he did manage to get it all, transporting it back would be another problem entirely. His current storage ring simply couldn't hold it all. Not to mention his own storage ring, even a spirit-grade storage ring wouldn't be able to hold it all. I'll put it up for auction. Zhao made up his mind quickly and tossed the map into his storage ring. This round of scrap to gold had been quite a windfall. A broad smile spread across Zhao's face. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, a rhythmic series of knocks suddenly sounded from outside the door. Come in. Zhao knew immediately that Tai had returned. Swish. Squeak. He didn't walk right through the door. Tai pushed the door open and stepped inside. Master, the goods from the Lunar Guild have arrived. A total of 20 rare rank average treasures and 5 rare rank greater treasures. Tai closed the door before speaking. As he spoke, he took all the items out of his storage ring and neatly arranged them on Zhao's sandalwood desk. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures before him, Zhao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seems the Lunar Guild is really willing to spend money. They actually handed over so many good items right off the bat. All just to drive the Azure Guild into despair. To be honest, Zhao hadn't expected the Lunar Guild to offer so many valuable items. Of course, he also understood that the Lunar Guild wasn't just trying to cut off the Azure Guild's path. On the other hand, they were also trying to curry favor with Tai, this mysterious powerhouse. Have you arranged everything I instructed? Zhao asked. Tai immediately bowed and clasped his hands. Yes, Master. As you instructed, I've arranged a transaction with the Lunar Guild in half a month's time, and I've had them prepare at least 10 rare rank greater treasures and some rare rank average treasures. Zhao nodded. Well done. Tai clasped his hands in a bow and took his leave. The room was suddenly left with only Zhao. He gazed at the table covered with treasures. A smile involuntarily spread across his lips. There's already more than enough for the auction 2 sessions from now. He cast a casual glance at the treasures on the table, then instantly stored them all in his storage ring. There was no other choice. He had just used up his allotted uses of scrap to gold. Zhao then crossed his legs once more and began his cultivation. That night, matters at the auction house were also settled. Everything was now in place. All that remained was to wait for the auction to begin in 4 days. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The eve of the auction. The hour of the ox. While most of Moon City's citizens were fast asleep, a piercing scream suddenly rang out within the Azure Guild. "Who is there? How dare you trespass into the Azure Guild? You're asking for death." A furious shout rang out across the Azure Guild courtyard. Ming, clad in a light tunic, sprang to his feet, sword in hand. He had been fast asleep when he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura, jolting him awake. But by the time he arrived with his sword drawn, the bodies of two servants already lay on the ground. Standing beside the corpses was a middle-aged man dressed in coarse hemp robes. The faint moonlight fell upon his face, clearly revealing the ferocity in his eyes. "You're merely at the 7th level of the rune stage, yet you dare to block my path? Get out of here!" As the middle-aged man roared with fury, a terrifying shockwave surged outward from him, crashing toward Ming. Ming's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly raised his sword to shield his chest. Thud! The terrifying force actually sent Ming flying backward, sword and all. Ming finally spat out a mouthful of thick, dark blood, his face etched with terror. Core stage. If I were at the core stage, you'd have been reduced to nothing but dust long ago. The middle-aged man scoffed at Ming's words. Immediately, he paid no further attention to Ming and walked straight toward the warehouse. His target, it seemed, was inside the warehouse. "You!" Ming was about to speak up to stop him, but the moment he opened his mouth, his voice trailed off abruptly. He didn't dare. He was afraid. The power the other man had just displayed was far superior to his own. Even if he wasn't at the core stage, he was definitely at the peak of the rune stage. There was no way Ming could be his match. If he tried to force the issue, the other man would likely show no mercy. Guh. Just as he was wrestling with his decision, a searing, excruciating pain suddenly shot through his chest. He threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of thick, dark blood. "Even though I blocked that strike, the aftereffects still managed to wound me." Ming's face darkened. This was it. He could only watch helplessly as the mysterious middle-aged man stormed into the warehouse. All he could do was pray that the man would find what he was looking for and leave quickly as long as he didn't lay a hand on the Azure Guild. But before long, a deafening roar echoed from inside the warehouse. "What kind of junk is this?" The next second, the middle-aged man strode out of the warehouse with a menacing air, his face etched with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on Ming. "I'm asking you, where is the crimson elixir?" He grabbed Ming by the collar, hoisting him up as if he were a little chick, and demanded viciously. Ming could even smell the foul stench on the man's breath. But he was mostly just bewildered. What crimson elixir? Crimson elixir? What on earth is that? He'd never heard of it. Seeing that Ming didn't seem to be lying, his anger flared even more. "Where is your master?" He pressed on. Ming's face went pale. "I can't tell you." As a bodyguard, he was fiercely loyal. There was no way he'd reveal Zhao's whereabouts to a stranger. The middle-aged man's face darkened instantly. He reached out to crush Ming's hand. But just then, a voice slightly youthful yet calm and worldly suddenly came from the side. "May I ask, sir, what brings you to launch a night raid on my Azure Guild?" Hearing the voice, the middle-aged man immediately released Ming and turned to look. To his surprise, he saw a young figure standing on the roof nearby. Bathed in the faint moonlight, one could vaguely make out a smile playing at the corner of the man's mouth. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked, furrowing his brow. "Weren't you looking for me? How come you don't even know who I am?" Zhao chuckled softly. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His figure vanished in an instant. The next second, he appeared directly behind Zhao. He lunged toward Zhao. But just then, a piercing flash of cold light streaked past. Whoosh! Boom! Thud! In the blink of an eye, before the middle-aged man could even react, he was horrified to discover that his right hand had been severed. He didn't even know when it had happened. Blood gushed out as if it were worthless. What the? His face went pale. Intense pain had just surged from his right hand. The excruciating agony nearly made him scream out loud. My hand! The shriek even made Ming, standing below, shudder involuntarily. At first, he thought it was Zhao's voice, but upon listening more closely, it was the middle-aged man's voice. But, how could that be? His mind was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He immediately looked up. He saw that Zhao was still standing there, fighting with an impassive expression, while the middle-aged man beside him was clutching his right hand from which blood was gushing non-stop and rolling around on the ground. It seems you rushed over here without even figuring out the true strength of my Azure Guild? I don't know whether to call you bold or just plain brainless. Zhao let out a cold laugh and asked slowly. Speak up. Who sent you? But at that moment, the middle-aged man had no intention of paying any attention to Zhao. He was frantically channeling his mana, trying to stem the blood gushing from the stump of his right hand. Tisk. Seeing this, Zhao let out a tsk. The next second, another flash of cold light erupted. Splatter! The middle-aged man's left hand was suddenly severed as well. Clang! His left hand fell at Ming's feet. Ming's pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. This is... The young master did that. That opponent was at least a peak rune stage powerhouse. How could the young master possibly do that? He was dumbfounded. His perception of Zhao was still stuck at the first level of the spirit stage. A first-level spirit stage cultivator severed the hand of a peak rune. I was blinded by greed and, in my arrogance, dared to barge into your residence. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but I beg you to spare my life. In the future, I will follow your every command and go through fire and water for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped to his knees on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Zhao did not respond to his words, but instead furrowed his brow slightly. Crimson elixir? Zhao was puzzled. He didn't have any crimson elixir on him. And there certainly wasn't any in the storeroom either. Where on earth had this man gotten that information? Where did you hear that? I don't have any crimson elixir here. As soon as Zhao spoke those words, the middle-aged man shuddered violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? None. Damn it all. Only then did he finally realize he'd been deceived. Tell me the details. Seeing this, Zhao roughly pieced together the sequence of events and said casually. Senior. It's like this. The middle-aged man recounted his experience in full detail. He wasn't from Moon City, he was merely a lone cultivator roaming the nearby Xingyun Mountains. While passing through Yunsan City by chance, he overheard people discussing how Moon City's Azure Guild was said to possess a single crimson elixir. They spoke with great conviction. Of course, the middle-aged man didn't believe it right away. Instead, he made inquiries here and there. Upon learning about the Azure Guild's results from their last auction and the fact that a second auction was about to take place, he immediately believed most of it. Clearly, there was a good chance that this crimson elixir would appear at the auction. And since he desperately needed a crimson elixir to save his life, he had no choice but to take the risk and sneak into the Azure Guild in secret, hoping to snatch the crimson elixir before the auction even began. After hearing this, Zhao also paused to ponder for a moment. Clearly, someone had deliberately spread this false rumor to lure powerful figures from the northern province. This crimson elixir was, after all, a fifth-grade elixir. It had the power to bring the dead back to life and restore withered bones. One could say that no matter how severe your injuries, as long as you had a single breath left, the crimson elixir could save you. Add to that its ability to restore meridians and bones, and it's naturally in high demand. The Lunar Guild is quite devious. Without even needing to guess, Zhao set his sights on the Lunar Guild. It came as no surprise, really. If any other merchant guild were faced with this move, they'd likely be caught completely off guard. But fortunately, this isn't a bad thing for me. At this thought, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhao's mouth. Senior, I've told you everything I know. Could you spare my life? The middle-aged man looked at Zhao with pleading eyes. As long as you spare my life, Xuehan will be at your beck and call for anything in the future. As he spoke, the middle-aged man dropped to his knees on the ground, looking utterly sincere. Seeing this, Ming was deeply shaken. Not long ago, this man had been arrogant and domineering in front of him, even nearly killing him. Yet in the presence of the young master, he was showing a completely different side. But in a matter of life and death, this was only natural. If the young master were to take him in, it would actually be a good thing. The Azure Guild would gain another powerful ally. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for Zhao from the bottom of his heart. But Zhao's decision didn't turn out the way he expected. Take you in? You're nothing but a mere peak rune stage cultivator, do you even deserve it? Zhao let out a cold laugh. You barged into my Azure Guild and injured my Azure Guild guards. Tell me, do you think I'd let you off? The moment Zhao spoke those words, Xuehan's face instantly filled with shock. You! I'll fight you to the death. Realizing Zhao had no intention of sparing him, despair flashed in his eyes, and his mana erupted completely as he prepared to fight Zhao to the death. But Zhao paid no heed to his desperate state. Fight to the death? You don't have the right. The next second, Zhao snapped his fingers. That snap was like a death warrant. The moment it rang out, Xuehan's expression froze. Immediately afterward, a crimson line gradually appeared on his neck. Then, thud! Xuehan's body was severed from his head and crashed to the ground from the eaves. Blood instantly dyed the ground a vivid red. Seeing this, Ming was stunned into silence. The young master. Didn't he accept Xuehan after all? And on top of that, he actually killed him. Gulp! Ming swallowed hard. He hadn't even seen clearly when the young master had struck. If he had to guess, he'd say he merely heard the sound of a snap of the fingers before Xuehan's body was torn apart. This method of killing. It was simply unheard of. Just how terrifying has the young master's strength become? Ming couldn't help but wonder. As a 7th tier rune stage cultivator, he naturally had a good understanding of peak rune stage strength. Even at the core stage, it would be absolutely impossible to effortlessly kill a peak rune stage expert in an instant. Let alone an instant kill as stealthy as the one just now. This technique was too terrifying. Could it be has the young master already broken through to the peak of the core stage, or even the void stage? Ming was startled. He was startled by his own thought. The void stage. There were very few such beings to be found even across the entire northern province. His young master was only in his 20s. And he had already reached such a realm? How could that be possible? But if that weren't the case, how else could one explain the terrifying prowess the young master had just displayed? Just as Ming was lost in his thoughts, Zhao walked up beside him. Take care of the body. As for the news, there's no need to go out of your way to suppress it. Zhao instructed casually. Yes. Young master. Ming was startled and hurriedly bowed his head in response. Thanks for your hard work tonight. After offering a word of comfort, Zhao turned and walked away. Ming was left utterly stunned. The young master, he really is in a league of his own. After a moment of reflection, he pushed aside his shock and surprise. He composed himself. He was merely a bodyguard now, he shouldn't dwell on things he wasn't meant to know. He then immediately went to dispose of Xuehan's body. Zhao's remark about not suppressing news of the body also took him by surprise. If they didn't control the news, weren't they afraid of attracting enemies? Of course, this wasn't something a lowly bodyguard like him needed to worry about. The young master surely had his own plans. In the dimly lit room, only a single red candle burned. Zhao sat in a chair, his right hand half clenched as he tapped the table repeatedly, seemingly deep in thought. Master, do you want me to step in and wipe out the Lunar Guild? Just then, a figure emerged silently from the darkness. It was none other than Tai. No need. Zhao shook his head, a smile on his face. If I do that, word will inevitably spread that a peak rune stage powerhouse has died at the hands of my Azure Guild. By then, even if I step forward and say the guild doesn't have the Crimson Elixir, no one will believe me. With the Crimson Elixir and the Lunar Guild's exaggerations to boot by the time the auction begins, it's bound to attract a large number of powerful figures. And for me, that's a tremendous stroke of luck. Zhao's smile grew even brighter. After all, the more powerful figures there were, the higher the likelihood that the items he was auctioning off would fetch a high price. Consequently, the reviews after the auction would be even more favorable. Naturally, the rewards he could earn would be even more generous. Zhao had long since prepared for this. I owe you one today, Tai. Otherwise, this trouble would been really hard to resolve. Zhao said, turning to Tai standing beside him. Without Tai, he wouldn't have had the ability to handle a peak rune stage powerhouse. It was, of course, Tai who had actually killed Shui Han. He had merely put on a show for appearance's sake. After all, Tai couldn't be out in the open right now. So he might as well take on that role himself. It would also prevent any clueless fools from setting their sights on the Azure Guild. It was a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. Just as Zhao had anticipated. It was still early morning. News that Shui Han had been slain by Zhao at the Azure Guild had already spread throughout Moon City. No. It wasn't just Moon City, several nearby cities were also aware of it by now. Naturally, the Lunar Guild had played a significant role in fueling the rumors. As a result, more and more powerful figures were learning of the incident. They also discovered that Shui Han had gone to the Azure Guild specifically for the Crimson Elixir. As a result, quite a few core stage powerhouses had set their sights on the Azure Guild's upcoming auction. On the day of the auction, Zhao sat on the second floor, gazing down at the scene below. The streets leading to the Azure Guild were practically packed with people. The crowds coming and going were all there to watch the spectacle. Among them were quite a few people of noble standing. The Lunar Guild sure moved quickly. Zhao smiled. He stopped watching the crowd and lay down in the second floor lounge, his eyes slightly closed, silently waiting for the auction to begin. In the main hall of the Lunar Guild headquarters, Qin was sitting under a large tree, enjoying the shade. Summer had already begun, and the sun was blazing down from the sky, making the heat truly scorching. Grand Elder, today is the day of the Azure Guild auction. Aren't we going? The servant by Qin's side couldn't help but ask. What's the point of going? Qin waved his hand dismissively. Although I'd love to see Zhao make a fool of himself, once we've established a connection with that mysterious powerhouse, our goal will be to become the #1 merchant guild in the northern province. Is a mere Azure Guild worth my time? Hearing this, the attendant immediately bowed and flattered him. Grand Elder, your vision is far-reaching, far beyond what we can comprehend. By then, I'm afraid the Azure Guild will be the ones coming to us. Qin's smile grew even broader. That goes without saying. As long as that mysterious powerhouse refuses to supply the Azure Guild, today's auction won't have anything to put up for sale. If they can't produce anything, those core stage powerhouses aren't as easy to deal with as I am. The more Qin thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. He had now fully avenged the humiliation he suffered at Zhao's auction earlier. The elder speaks most wisely. The attendant immediately clasped his hands and smiled. But speaking of which, it seems a peak rune stage powerhouse broke into the Azure Guild last night. I heard that Zhao, the guild master of the Azure Guild, killed him with a single move. I wonder if that's true. At this point, the servant's face betrayed a look of concern. If that's true, I'm afraid the Azure Guild is hiding another powerhouse within its ranks. Perhaps even a core stage powerhouse. Hearing the servant's words, Qin's expression remained largely unchanged. It's unlikely to be true. 9 times out of 10, it's just Zhao blowing his own trumpet. To claim that a peak rune stage powerhouse broke into the Azure Guild at night but fail to name him, that sort of petty trick is only good for fooling ordinary people. As he finished speaking, Qin let out a cold laugh. This actually proves that without that mysterious powerhouse supplying him, Zhao has already panicked. Now that this news has spread, once the auction begins, he can easily use the stolen goods excuse to cover up his embarrassment of having nothing to auction. In fact, judging by this move, Zhao does have some skill he has better than his father. Hearing this, the servants suddenly understood. So that was another layer of meaning. As expected of the Grand Elder. We're so dim-witted we completely failed to see Zhao's deeper intent. He immediately flattered Qin. It's only natural that you won't understand. Qin waved his hand dismissively. Next, send someone to keep a close watch on Moon City. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Yes, sir. The servant went off to make the arrangements. Qin, meanwhile, lay back comfortably in his lounge chair. Zhao, oh Zhao, although you're a bit more cunning than your father, you're still far too young. I spent a great deal of effort getting those core stage cultivators sent to you. With their abilities, a flimsy excuse like that won't be enough to fend them off. I'd love to see for myself what kind of expression you'll have on your face when that happens. The more he thought about it, the wider Qin's grin grew. Awesome. This is so damn awesome. Just thinking about Zhao about to be humiliated made him want to fly straight to the Azure Guild to witness it firsthand. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time to go. After all, he still had to find treasures for that mysterious powerhouse. After all, to truly establish a connection with the mysterious powerhouse, he'd have to make some sacrifices. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Moon City. City Lord Shao was arriving at the Azure Guild auction with his entourage. Upon seeing the completely renovated venue, Shao was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Zhao to be so generous he's expanded the venue this much? Looks like he's very confident in this auction. Shao thought to himself. He led his men into the auction hall. Just as he was thinking someone would come to escort him to the second floor, he discovered that after he entered, no one paid him any attention at all. This annoyed him somewhat. After all, he was the Lord of Moon City. With such a prestigious status, was he really not entitled to go to the second floor? Feeling a bit indignant, he ordered one of his men to summon a servant. I ask you, where is the person assigned to greet my master? Shao's subordinate asked, his face full of annoyance. The servant was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly clasped his hands in a bow. My apologies, my apologies. I must have been distracted, I've been so busy I've lost track of time. I didn't notice Your Excellency was here. Please follow me. With that, the servant led Shao further inside. Seeing this, Shao's irritation subsided slightly. So it was just an oversight. He thought that Zhao was so arrogant he didn't even take him seriously. With that thought, he led his men and followed the servant. But as they walked, he sensed something was off. Weren't the stairs to the second floor right there? Why was the servant leading them toward the viewing stands? He felt a bit suspicious, but didn't ask any questions, he simply followed the servant. Soon, the servant led Shao and his men to a seat on the left side of the second tier in the front row. Lord City Master, this is your seat. Thud. No sooner had the servant finished speaking than Shao, his face flushed with anger, slammed his palm down on the table and chair beside him. At the same moment, the guard standing next to Shao immediately stepped forward and barked. How dare you? It's one thing to deny us access to the second floor, but to actually seat the Lord City Master in the second row? Is this how your guild master treats the City Lord? This is an insult to the City Lord. Hearing this, the attendant could only look helpless. City Lord, well, it's not that I'm speaking on behalf of the guild master, but there simply aren't any seats left for you on the second floor. Not only the second floor, even the first row is already taken by guests, so we had no choice but to seat you in the second row. But the attendant's explanation only made Shao even angrier. Bullshit. He was the Lord of Moon City, how could any guest's status compare to his? You say the second floor is full, but I see it's still plenty spacious, and I don't see anyone in the front row. There are other guests? I'd love to know who those guests on the second floor are they more distinguished than my lord? Xiao's bodyguard sneered. Clearly, he had no intention of letting the attendant off so easily. However, upon hearing Xiao's words, the attendant's expression suddenly changed drastically. Oh my, your lordship, please tell your men to keep their voices down. If we anger those guests on the second floor, I'll be in big trouble. As for their identities, I don't know everyone's, but I do recall that one of them attended the last auction. It's that young guest who won the bid for the celestial core. Surely you remember him, Your Excellency? At the servant's words, Xiao recalled the incident. He had made inquiries afterward. That person was the Cloud Clan's foremost direct disciple, namely. With cultivation that reached the heavens, there were fewer than the fingers on one hand of young people in the entire northern province who could defeat him. Xiao recognized that identity. He nodded slightly. Do you know where that guest is seated on the second floor? The servant deliberately kept him in the dark. Spit it out. Why are you beating around the bush? The guard snapped irritably. Oh, yes. That guest barely managed to get onto the second floor and was assigned the worst seat on the second floor. The attendant replied meekly. Hearing this, Xiao froze in surprise. Li was assigned the worst seat on the second floor? He clearly remembered that at the last auction, Li's seat had been better than his own. But in the end, just who are those guests on the second floor, anyway? Xiao couldn't help but ask. This humble servant does not know. I must go attend to other guests, so I won't bother Your Excellency any further. The attendant said no more. After bowing apologetically, he turned and headed for the entrance to greet the other guests. Your Excellency, what should we do? Are we just going to sit here? The bodyguard couldn't help but ask in a low voice. His face still betrayed his displeasure. As the saying goes, a young bull fears no tiger. Having followed Xiao for so long, he naturally believed his master's status was too exalted to be relegated to the second row on the first floor. But Xiao understood far more than he did. It seems quite a few influential figures have turned up at this auction. Xiao's expression grew slightly solemn. Even Li, a top-tier prodigy, had been assigned the worst seat on the second floor. This suggested that the other people on the second floor were likely of even higher status than Li. Or perhaps even stronger than Li. He made inquiries. As the Cloud Clan's foremost prodigy, Li, now barely 30 years old, had already broken through the peak of the rune stage and entered the first level of the core stage. Stronger than him. That would mean at least the core stage. Let us wait and see. After saying this to the guard beside him, he settled comfortably into his seat. He waited quietly for the auction to begin. At first, he hadn't held much hope for the Azure Guild. After all, the Azure Guild had once been on the verge of bankruptcy. But after the last auction, Zhao had actually managed to turn the Azure Guild around. This made him look at Zhao in a new light. As a result, the partnership with the Lunar Guild had been forced to fall through. If Zhao could pull off this auction as successfully as the last one, the wait wasn't too long. Soon, figures dressed in exquisite, opulent attire began entering the auction hall. Xiao didn't know who these people were. It couldn't be helped. Even though he was the city lord, he didn't have access to high-ranking figures. It had taken him quite a bit of effort just to find out about Li. But there was one person he recognized very well. Xiao's gaze fell on a figure in a room on the left side of the second floor. It was a young girl. She wore a pale purple long dress that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Her features were so exquisite that the moment she appeared, she instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Of course, most people were quickly scared off by a guard in black armor standing beside her. The aura emanating from the guard left countless people gasping for breath. Even Xiao could only steal a quick glance at her at that moment. He was deeply shaken. For this young girl was none other than Shanshan, the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon Clan's own granddaughter. He recognized Shanshan because she had once visited Moon City back then. After hearing the news, he had even planned to go and welcome her in person. However, Shanshan had left the city shortly after arriving due to other commitments. So strictly speaking, he had only seen Shanshan once, yet he remembered her immediately. After all, Shanshan's beauty and figure were truly unforgettable, not to mention her formidable background. It would be hard not to remember her. But why would such a prodigy appear in Moon City today? His confusion lasted only a moment, however, before something occurred to him. He instantly understood. I recall that everyone who has come to Moon City these past few days seems to be asking about the Azure Guild. Asking if the Azure Guild is going to auction off some very rare treasures. Could it be that? He realized something, and his pupils contracted. He immediately averted his gaze, took a deep breath, and waited for the auction to begin. If his hunch was correct, then he wouldn't care about saving face. Before long, the vast auction hall was teeming with people. The first floor was especially bustling with noise. After all, thanks to the widespread publicity from the previous auction, there were naturally even more spectators this time around. On top of that, the venue had been significantly expanded, accommodating several times more people than last time. Naturally, it was quite chaotic. Sitting in the second row on the first floor, Xiao could only feel a headache coming on. If he were on the second floor, these noises would have been completely blocked out long ago. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to cross the bigwigs on the second floor. Just as the venue was in the midst of a huge commotion, a familiar figure slowly made his way up to the auction podium. It was none other than Zhao. At that moment, Zhao was clad in a black, form-fitting outfit that perfectly accentuated his tall, well-muscled frame. Paired with his short black hair and handsome features, he looked truly dashing and elegant. He attracted the attention of quite a few women. A wave of screams followed in his wake. Even Shanshan, who was on the second floor, couldn't help but let her eyes sparkle when she saw Zhao. "Is this the guild master of the Azure Guild?" Shanshan asked casually. "Yes, Mississippi. His name is Zhao. He is only 22 years old. I've already assessed his cultivation level. He is only at the third level of the spirit stage, with average talent." The black armored guard standing beside Shanshan bowed slightly and replied in a calm voice. "His talent is indeed a bit lacking. But he is quite handsome, though." Shanshan smiled. "I'm actually curious to see what he'll bring out to auction at this event. As for that rumored crimson elixir, it's most likely just a rumor. But given the grand scale of this auction, it surely isn't just all hype, is it?" Hearing Shanshan's words, the black armored guard immediately clasped his hands in a bow. "If it falls short of your target, miss, I'll handle it. You'll have to make sure you're dealing with the right people. Once this is over, find out where the rumor originated." Understood. As the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon clan, Shanshan had been exposed to such matters from a young age and was exceptionally intelligent. How could she not understand these kinds of business tactics? She had long since seen through the so-called crimson elixir as a scam. But she came anyway. For no other reason. She was simply curious. Wasn't the Azure Guild already on the decline, even on the verge of collapse? Why was it still drawing so much attention? So, driven by this curiosity, she had come. Most of the other prominent figures present on the second floor had come for the same reason. Few people actually believed in the so-called crimson elixir. No one sitting in a seat like this is a fool. "Ladies and gentlemen." From the auction podium, Zhao spoke slowly. The moment his voice rang out, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone listened intently to Zhao's words. "Thanks to your support, my Azure Guild has been able to rise from the brink of death and be reborn. I imagine the last auction wasn't quite as thrilling as you'd have liked. After all, the Azure Guild was short on funds at the time, and the items we could The first item up for auction is called Breakthrough Potion. Inside the box lay 3 thumb-sized green pills. Mana swirled around them, and a rich, aromatic scent wafted out. Instantly, they drew the attention of everyone in the room. Countless people stared in disbelief. Breakthrough Potion. Is this a 5th grade? Now it seemed Zhao must have some special means of acquiring these perfect resources. Perhaps I still have a chance. His eyes sparkled. At the same time, the row of core stage powerhouses seated nearby all had their eyes gleaming. I never expected to come across breakthrough potions in such a small place. What a pleasant surprise. They clearly hadn't come for the breakthrough potions. After all, they had no idea the Azure Guild would be auctioning them off. But now, these 3 breakthrough potions filled them with delight. Especially the man seated at the head of the table. His attire was rather peculiar, clad in a baggy black robe that almost completely concealed his body. At that moment, his gaze was fixed intently on the 3 breakthrough potions in Zhao's hand. This auction seems to be getting interesting. Second floor. Even Li, sitting in the worst seat, couldn't help but get excited. He hadn't originally been interested in attending this auction. After all, having a celestial core, he was focused on forging his perfect magic weapon. But all the rumors had piqued his curiosity. So he decided to come and see what all the fuss was about. Little did he expect that his hunch was spot on. He had only recently broken through to the core stage, and now was precisely the time he needed to consolidate his cultivation base. For him, the breakthrough potions were a rare treasure. He was determined to secure them. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Shanshan couldn't help but cast an extra glance at Zhao, then immediately turned her head to look at the black armored guard beside her. Didn't they say the Azure Guild didn't have anything to offer? The black armored guard immediately knelt on the ground. Who failed in his investigation? Please punish me, miss. I don't mean to blame you. Shanshan did not punish the black armored guard. She merely spoke in a flat tone. Her gaze returned to Zhao, and this time, a hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Given your abilities, I don't think this tiny Azure Guild could possibly hide anything from you. This Xiao is no ordinary man. Shanshan quickly came to this conclusion, and a look of interest flashed across her delicate, pretty face. Very interesting. It wasn't just Shanshan. The figures in the other private rooms on the second floor all cast a keen glance at Zhao at that moment. This move with the breakthrough potion had clearly taken them all by surprise. It had also piqued their interest. Because this meant that what Zhao might actually pull out of his sleeve was now a complete unknown to them. Naturally, things were about to get interesting. Zhao, of course, had no idea he'd already caught the attention of so many powerful figures from various factions. A faint smile played on his lips as he scanned the first and second floors. There sure are quite a few core stage experts here today. Looks like we're off to a great start. Zhao thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel quite pleased. Then he spoke slowly. The first 5th grade breakthrough potion, starting bid of 5,000 spirit coins. The auction begins now. 10,000 spirit coins. No sooner had Zhao finished speaking than a core stage powerhouse immediately called out a bid. And it was double the starting price. It must be said, it was quite a shock. However, for core stage experts, this kind of impact was practically meaningless. 13,000. Our sect offers 15,000. Soon, several core stage experts in the front row began bidding fiercely against one another. Naturally, none of them wanted to miss out on this breakthrough potion. In fact, any core stage expert would find it hard not to be tempted by a breakthrough potion. The core stage experts in the front row kept bidding higher and higher. The onlookers watching the spectacle from all around couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Those core stage big shots really aren't short on money. Look at how they're bidding. It feels like bidding any lower would be a loss of face for them. Which core stage expert isn't a millionaire? A measly amount of spirit coins is nothing to them. I'm so jealous. 35,000 spirit coins. Soon, Li could no longer contain himself and joined the fray to bid on the first breakthrough potion. The moment he spoke, he more than doubled the price and added another 5,000. Instantly, the entire hall was stunned. Some recognized Li as the Cloud Clan's inner disciple who had recently auctioned off a celestial core. As soon as his words fell, many core stage powerhouses shook their heads and sighed. Yet they also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. On the second floor, Lee, however, wore a smile on his face. Lucky me I snagged the first one. Now I can sit back and watch the show. Soon, the auction for the second breakthrough potion began. Compared to the first one, this auction was noticeably more cutthroat. Having failed to secure the first breakthrough potion, these core stage powerhouses were clearly seething with frustration. And perhaps because of Li's earlier display of dominance. No sooner had Zhao announced the start of the auction than a core stage powerhouse in the front row immediately raised his hand and shouted, 35,000. Whoa! At that moment, the entire hall erupted in a stir. The remaining core stage powerhouses who hadn't had a chance to speak yet stared in disbelief. But it wasn't surprise they felt, it was regret. Damn it! I should bid faster. Shit! That old fart beat me to it. Meanwhile, the core stage expert who called out the bid cast a smug glance at the others. Like a rooster that had just won a fight, he stood tall with his chest puffed out. The countless spectators around him stared in astonishment. I must still be half asleep. The first breakthrough potion sold for 35,000 spirit coins. How come the second one is already at 35,000? 35,000 spirit coins, huh? That's enough to buy a whole lot of pancakes. What a waste. With that many spirit coins, all you can think about is buying pancakes? If you went to the pleasure pavilion, you could enjoy the company of top-tier beauties for months on end. Just as the audience was still murmuring and marveling, suddenly, a calm yet slightly hoarse voice rang out. 40,000 spirit coins. The moment those words fell, the entire hall fell silent once more. Countless eyes instantly turned toward the source of the voice. The bidder was none other than the man in the loose black robe sitting in the front row. No one could make out his expression at that moment. All anyone knew was, bidding 40,000 spirit coins seemed as easy for him as drinking water. Whoa, 40,000 spirit coins, that's a 5,000 spirit coin jump from the last bid. TSK, what a generous bid. I wonder if that powerhouse who started at 35,000 will keep bidding. As expected, the core stage powerhouse who had bid 35,000 looked absolutely livid. He felt as if he just swallowed a fly. He originally thought he could use his first bid advantage to snag this breakthrough potion at a bargain. But he never imagined that someone would actually be willing to play the sucker and bid 5,000 spirit coins above the starting price for this breakthrough potion. He miscalculated. He gritted his teeth, intending to bid again. But he hesitated once more. There was still one more left. He could wait and see. It wasn't as if someone would overpay at every auction, was it? After all, no one has spirit coins just grow on trees. With that thought, Zhao's wooden gavel once again struck the table. Sold. Congratulations to this senior for successfully winning the second breakthrough potion for 40,000 spirit coins. Next up is the third one. Zhao spoke slowly. Almost the moment he opened his mouth to announce the start of the auction, the core stage powerhouse who had just missed out on the first two breakthrough potions immediately spoke up. 35,000 spirit coins. This time, he was the first to bid again. He had the advantage of being first. But his joy didn't last even a minute. From the second floor, a clear voice, as melodious as a nightingale's song, drifted down leisurely. 50,000 spirit coins. In an instant, everyone in the hall froze. They had originally assumed no one would bid on this final breakthrough potion. After all, 35,000 spirit coins was already a hefty sum. No one likes to be taken for a fool. Although there were quite a few core stage cultivators present, most were independent cultivators who didn't carry many spirit coins. But they had underestimated the situation. The thoughts of a powerhouse were not something they could fathom. How much time had even passed? And yet, someone had already placed another bid. And this time, jumped straight up by 15,000 spirit coins. Damn it! Everyone looked up toward the second floor. when they saw that the bidder was actually Chanshan. Quite a few of them chose to keep their mouths shut. The Bright Moon clan, huh? Well, then it's no big deal. Whether it's 40,000 spirit coins or 50,000 spirit coins, it seems to make no difference to her. As for that core stage cultivator, his face instantly turned as dark as night. The first time, he thought he could wait it out, so when the price hit 35,000, he stopped bidding. He didn't want to be the sucker. The second time, he wanted to follow Lee's lead and pull the same trick, snagging the second breakthrough potion for 35,000 spirit coins, only to have someone outbid him by 5,000 spirit coins, leaving him speechless. This third time, the person competing with him for this breakthrough potion was none other than the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon Clan's own granddaughter. That's the Bright Moon Clan, for crying out loud. As a lone cultivator, how could he possibly have the financial resources to compete with the Bright Moon Clan? He clenched his fists, then reluctantly unclenched them. What a stroke of bad luck! He muttered under his breath and had no choice but to give up the bid. Zhao couldn't help but glance in surprise at Chanshan on the second floor. At that moment, Chanshan's gaze also fell upon Zhao. Their eyes met. Chanshan gave a faint, charming smile. Seeing this, Zhao smiled as well and announced, "Congratulations to Miss Chanshan on the second floor for winning the bid for this third breakthrough potion at 50,000 spirit coins." Zhao was delighted inside. He had originally thought that these 3 breakthrough potions would fetch no more than 90,000 spirit coins at most. It might even have been lower. After all, there were 3 of them. Although the bidding might be more intense, the price should actually have gradually decreased. Rarity makes things valuable, after all. But the result was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. The prices for the last 2 were actually higher than that of the first one. This made him sigh in genuine amazement. There really are too many rich people in this world. To them, such a small amount of spirit coins is probably no different from a pebble on the side of the road. Putting his musings aside, Zhao resumed the auction. Well then, the appetizer is over. The auction continues. Next up for auction is a skill. Zhao flipped his palm, and an ancient-looking book appeared in his hand. There was a sword mark on the book. It appeared to have been drawn with a pen. But upon seeing this mark, people couldn't help but sense a sharp, piercing aura. The book instantly captured the attention of countless people. This skill is called the Qing Tsung Sword Art. Its rank Isnt very high epic rank lesser. Zhao explained with a smile. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than countless spectators were left speechless. What the heck? An epic rank lesser skill? You call that not very high grade? While skills aren't exactly rare, an earth grade skill. By any measure, it's certainly Isnt not very high grade. After all, rune stage experts rarely come into contact with such skills, and even ordinary core stage independent cultivators find it difficult to obtain a single epic rank lesser skill. Of course, for those influential figures on the second floor, an epic rank lesser skill certainly Isnt considered particularly high tier. To be able to produce an epic rank lesser skill this Azure Guild is quite something. On the second floor, inside a private room, a white-haired elder spoke slowly as he stroked his beard. Although he had little interest in the epic rank lesser skill itself, he was very interested in the Azure Guild. In terms of rarity, an epic rank lesser skill doesn't even compare to a breakthrough potion, but its value Isnt much lower. After all, it is still an epic rank skill. In the first row on the first floor, many core stage experts' eyes lit up upon seeing that it was an epic rank lesser skill. After all, quite a few of them were still cultivating rare rank greater skills. Epic rank lesser. Naturally, it held immense appeal for them. As for that mysterious man in the black robe, he didn't even bother to look up. He was clearly uninterested. Soon, Zhao announced the start of the auction. Most of the bidding came from just those few core stage powerhouses in the front row. In the end, the skill didn't fetch a particularly high price. But since it was, after all, an epic rank skill, the price couldn't be too low. The final bid settled at 100,000 spirit coins. It barely met the minimum requirement. Immediately afterward, Zhao brought out the epic rank lesser movement skill, Ghostly Steps, for auction. The result was similar to that of the Qingtsong sword art. It sold for 110,000 spirit coins. This price was still acceptable to Zhao. For an epic rank skill, even the worst one couldn't possibly go for less than 100,000. The rank speaks for itself. However, for Zhao, this was merely a stopgap measure. The items to be auctioned later were the real highlight. As Zhao brought out 2 earth rank skills for auction, those who had witnessed the first auction all stared in disbelief. Where on earth did Zhao get all these treasures? Who knows? But one thing is for sure, Zhao must have a secret source. Never mind, why should we worry about that? As long as there's a good show to watch. Xiao, too, was deeply impressed. I really did underestimate Zhao. To acquire so many treasures in just 10 days, his methods are truly astonishing. No wonder Qin didn't even show up this time. He probably didn't want to make a fool of himself. He thought to himself. Little did he know that although Qin hadn't come in person, he had sent someone to keep an eye on things long ago. And that person was currently sitting in the back rows of the hall. His attire and appearance were quite plain. At first glance, he looked just like an inn-waiter. Right now, his eyes were wide with shock, and he was utterly stunned. Hadn't the Grand Elder said that the Azure Guild's hidden stockpile had already been seized by them? He also said that the Azure Guild's guildmaster surely wouldn't be able to produce any valuable treasures, and that he was to keep a close eye on Zhao's facial expressions, reporting every change to him later. This? How was he supposed to report this? Never mind, I'd better just answer honestly. With that in mind, he lowered his head and walked out of the auction hall. He summoned a servant, handed him a letter, whispered some instructions, and finally gave him some small change before turning back toward the auction hall. Meanwhile, Zhao was also preparing to announce the next items up for auction. Thank you all for your patience. Our Azure Guild is not particularly wealthy, so the items auctioned earlier may not have caught the eye of the distinguished guests upstairs. We ask for your understanding. Zhao first gave a slight bow toward the second floor. A wave of laughter came from the second floor. Chairman Zhao, you're joking. Even the top merchant guilds in the northern province couldn't just pull these treasures out of thin air. While they may not catch our eye, this certainly doesn't mean your resources are meager. It was Li who spoke up playfully. Zhao and Li were on familiar terms, so he simply laughed it off. But just as Zhao was about to continue, Shanxian spoke up in a charming voice, Chairman Zhao, what are you implying? Could it be that the items to be auctioned next are also very precious to us? These words caused everyone in the room to perk up. It seems I can't keep anything from Miss Xiang. Zhao paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. He flipped his palm. A long sword, entirely purple in color, suddenly appeared in his tight grip. Perfect magic weapon Violet Blade. The moment the Violet Blade appeared, everyone in the hall couldn't help but stare in awe. There were countless powerful figures present, not to mention those at the core stage. Even rune stage experts could sense the Violet Blade's extraordinary quality. Whoa! What is that? A magic weapon. Many uninformed spectators simply gasped in surprise, unaware of the Violet Blade's true value. As for the core stage powerhouses in the crowd, they didn't even bother to speak. They simply kept their eyes fixed on the Violet Blade, their gazes filled with fervor. Zhao had no intention of keeping them in suspense. This sword is called Zi Xian. It is a perfect magic weapon. Whoa! As soon as he said this, the entire hall erupted in a stir. A perfect magic weapon. Holy crap! What is going on with the Azure Guild? How come this auction slot is even more outrageous than the last one? Many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. After all, at the last auction, Zhao had only brought out an average magic weapon at most. But this time, a perfect magic weapon, right off the bat. Just how precious is a perfect magic weapon? Across the entire northern province, there are absolutely no more than 30 of them. It's not that perfect magic weapons are too difficult to forge. Rather, the materials required to forge a perfect magic weapon are simply too demanding and rare. Without the materials, how can one forge a perfect magic weapon? Not to mention that even with the materials, successfully forging one is no easy feat. Therefore, the value of a perfect magic weapon goes without saying. It's at least as valuable as the celestial core auctioned off last time, if not more. A celestial core is merely a material used to forge a perfect magic weapon, whereas this is an actual, genuine perfect magic weapon. Everyone knows which is more valuable. This. Xiao's eyes widened in shock. His gaze was filled with disbelief. A perfect magic weapon. Even the Lunar Guild would have a hard time getting their hands on one, wouldn't they? How on earth did Zhao pull this off? He actually managed to get his hands on a perfect magic weapon. Second floor. A strange gleam flashed in Shanxian's beautiful eyes. A perfect magic weapon and a sword, no less. Is its name Zixian? As far as I know, there are a total of 28 perfect magic weapons in the northern province, of which only 3 are swords and none of them is called Zixian. With that thought, Shanxian took a deep breath. In other words, this perfect magic weapon was either newly forged by Zhao, or he had obtained it from somewhere else. Whichever the case, it proved that Zhao was no ordinary figure. Go down and have someone deliver a letter to the sect for me. Shanxian thought for a moment, then took paper and bad timing. He sighed to himself. He then turned his head to glance at the others standing nearby on the second floor. Each of them was of at least equal standing to him, and their financial resources went without saying. Although he was the Cloud Clan's foremost disciple and came from a wealthy family, that was all he had. How could he possibly compete with an entire sect? I guess I'm out of luck. Li sighed. But he had no intention of giving up just yet. What if there was still a chance? The atmosphere in the room was growing increasingly lively. Zhao knew the time had come. Without wasting a single word, he announced, the perfect magic weapon, Violet Blade. Starting bid, 50,000 spirit coins. The auction is now officially open. The moment he spoke, the crowd of independent cultivators below was taken completely by surprise. Holy crap! The starting bid was 50,000 spirit coins. That's insane. But they quickly came to terms with it. After all, this was a perfect magic weapon. Never mind anything else. Just getting to witness a perfect magic weapon up for auction was a once-in-a-lifetime privilege. After all, most cultivators might work themselves to death without ever laying eyes on a perfect magic weapon. And here they were, already experiencing this feat. As for worrying whether anyone would bid, that was pure overthinking. Because the very next second after Zhao spoke, a deep, powerful voice boomed from the second floor. 100,000 spirit coins. Upon hearing this, the crowd was so shocked they nearly wet themselves. Damn it! He just doubled the price off the bat. Does he have to be this reckless? Up on the second floor, Li was also stunned speechless by this sudden outburst. Who was so unscrupulous? Coming in with such a high bid? He turned his head and immediately burst out laughing. Because in the private room where the voice came from, there stood a familiar figure. It was none other than the martial clan elder who had competed with him for the celestial core at the last auction. At that moment, the elder seemed to sense Li's gaze and immediately shot him a defiant look. It was as if he were saying, "You managed to snatch that bargain last time, but now let us see how you'll compete with me." Li glanced at the person standing next to the elder. It was a kind-faced middle-aged man wearing a plain, long robe. He looked quite ordinary and unremarkable. But the terrifying power contained within his body made Li hold his breath involuntarily. This man's strength is likely at least the 7th level of the core stage. The martial clan really went all out, sending someone of this caliber down the mountain to attend the auction. He silently marveled. In fact, he had mentioned the Azure Guild to the Cloud Clan as well. However, the sect currently had more pressing matters to attend to, so they hadn't given it much thought. He had no choice but to come alone. One person certainly couldn't match an entire sect. But he could still give them a little taste of their own medicine. He quickly counted the spirit coins he had on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out, 150,000 spirit coins. His tone was remarkably calm, and after speaking, he shot a defiant glance toward the Marshall clan. The Marshall clan is so wealthy, how come a perfect magic weapon is only worth 100,000 spirit coins in your eyes? It seems the magic weapons forged by the Marshall clan aren't all that great, after all. These mocking words instantly made the Marshall clan elder's face flush red. This wasn't just mockery. It was a slap right in the face. You! Enraged, he stood up and pointed at Lee. But just then, the middle-aged man standing beside him slowly beckoned him over. After all these years, why are you still so hot-headed? I'm sorry, second uncle. Seeing this, the elder immediately bowed his head in apology. You're nearly 100 years old, you should act more mature and composed. After scolding him, the middle-aged man cast a casual glance at Lee. Lee immediately shut his mouth. This man. He was no one Lee could afford to cross. The auction continued. Lee was right, how could anyone possibly win a perfect magic weapon for 100,000 spirit coins? Forget 100,000, not even 300,000 would be enough. Sure enough, Lee had only been bidding for 10 breaths. Someone else shouted, 230,000 spirit coins. This time, the bid didn't come from the second floor. Instead, it came from a core stage powerhouse in the front row of the hall. He was none other than the mysterious man in black robes seated at the head of the table. Previously, people couldn't tell from his expression or tone whether he was happy or angry. But this time, his voice clearly carried a note of excitement as he called out the bid. This perfect magic weapon held immense appeal for him. 300,000. Someone else bid. It was Chanshan. She, too, had entered the fray to join the bidding war. But given the rarity of a perfect magic weapon, even the prestige of the Bright Moon clan wasn't enough to guarantee an advantage. 32,000. 33,000. Our sect offers 35,000. Soon, more and more people began to bid. And the bidding continued non-stop. This relentless stream of bids had the countless spectators below cheering with excitement. Is this what it feels like to throw money around? Oh no, the more I listen, the more I feel like 50,000 spirit coins isn't that much after all. My friend, calm down a bit. Judging by your clothes and appearance, 50,000 spirit coins would be more than enough for you to live in style for several years. Sects really are rich. Wrong, it's the top-tier sects that are deep-pocketed. Smaller sects don't have that kind of money. The audience buzzed with discussion, watching with great interest. Although they couldn't participate, watching all these big shots fight tooth and nail over a single treasure was still quite a thrill. It was like watching a grand spectacle. It wasn't just them, Zhao was also watching with a smile. Given the allure of a perfect magic weapon, he didn't even need to say anything to entice the bidders. He was happy to take it easy. At the same time, he was curious, this violet blade. Just how high would the bidding go? Seeing the auction price already nearing 400,000, with no sign of slowing down, he was over the moon inside. If I can snag this, plus those few showstopper treasures coming up. The more Zhao thought about it, the more excited he became. Of course, he didn't let it show. He continued to watch the scene with a calm expression. Soon, the price of the violet blade reached a staggering 450,000. 450,000 spirit coins. That's outrageous. Over on the other side of the stands, Chen and his two companions were all stunned. Never mind now. Even back in the Azure Guild's heyday, it was extremely rare for a treasure to fetch such an astronomical price of 450,000 spirit coins at auction. They hadn't encountered many such items. They never expected to witness something like this again. The guild master truly is a god among men. Chen exclaimed with genuine admiration. That's right. Even though the hidden supply has dried up, the guild master still managed to produce so many fine treasures, including a perfect magic weapon. How on earth did the guild master get them? Lin couldn't help but ask. Shen and Shui both shook their heads. Suddenly, Shui seemed to think of something and blurted out, "Don't you think the guild master must have foreseen that the Lunar Guild would cut off the hidden supply, so he stockpiled this batch in advance?" As soon as she said this, the other two's eyes lit up. Given the guild master's foresight, that's definitely a possibility. That's right, this kind of thing has happened before. No wonder the guild master told us not to worry. The more they thought about it, the more admiration and awe the three felt for Zhao. What a shame. If the guild master had taken over during the Azure Guild's heyday, perhaps our Azure Guild would have reached even more terrifying heights. We wouldn't even be limited to this northern province. Shen couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Lin and Shui both fell silent, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. It's okay, it's not too late. Lin was the first to snap out of it, his eyes burning with passion. With the guild master's current abilities, who knows, maybe one day he'll lead our Azure Guild beyond the northern province. A mere Lunar Guild wouldn't stand a chance against the guild master. While the three of them were discussing and reflecting, the bidding on the stage finally began to die down. The price for the violet blade had now reached 500,000. And among those still bidding, apart from the Martial clan, only the Bright Moon clan, represented by Qianxian, remained. In terms of strength, the Martial clan was naturally no match for the Bright Moon clan. But when it came to financial resources, the Martial clan might not necessarily be outdone by the Bright Moon clan. After all, the Martial clan is a major force in artifact forging. Naturally, they wouldn't be short on spirit coins. Previously, when Li had managed to outmaneuver the Martial clan's elders, it was entirely because he hadn't known of the celestial core's existence during that trip down the mountain, so he hadn't brought many spirit coins with him. This time, however, the Martial clan had come fully prepared. They were determined to win at all costs. Qianxian had no intention of backing down either. The two clans traded bids back and forth. In one fell swoop, they drove the price of the violet blade up to 600,000. 600,000. For a perfect magic weapon, this price was already somewhat inflated. The price of a perfect magic weapon typically ranges between 500,000 and 600,000. Any higher than that would be a loss. 65,000. From the Martial clan's private room, the middle-aged man spoke, his expression still impassive. Qianxian narrowed her eyes and continued to bid, 67,000. 70,000. No sooner had she spoken than the middle-aged man immediately raised his bid. This caused Qianxian to furrow her delicate brows slightly. "Miss, if we go any higher, we'll be losing too much money. Although a perfect magic weapon is rare, it's not something we absolutely must have." Hu, standing beside her, cautioned. Their Bright Moon clan possessed quite a few perfect magic weapons, there was no need to fight tooth and nail over this particular one. Qianxian paid no heed to this, instead turning to glance at Zhao in the audience. She saw Zhao sitting there, sipping his tea with a contented air, looking utterly at ease. Upon seeing this, Qianxian furrowed her brows slightly, but then, as if she had discovered something, her brows suddenly relaxed, and her eyes lit up. Then, to everyone's surprise, she stopped bidding. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Zhao finally set down his teacup. 70,000, going once. Logically speaking, if Qianxian had set her sights on it, she would have kept bidding. After all, that was Qianxian's nature, once she set her mind on something, she would exhaust every means to secure it. But now the situation had changed. For a mere 630,000 spirit coins, she had voluntarily stopped bidding? Strange. It's truly strange. In any case, this is a good thing for us, isn't it? To be able to secure the violet blade for such a small number of spirit coins? The Martial clan elder, unaware of the deeper meaning behind it, could only offer words of consolation. In response, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. Of course, he was still very curious as to why Qianqian had suddenly stopped. He wasn't the only one feeling curious and puzzled. Hua's face was now full of confusion. What was going on? Had the tables turned? After all, the young lady had never listened to his advice before. And this time was no exception. Although he felt the price of the violet blade was too high and bidding any higher would be a loss. Under normal circumstances, the young lady wouldn't even acknowledge him and would simply keep bidding higher. Until the other party couldn't afford it anymore. But this time, he was baffled. The young lady had actually stopped bidding. He scratched his head, wanting to ask, but not knowing where to start. After all, it was he who had spoken up first, advising the young lady to stop bidding. Now that she actually stopped, asking her about it would be asking for a beating, wouldn't it? But he was truly curious deep down, and it was driving him crazy. Qianqian, however, paid no heed to Hua's feelings. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhao from start to finish. As for everyone else, they assumed this perfect magic weapon was the final treasure of the auction. They began to marvel. This auction is just as good as the last one. That's true. But for this perfect magic weapon to go for 630,000, that's just outrageous. You're telling me? I've really learned a thing or two this time. It's a bit of a shame I didn't manage to bid on anything. Get real. With the measly amount of spirit coins you've got on you, it wouldn't even be enough to fill someone's teeth. It should be wrapping up soon, right? Amid their musings, some people had already turned to leave the auction hall. They all assumed today's auction was about to end. All that was left was some polite small talk. But just as some of them reached the doorway, Zhao returned to the stage. This time, he was pushing a small wooden cart. On the cart lay a yellowed, ancient-looking parchment scroll. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the final treasure of this auction, Zhao said slowly. In an instant, he drew everyone's attention back to him. Many were left speechless. What? There's still more? Wasn't the perfect magic weapon supposed to be the grand finale? Everyone was stunned. It wasn't just them, even some of the bigwigs on the second floor had already assumed the auction was over and were preparing to head home. Upon hearing these words, one by one, their eyes lit up as they turned back. On the second floor, aside from Qianqian, the Marshall clan, and Li, the others hadn't placed many bids. Did they look down on the perfect magic weapon? Of course not. It was simply that they couldn't compete with the Bright Moon clan and the Marshall clan. So they hadn't even bothered to bid. They had thought their chance was gone. But who would have thought there was still a treasure left? They returned to their seats, their eyes fixed on Zhao with curiosity and anticipation. On the second floor, Qianqian, as he thought this, his gaze inevitably fell on the parchment scroll. This thing doesn't really look like a skill or a skill. Even he couldn't tell what the parchment scroll was. And what value could it possibly hold to be more fitting as the grand finale than a perfect magic weapon? At that moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Zhao wasn't surprised by this at all. He cleared his throat lightly before speaking slowly. I imagine you're all very curious about what this object actually is, something that could outshine a perfect magic weapon to become the grand finale? It's actually quite an interesting story. I'm sure you're all aware of the Lunar Guild's sanctions against my Azure Guild, aren't you? If anyone from the Azure Guild goes out to purchase items, merchants will only sell to us at prices 2 or 3 times or even more the market rate. The Lunar Guild has quite a reputation and influence in the northern province these days. With no other choice, I recently sent the Guild's trade elder to Qinglan City and Yunsan City to procure treasures. And this item was purchased in Yunshan City. As soon as those words were spoken, before anyone could react, Chen and the others couldn't help but look startled. Lin, in particular, was visibly shaken. Could it be? Old Lin, you're in charge of Yunshan City, did you really hit the jackpot? Chen asked excitedly. No way. Lin was all smiles, but he still shook his head. He had no idea about this matter at all. Zhao Henti mentioned it to him. But this parchment doesn't seem to be among the items you bought, does it? Shui immediately asked, a look of confusion on her face. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but pause. He took a close look at the parchment, then shook his head. I didn't buy this parchment. Didn't the auctioneer make a mistake? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhao stopped keeping them in suspense. This item is a map, Zhao said with a smile. In an instant, many people couldn't help but look taken aback. A map? Do they even auction off maps? What's the point of that? It's not even a treasure map. Could this actually be a treasure map? At first, some wondered if Zhao had made a mistake auctioning off a mere map, but almost immediately, others considered a different possibility. A treasure map. Clearly, that was the only possibility. The group of powerful figures on the second floor remained silent, simply waiting for Zhao to continue his explanation. It seems some of you have already guessed it. That's right, this is indeed a treasure map. However, this treasure map is a bit special. The treasure it describes isn't the location of buried treasure, nor is it a secret realm or the site of a powerful cultivator's legacy. Rather, it reveals the location of a spirit coin's vein. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell instantly silent. A spirit coin's vein? Is this for real? Can something like this even be put up for auction? I've never seen anything like this in my life. Countless spectators were left speechless, unable to resist voicing their astonishment. Auctioning off a map to a spirit coin's vein, this was the first time they'd ever seen it, let alone heard of it. Just how precious is a spirit coin's vein? To put it simply, you've heard of the Cloud Clan, right? The Cloud Clan was founded right on top of a spirit coin's vein. And that vein is known as Lunar Mountain. Back in the day, the Cloud Clan was nothing more than an insignificant little sect. Forget about core stage cultivators, they didn't even have a single rune stage expert. They probably couldn't even hold their own against bandits. But ever since the spirit coin's vein within Lunar Mountain was discovered, the Cloud Clan has, in just a few hundred years, leaped to become the second largest sect in the northern province. Although the Cloud Clan's rise to its current position isn't entirely due to the spirit coin's vein. Without it, the Cloud Clan would absolutely never have become the second largest sect in the northern province. What does a spirit coin's vein represent? It represents a nearly endless supply of resources. A vast spirit coin vein can yield an enormous amount of spirit coins. And these resources are, by nature, extremely scarce. Many sects dream of finding a spirit coin vein to call their own. Who would have thought that the Azure Guild would actually put the map detailing this spirit coin vein up for auction? This is simply too shocking. So shocking, in fact, that some people simply refuse to believe it. Chairman Zhao, you aren't pulling our leg, are you? The mysterious man in the front row suddenly spoke, exuding the terrifying aura of a core stage expert. He was clearly warning Zhao. If he dared to deceive them, these core stage experts would not let him off the hook. Just kidding. My Azure Guild is firmly rooted in Moon City. Do you really think I'd put a fake map up for auction? However, I must remind you all that this spirit coin's vein is too far away from the northern province. It's located south of the Yen Empire. That's precisely why I'm putting it up for auction. Otherwise I would have kept it all for myself long ago. Zhao stated honestly. And that was the truth. If it weren't so far away, he would have sneaked off to mine it himself long ago. Why would he let outsiders get a chance? Although Zhao said this, most people remained skeptical. After all, this was a map to a spirit coin's vein. Who wouldn't be tempted? But if it were fake? Even if they won the auction, it would be useless. Just as many were wavering. Zhao spoke slowly. Map of the spirit coin's vein, starting bid of 200,000 spirit coins. The auction is now officially open. He didn't care whether others believed him or not. If they didn't, the lot would simply go unsold. As for the auction's proceeds, they had certainly already reached S-Class. The reason for auctioning the map was simply to see if they could surpass S-Class. If they didn't, it wouldn't matter. Zhao took it in stride. Although the value of the Spirit Coin Vein map was indeed astronomical. Faced with such a huge surprise, people actually remained level-headed. I don't think this is very credible. Me neither. It's in the southern part of the Yin Empire, it's just too far away. If this Zhao is pulling a fast one, by the time we get to the marked location on the map to verify its authenticity, he might have already fled. In the front row of the hall, quite a few core stage experts were buzzing with in the second row. Xiao also looked thoroughly puzzled. He really couldn't figure out Zhao. If the map were genuine, he couldn't understand why Zhao would put it up for auction. He could have kept it for himself, in case he needed it later. After all, given the Azure Guild's current trajectory, there might be a chance to venture beyond the northern province someday. Yet Zhao had put it up for auction. It was truly baffling. And if the map were fake? He was even more puzzled. Zhao. Why would he forge it? He couldn't think of a reason. Make a quick buck and run? Judging by Zhao's previous attitude toward the Azure Guild, it was impossible that he would abandon the guild and flee to the ends of the earth. That didn't make sense either. Nothing made sense at all, leaving him utterly baffled. As expected. After Zhao announced the start of the auction, not a single bid was placed for a full moment. It was a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere earlier. Zhao, however, seemed quite unperturbed by this. He sat on the stage with his eyes slightly closed. It seemed as if he didn't care at all whether anyone would bid on the auction. Nor did he show any intention of actively promoting the map as selling points. This take-it-or-leave-it attitude also caused those core stage powerhouses who had previously suspected Zhao of faking his status to furrow their brows. They couldn't figure it out. If he were really faking it, shouldn't Zhao be vigorously touting the map as value right now to entice them to bid? Why didn't Zhao seem to care at all whether this map sold or not? Could it be on purpose? Was he feigning indifference to make them think he didn't actually want to auction it off? To lure them into the trap? Just as many were pondering this. Zhao paused. Seems none of you are interested in this map. In that case, let us call it a failed auction. Zhao spoke up, just as he was about to declare the lot unsold. But before he could finish his sentence, a familiar, pleasant voice suddenly rang out from the second floor. 600,000. Chairman Zhao, I trust you. Zhao looked up and saw Qianxian smiling at him. Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile and tease her. Miss Xiang, although I know I'm handsome, there is no need to spend so many spirit coins on this map just for my sake. I'm actually quite affordable. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianxian raised her willow-like eyebrows slightly. It's got to be the Bright Moon clan, after all. I didn't think much of this map, but I never expected the Bright Moon clan's young lady to bid and to start at 600,000 no less. That's really bold. Well, the Bright Moon clan is a powerful and wealthy family. 60,000 spirit coins is probably no different to them than a dozen or so spirit coins. Many people were filled with envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, the core stage cultivators in the front row all shook their heads and sighed. What a sucker! How could anyone believe that? Second floor, Martial Clan. Second uncle, it seems Qianxian isn't as clever as the rumors suggest. She actually fell for a map. The elder couldn't help but smile as he spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. But the middle-aged man didn't smile instead, his brows were deeply furrowed. At first, he hadn't taken Zhao's words seriously, thinking it was simply impossible for such a thing to be true. After all, how incredibly precious is a map to a spirit coin vein? To put it simply, if the Martial clan could get their hands on that vein, they'd even have a chance to surpass the Cloud clan and become the second largest sect in the northern province. Precisely because it was so precious, he simply couldn't believe that Zhao could produce a map to a spirit coin vein, let alone put it up for auction. Isn't that ridiculous? But now, after Qianxian spoke up, he began to have second thoughts. This girl, what on earth is going on? Seeing that no one was continuing to bid, Zhao spoke again. 60,000, first call. 60,000, second call. 60,000, third. Just as Zhao was about to bring down the gavel. On the second floor, the middle-aged man from the Marshall clan suddenly furrowed his brow. A booming voice rang out from his mouth. 65,000. The moment the middle-aged man spoke, the elders standing beside him froze in surprise. Second uncle, you. He clearly hadn't expected his second uncle to join the bidding. In his view, this so-called map of the spirit coin's vein was absolutely worthless. But his second uncle had actually placed a bid of his own accord. Could it be that his second uncle believed it too? He wasn't the only one. Many in the audience wore expressions of bewilderment. They had all assumed that only the Bright Moon clan would bid on this so-called spirit coin's vein map. Yet now, the Marshall clan had stepped forward to compete as well? We truly didn't expect this. Could it be that the Marshall clan believes it too? Many looked completely baffled. Even the core stage powerhouses sitting in the front rows furrowed their brows. Even so, they still didn't believe this spirit coin's vein map was genuine. It came down to the same logic. They didn't believe anyone who obtained a spirit coin's vein map would resist the urge to mine it themselves and instead auction it off to others. Over on Xianxian's side, her dark eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why is the Marshall clan getting involved in this? To be honest, Xianxian wasn't entirely convinced at first that this so-called spirit coin's vein map was genuine either. However, she had contacts in the southern part of the Yin Empire. Once she obtained the map, she could verify its authenticity. What would happen if Zhao were to deceive her? Besides, she observed him closely. Zhao seemed extremely confident in the map he held. So much so that he believed if no one bid on it at the auction, it was because these people lacked discernment. Since there was a guarantee anyway, she naturally auctioned it off without hesitation. Could it be that someone from the Marshall clan is involved too? She muttered to herself under her breath. Originally, if this spirit coin vein map were genuine, snagging it at auction for just 600,000 spirit coins would have been an absolute steal. But now, there'd be no bargain to be had. 800,000. Xianxian said, her voice tinged with resentment. This sent a wave of commotion through the crowd. With that single bid, Xianxian had raised the price by 150,000 spirit coins. She was truly determined to win this at all costs. 900,000. Shurjan spoke up, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. As the deputy patriarch of the Marshall clan, his discernment went without saying. At first, he'd been skeptical of the map Zhao had produced. When Zhao mentioned that the location on the map was south of the Yin Empire, he'd been convinced the map couldn't be real. But the situation had changed. That girl from the Bright Moon clan was actually willing to spend so many spirit coins on this fake map? Something's off. 10 out of 10 or even 9 out of 10, something's definitely off. So he made an offer. Watching as Xianxian raised the bid yet again by a whopping 150,000. That meant he'd guessed right. Even if this map isn't genuine, there's definitely something fishy about it. So he immediately made an offer. 1 million. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. From then on, the bidding was down to just Xianxian and Shur. As the auction price for this map soared, reaching 1,400,000 in the blink of an eye, everyone in the room was left speechless. What was going on? At first, no one had even been willing to bid on this map. How could it have become so? The Bright Moon clan is the largest sect in the northern province, and the Marshall clan is among the top 10. Its heritage is no less impressive than the Bright Moon clan's. Go ahead and tell me who has the clout to get the Bright Moon clan and the Marshall clan to willingly play along? Kid, go back to your mother's breast. This isn't a place for you. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, the man hung his head in shame and ran out of the auction hall. Of course, this was just a minor incident. People quickly stopped paying it any mind. After all, only a few minutes had passed. The bidding price for the spirit coin vein had already reached a staggering 3 million. Shanxian and Shi were both fired up, each out the other. They were on the verge of coming to blows. This scene left not only the spectators on the first floor speechless, but even the core stage powerhouses in the front rows were secretly amazed. Although I didn't manage to win any items at this auction, witnessing such a spectacular event makes the trip worthwhile. I never expected such a small place as Moon City to have a guild willing to put up a map of a spirit coin's vein. This has truly broadened my horizons. I hear the Azure Guild put up all these treasures even while under sanctions from the Lunar Guild? Chairman Zhao is truly extraordinary. Amid the chatter, many of them turned their gaze toward Zhao. Before arriving, they already heard rumors about Zhao. And the most famous of these, naturally, was the news that Zhao had single-handedly slain a bandit at the peak of the rune stage. At first, they hadn't taken it seriously. After all, just by looking at Zhao's appearance, it was clear he wasn't very old, only in his 20s. To possess the strength to slay someone at the peak of the rune stage, one would have to be at least at the core stage. Core stage in his 20s? If this were a top-tier sect like the Bright Moon clan, they might believe it. But in a small place like Moon City, in a small guild like the Azure Guild, could such a figure really exist? Who would believe that? But now, even if Zhao didn't possess that level of cultivation or strength, his methods were certainly extraordinary. Zhao remained quite unfazed by the admiring and reverent glances around him. Of course, that was just a facade. Watching the bidding price for the spirit coin vein map soar past 2 million. He was practically jumping for joy. At this rate, once this auction ends, the profits are sure to exceed 3,500,000. Shi continued to call out the bid. The elder, standing beside him, was now drenched in sweat. Second uncle, isn't this price a bit too high? He felt utterly ashamed. Although he already knew why Shi was bidding along. But he still felt it was too risky. What if the map is fake? Shanxian has the ability to verify it, so she can snap it up without hesitation, but if we get our hands on it, how are we going to verify its authenticity? He asked. Hearing this, Shi's expression faltered. He hadn't considered this issue before. Time was too tight. And he didn't want to let Shanxian get the map too easily. So he started bidding. After that, Shanxian's bidding was so fast that it didn't give him any time to react. Then he got more and more carried away. It wasn't until he heard his nephew say this that he suddenly calmed down. A chill ran down his spine. Oh no, if that is really the case. Shi immediately looked over at Shanxian. Shanxian happened to be looking right at him at that moment. There was a hint of mockery in her gaze. It was as if she were taunting him for falling for the trick. Shi's heart sank. 3,500,000 even for him, that was a painful loss. Although it was a drop in the bucket compared to the spirit coin vein, that was only true if the map was genuine. Otherwise, he'd be out 3,500,000 spirit coins. Shanxian also noticed Shi's reaction. A faint smile finally appeared on her delicate little face. Looks like he has finally caught on. The martial clan's deputy sect master seems he's not all that, after all. She chuckled to herself. Without waiting for Shi to react, she called out in a sweet voice, 5 million. Boom! Although they were all core stage cultivators, they were actually just independent cultivators below the third sublevel of the core stage. As for the core stage experts within the Bright Moon clan, any one of them could easily wipe them out. How could they possibly dare to provoke them? However, just because they couldn't take on the Bright Moon clan didn't mean they couldn't take on the Azure Guild. With that in mind, quite a few of them turned their gaze toward Zhao, who was calmly sipping his tea. That, over 5 million. Even he found that figure hard to swallow. 5 million spirit coins was nearly half a year's income for the Martial clan. He didn't dare to casually disperse such a large sum of spirit coins. He feared he would face punishment from the sect master. As for Qianqian, she knew full well that securing this map was practically a sure thing. The Marshall clan dared not bid any higher. Why raise the price to 5 million? There was, of course, a reason for that. If Zhao had deceived her and taken those 5 million, he would surely feel uneasy. After all, 5 million spirit coins is a sum most ordinary people would never see in a lifetime. Even if Zhao were as bold as the sky, he wouldn't dare to deceive the Bright Moon clan with a fake map. And if Zhao hadn't deceived her, then the 1,500,000 spirit coins in the middle would simply be a token of gratitude. A spirit coin vein, even a lesser one, could provide the Bright Moon clan with a steady stream of spirit coins. Moreover, spirit coin veins don't contain only spirit coins. Occasionally, average spirit coins appear as well. Those are even more valuable. Even 5 million spirit coins would pale in comparison to a single spirit coin vein. For Qianqian, this was killing two birds with one stone. Since that's the case, why not? Beside Qianqian, whose mouth twitched slightly, his young mistress was truly generous. 5 million spirit coins. She just handed it over without a second thought. How reckless. Of course, as her bodyguard, he didn't dare say much. He knew his mistress's temperament all too well. If he were to say something unlucky while she was in such a good mood, he'd be asking for trouble. Down in the audience, at the auction podium, when Qianqian called out the price of 5 million, the hand holding his teacup shook violently. He nearly knocked the cup to the ground. Isn't Qianqian a bit too extravagant? But he liked it. After waiting a moment, Zhao knew the Marshall clan wouldn't bid any higher. So he slowly opened his mouth to announce 5 million, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thud. The wooden hammer came down. Congratulations to Miss Qianqian. Ladies and gentlemen who have won items, please follow me to the backstage area to receive your prizes. The crowd followed Mu Chen toward the backstage area of the auction hall. Before long, all the successful bidders had arrived at the backstage area and were shown to their seats. Zhao began announcing the items one by one. First up is the first breakthrough potion, won by Li Zhenchuan for a total of 35,000 spirit coins. As he spoke, Zhao couldn't help but glance at Li with a smile. The two were fairly familiar with each other by now. Li smiled back, handed 35,000 spirit coins to Zhao, and tucked the breakthrough potion away. Next is this senior in the black robe. Zhao looked at the man sitting nearby, still clad in a black robe. The price is 40,000 spirit coins. Without another word, the mysterious man in the black robe pulled a storage ring from his sleeve and tossed it to Zhao. Zhao glanced at it casually. It did indeed contain 40,000 spirit coins. After retrieving the spirit coins, Zhao handed the storage ring and the breakthrough potion to the mysterious man in the black robe. The man still didn't say a word. He simply took the breakthrough potion and turned to leave. Chairman Zhao, I won't bother you any further. If there are any treasures in the future, please do let me know. Li said to Zhao, clasping his hands in a bow. Of course. Zhao nodded. Li also left, and Zhao then turned his attention to the other two. These were the guests who had bid on the Qing Jitsang sword art and the Youming step. Cash for goods. After receiving their items, the two cast a lingering glance at Zhao before turning and leaving. Next came the main event. So, next. Zhao looked at Shi, who was sitting nearby, and the elder he met last time. 70,000 spirit coins, they're all in here. Shi was a man of few words. He simply tossed the storage ring to Zhao. Seeing this, Zhao was only too happy to take the burden off his hands. He gave the contents a quick count, confirmed the amount, and transferred the spirit coins to his own storage ring. He immediately took out the violet blade and handed it, along with the storage ring, to Shi. Congratulations, senior. Watching Zhao so delighted, Shi felt a pang of resentment welling up inside him. Although he obtained a treasure at a minimal markup, he should have been happy. But because of Qianqian, he simply couldn't bring himself to feel joy. If that map was genuine, then their Marshall clan had missed out on a colossal opportunity. After receiving the violet blade, Sure cast a meaningful glance at Shanshan on the other side, only to be met with Hua's hostility and wariness. After a moment's hesitation, Sure still chose not to act. Although in terms of wealth, the Martial clan was on par with the Bright Moon clan, when it came to combat strength. The two clans were simply in different leagues. Even as the Martial clan's deputy patriarch, he dared not provoke the Bright Moon clan lightly. Once Sure and Shanshan had left, a playful smile appeared on Shanshan's face. "Chairman Zhao, it's my turn now, isn't it?" Zhao smiled in return and said, "Of course. First, this breakthrough potion. No need to elaborate on that, you should know exactly what I want, right?" Shanshan interrupted Zhao. Zhao wasn't surprised by this. For a rich heir like Shanshan, a mere 50,000 spirit coins was truly nothing. After a brief pause, Zhao snapped his fingers, and a yellowed parchment appeared in his hand. He immediately handed it to Shanshan. "This is the map detailing the spirit coin veins." Shanshan reached out to take it. But just then, Zhao pulled his hand back slightly. Shanshan froze for a moment. Only when she saw Zhao's smile remain unchanged did she realize what was happening. "This guy, does he think I'm going to run a tab on him?" Shanshan was almost amused by his suspicion. 5 million spirit coins was certainly no small sum for her. In fact, those 5 million spirit coins were all she had on her. But as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon clan, was she the sort of person who would buy something and not pay for it? "Who?" Shanshan called out to Hu behind her. Hu caught on immediately and pulled a rather exquisite storage ring out of another storage ring. This scene made Zhao's mouth twitch slightly. "A storage ring inside another storage ring? Are you playing Russian nesting dolls here?" Still, a storage ring containing 5 million spirit coins certainly needed to be kept safe. Zhao took the storage ring. He glanced inside and was instantly stunned. Inside lay a dazzling array of spirit coins, a mountain so vast he couldn't even count them. He couldn't see the bottom of it at a glance. Even using his divine sense, it took him a full half-hour to confirm that there were indeed 5 million spirit coins. In fact, there were even 5 or 6,000 extra. "Consider the extra 10,000 spirit coins a gift to you," Shanshan said calmly. 10,000 spirit coins. She just handed them over with a single word. If anyone else had heard that, they would surely have stared in envy. 10,000 spirit coins. That's more than most ordinary people could earn in a year. No, not even in 5 years. And yet, she casually offered them as a token of thanks with just a word. It was simply outrageous. "Then thank you very much, Miss Xiang," Zhao said without hesitation, bowing slightly to Shanshan. "Of course." The smile on Shanshan's face suddenly faded. "If Chairman Zhao were to use a fake map to deceive my Bright Moon clan." As she spoke, the meaning in Shanshan's eyes became crystal clear. "Miss Xiang, feel free to investigate. The Azure Guild is rooted in Moon City. We can't leave or run away. If anything goes wrong, the Bright Moon clan can come find me at any time." Zhao merely chuckled softly and replied rather casually. Seeing that Zhao showed no fear whatsoever, Shanshan finally nodded in satisfaction. "I believe you. At least judging by the look in Zhao's eyes just now, he hadn't been lying. Let us go." With the transaction complete, Shanshan naturally had no reason to stay any longer. She was just about to lead Hu out of the Azure Guild. "Have a safe journey, both of you." Zhao watched them leave with a smile. However, just as the two reached the door, Shanshan suddenly paused and turned to look at Zhao. "By the way, Chairman Zhao, let me give you a heads up before I go. Those 5 million spirit coins are irresistibly tempting to core stage powerhouses, especially independent core stage cultivators. They might not dare to take action against the Bright Moon clan, but they certainly won't think twice about targeting a small trading guild in a minor city." When Shanshan said this, Zhao was slightly taken aback. It wasn't that he was surprised core stage experts might set their sights on him, but rather that Shanshan would actually warn him about it. "So, what do you say? Are you interested in joining the Bright Moon clan, Chairman Zhao? That would give me a reason to intimidate those petty troublemakers." The smile on Shanshan's face grew even broader. But these words made Hua's eyes widen instantly. Bring the Azure Guild under their banner? But they already had the Lunar Guild under their wing. Even the Grand Elder would never agree to that. Just as he was about to speak up to warn him, Zhao, however, bowed his hand slightly. Thank you, Miss Xiang, for your reminder and olive branch, but I, Zhao, have no intention of aligning with any other faction for the time being. This left Hu stunned once again. This kid. He actually turned down the young lady's invitation? Did he even realize how tempting the terms she just offered were? Never mind the humble Azure Guild, even the most elite merchant guilds would find it hard to refuse. After all, how many merchant guilds every year seek to align themselves with the Bright Moon clan and receive its protection? And this Zhao actually turned it down? Of course, Zhou's refusal was a good thing for him. At least he'd have an easy time explaining it to the Grand Elder. But he still felt Zhao was being a bit ungrateful. Shanshan also stood there, stunned. She had expected Zhao to refuse. After all, she only brought it up as a joke. But she hadn't expected Zhao to refuse so decisively. It was as if he never even considered the possibility. Either Zhao was a short-sighted person, or Zhao had grand ambitions. He likely didn't even regard the entire northern province, or even the Yan Empire, as anything worth his attention. Shanshan leaned toward the first option. But her intuition told her Zhao was the second. What kind of reward would he receive? Zhao had thought about the rewards before. In his own opinion, he actually hoped the system would reward him with something related to physical constitution or talent. After all, his natural talent was currently too poor. His cultivation progress was also slow. Although Tai was there, he didn't need to worry about danger for the time being. But with his own strength so low, he would inevitably be hesitant and lack confidence when taking action. If he could improve his natural talent, his cultivation would naturally advance rapidly. With strength, all problems would naturally be solved. For example, if he were to break through to the peak of the Void stage right now, or even directly to the King Realm, the Lunar Guild, the Cloud Clan, and the Bright Moon Clan would all have to step aside. His Azure Guild would become the #1 merchant guild and the #1 sect in the northern province. That is the importance of strength. But unfortunately, he was currently just a lowly spirit stage cultivator. No different from a weakling. Just as he was lost in these thoughts and fantasies, the system's voice rang out once more. You have successfully hosted this auction and achieved an S-rank evaluation. Your rewards are a portable luxury cave residence, the special constitution's spirit-seeking body, 100,000 skill experience points. It was a wondrous sensation that left him utterly captivated. Zhao knew full well that he was in the process of fusing with the spirit-seeking body. This fusion took about half an hour. Half an hour later, Zhao opened his eyes. At that moment, his body felt completely renewed. The most noticeable change was his cultivation level. Previously, he had only been at the 3rd level of the spirit stage, but after fusing with the spirit-seeking body, his cultivation had now skyrocketed directly to the 6th level of the spirit stage. Just by fusing with the spirit-seeking body, I've jumped 3 cultivation levels? This spirit-seeking body is pretty powerful. Zhao then glanced at the description of the spirit-seeking body. Spirit-seeking constitution. A natural spiritual constitution with an innate, powerful attraction to mana. It absorbs mana far more efficiently than ordinary people and allows for cultivation speeds far surpassing those of ordinary people. Upon seeing this, Zhao paused in surprise. Is that it? Apart from fast cultivation speed, does this constitution have no other uses? From that perspective, this spirit-seeking constitution seems pretty average. Of course, if anyone else had heard Zhao say this, they would have been furious. How could anyone look down on a natural spirit constitution? Do you have any idea how many people dream every day of obtaining a special constitution? But Zhao didn't see it that way. Is the spirit-seeking constitution powerful? For ordinary people, it's certainly very powerful. But when compared to a host of formidable special spirit constitutions, it seems rather ordinary. Of course, Zhao felt that simply obtaining a spirit body was already quite good. He was very satisfied with that. What he wasn't satisfied with was that this spirit-seeking body was actually the reward from the system this time. He had pushed the average appraisal at the auction all the way up to S rank. And the reward for an S rank appraisal was just an ordinary spirit body? This was nowhere near as good as the A rank reward from last time. With that in mind, Zhao couldn't help but open his status panel. Host, Zhao. Age, 22. Cultivation level, Spirit Stage, 6th tier. Skills, Normal rank Greater Spirit Gathering Art Beginner 12,300, Rare rank Greater Crimson Feather Skill Not Yet Begun 23,500. Skills, Normal rank Greater Dragon Tiger Fist Beginner 52,300. Currently available skill experience, 100,000 points can be used to master skills, create original skills. Currently available skill experience, 101,000 points can be used to master skills, create original skills. Currently available artifact fragments, 102 points can be used to upgrade weapons, create weapons. Return count, 7 times. Currently available universal stones, 1. His cultivation level has increased. Of course, the most striking change is in the experience column. Whether it's skill experience or universal stone experience, both have skyrocketed by 100,000 points. 100,000 experience points. I wonder what grade of skill or universal stone I could create with that. A gleam flashed in Zhao's eyes. He was quite satisfied with this reward. After all, if he had to accumulate it slowly through returns, who knows how long it would take to save up 100,000 experience points. Compared to the rewards received after an auction ends, the rewards from the refund system were practically peanuts. Also, I actually got a universal stone as a reward? He'd been curious from the start about what this universal stone could do. Now was the perfect time to find out. He tapped on the universal stone's description. He was better off not looking the moment he did. Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Universal stone, a special stone that allows the host to randomly create a skill of earth grade or higher, a skill, or a magic weapon of perfect grade or higher. This universal stone. So it's basically a gacha ticket? And the lowest tier is earth grade. That's just insane. Doesn't that mean he can now instantly create his very own exclusive skill, another skill, or a perfect grade magic weapon? What a steal! Zhao thought to himself. He had originally thought the S rank reward was a bit lackluster. But now, he took back what he said earlier. The S rank reward was indeed incredible. Just the skill experience and skill experience from before were already plenty. But this universal stone was even more incredible. It was essentially giving him a skill of earth grade or higher, or even a perfect magic weapon right off the bat. Add the spirit-seeking entity to that, and it was already better than the previous reward. Oh right, there's also a portable cave residence. Zhao suddenly realized there was one more item he hadn't claimed yet. He couldn't help but look over. Immediately, he felt troubled again. A portable cave residence. That was easy enough to understand. It just meant the system had rewarded him with a house. But what use was a house? He couldn't exactly pull it out and place it in Moon City, could he? If a house just appeared out of nowhere in Moon City, that would be way too conspicuous. Besides, a house wasn't all that appealing to him anyway. He didn't have high standards when it came to living quarters. But I'll give it a try first. After thinking it over, Zhao asked, "System, can this cave residence be placed underground?" Since it had been far too conspicuous on the surface just now, Zhao wanted to place it underground. It would also give him a chance to see just how big the cave residence was. Yes. The system replied promptly. Zhao's eyes lit up at this. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the underground warehouse that had been specially constructed for the auction. After a moment's pause, he pointed to the spot next to the warehouse. Place the cave residence here. Buzz. A loud boom echoed through the air. The ground began to shake violently. That commotion. It was probably clearly felt throughout the entire city. Fortunately, the commotion didn't last long, just a split second. But even in that split second, it startled quite a few people. What is going on? Why did the ground just tremble? Could it be an earthquake like the one in Moon City? I didn't expect Moon City to have earthquakes either. People were buzzing with speculation. Xiao had just returned to his house and was wondering when he should go see Zhao. Then the ground shook, nearly giving him a heart attack. Could it be that even the heavens can't stand it anymore? That makes sense. Zhao is in such the spotlight this time, his future prospects are surely limitless. I'd better start building a good relationship with him quickly. At this thought, Xiao's eyes hardened with determination. Azure Guild. Chen Lin and the other two gathered together, waiting silently for Zhao's arrival, just as they had during the first auction. But before Zhao arrived, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. They thought something serious had happened, but the tremor quickly subsided. Once they regained their composure, Chen looked puzzled. Why do I feel like that tremor came from right beneath us? It's probably just a figment of our imagination. They discussed it among themselves. They continued to wait. Meanwhile, the underground warehouse. Zhao's eyes widened. Right before him now stood a magnificent, resplendent hall. The hall's doors exuded an overwhelming sense of grandeur, and above them hung a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Zishou Hall. Above the character 4 Hall was a deep sword mark. Just one glance felt as though countless sharp flashes of swordlight were flickering before his eyes. At that moment, the system's description echoed in Zhao's mind. This is the Zishou Cave Mansion, a luxurious cave residence that can be carried with you. Once the cave residence is activated and you are inside, your strength will become unfathomable. Any injuries you sustain will heal instantly. When facing cultivators of a lower cultivation level than yours, you can annihilate them with a single thought. When facing cultivators of a higher cultivation level than yours, you can erase their cultivation, reducing them to ordinary people. They will only be able to recover once they leave the cave residence. However, this effect does not apply if their cultivation level reaches the Imperial Realm or higher. After hearing the system's introduction, Zhao nearly shouted out loud. What the hell? He couldn't have heard that right. Inside the cave residence, he could wipe out anyone of a lower cultivation level with a single thought. As for those of a higher cultivation level, as long as they weren't at the Imperial Realm or above, he could effortlessly erase their cultivation, turning them into ordinary people. If all he had to do was stay inside the cave residence, that'd make him invincible. That's way too overpowered. This is just too insane. Zhao's face was etched with astonishment. He was wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. He thought the reward for an S-rank evaluation would be nothing special. It wasn't until he learned the true function of this cave residence that he realized just how wrong he'd been. This cave residence is worth more than 1/10,000th of the combined value of the spirit-seeking body, the universal stone, and all that skill experience. Even if a King Realm expert came along, this thing would be useless against them. As for Emperor Realm, that's even further out of reach. In the northern province, they couldn't even find a single King Realm expert, let alone an Emperor Realm one. It's a bit of a waste to keep such a treasure buried underground. Zhao shook his head. He immediately dismissed his earlier timid thoughts. Wouldn't it be both impressive and cool to use this cave residence as the main hall of his Azure Guild? Plus, it would boost their prestige and might even influence the scale assessment for the next auction. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With that in mind, he couldn't sit still any longer. He turned around and instantly summoned the Zishou cave residence. Boom! As he did so, the entire city shook once more. Many people couldn't help but curse in frustration. Soon, Zhao returned to the entrance. System, overlay the cave residence onto the Azure Guild auction. At Zhao's command, the auction hall began to undergo a complete transformation. Naturally, this change wouldn't happen as instantly as it had underground. After all, Zhao's intention was to cover the entire Azure Guild auction hall with his cave residence. Apart from his own room, which had been completely transformed into the Z-Show hall. Everywhere else remained exactly as before, with no major changes. Or rather, no one could even detect the changes at all. Such a luxurious cave residence truly awe-inspiring. Zhao couldn't help but marvel. He could now feel that the entire Azure Guild was under his control. Every blade of grass, every tree, every table and chair, he could command them all with a single thought. He could even clearly see Chen and the other two sitting in the main hall, anxiously waiting for him. And he, with just a thought, he could take their lives without anyone ever knowing. This is terrifying. Even Zhao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Now, even if he had Tai step in, any core stage cultivator foolish enough to come looking for trouble would simply be courting death. With the cave residence fully set up, Zhao felt an immense sense of relief. This ensured his safety was greatly secured. It could be said that as long as he didn't leave the Azure Guild, even a King Realm cultivator arriving here wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. He might even be able to turn the tables and kill them. As for running errands, he could easily leave those to Tai first. Still, I should start thinking about the next auction. Zhao looked pensive. The proceeds from this auction were exceptionally generous. All the treasures combined had netted a total of 5,790,000 spirit coins. The Azure Guild now had ample cash flow. However, Zhao had no immediate plans to use this batch of spirit coins to purchase treasures. The reason was simple. The issue with the Lunar Guild hadn't been resolved yet, so if he wanted to buy treasures, he'd have to pay a premium. He wasn't about to keep getting ripped off. As for the Lunar Guild, it was almost time to close the net on them. The faces of those Lunar Guild members must be quite a sight right now, huh? There is something even more spectacular coming up. Zhao smiled, summoned Tai, and gave him some instructions. He then remained in his room, preparing to devote himself to cultivation. As for Chen's group, there was no need for him to give any orders. They knew exactly what to do on their own. Meanwhile, at the Lunar Guild headquarters. Boom! A sharp sound rang out in the hall, as if something had been slammed violently onto the floor. Impossible! Didn't you say that mysterious figure guaranteed you they'd never supply the Azure Guild? Then how did Zhao manage to get his hands on a perfect magic weapon and even a map to a spirit coin vein? Sheena's face was flushed with rage as he grabbed a servant by the collar and demanded an answer. Elder, this humble servant has no idea. I did indeed watch that mysterious figure leave with my own eyes that day, and there is no trace of any contact between the Azure Guild and him. The servant hurriedly explained. He was truly being wronged. He had already done his utmost to investigate this matter. But he had genuinely found no evidence of any dealings between Zhao and the mysterious figure. Just then, a man dressed in black suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Elder, he is probably not lying." During the auction, Zhao himself said that he snagged the map of the spirit coins vein at a bargain price in Yunshan City. Hearing this, Sheena's expression softened slightly. But it quickly turned grim again. Because Yunshan City was the Lunar Guild's territory. He had bribed virtually every merchant there with large sums of money. In such a small place, how could there possibly be a map detailing a spirit coin vein? Who could have imagined that? To have a treasure from his own territory snatched up by Zhao at a bargain price, it was an utter disgrace. No, I cannot let this go. The more Qin thought about it, the angrier he became. When did that mysterious person agree with you on the next delivery date? 10 days from now. The servant replied immediately. Are all the items ready? Almost. We're just missing one rare rank greater treasure. It's already on its way and should arrive in a couple of days. Hearing this, Qin nodded, though a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Bring out another epic rank lesser treasure to give to the mysterious figure. Tell him to kill Zhao for me. At this, both the servant and the man in black couldn't help but look startled. Sacrificing an epic rank lesser treasure just to have the mysterious figure kill Zhao? It seemed the elder was truly furious. However, the man in black hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, this time, none of the treasures Zhao put up for auction were below epic rank. An epic rank lesser treasure might not be enough. Hearing this, Jean paused as well. That was certainly true. At this thought, his expression immediately darkened again. Where on earth did Zhao get so many treasures? Never mind the epic rank lesser movement techniques and skills, there were also 3 breakthrough potions and a perfect magic weapon. Even within their own Lunar Guild, treasures of this caliber would only be brought out to headline the grand annual auction. Not only did we fail to harm Zhao, but we actually helped him build his reputation. Damn it! After muttering a few curses, Jean felt a heavy weight in his chest, so he left the hall to take his frustration out on his lovely wife. The scene shifts back to Zhao. This time at the auction, he didn't put that epic rank lesser skill 3000 streams of weak water up for bid, mainly because he needed to cultivate it himself. It wouldn't be too late to auction it off once he demastered it. However, before the auction began, he hadn't had much opportunity to practice. Now, though, he finally had some free time. He first took out the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Divine Tree from his storage ring. In fact, now that he had fused with the spirit-seeking body, his natural talent had grown considerably stronger. Even without relying on the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Divine Tree, mastering the basics of the 3000 streams of weak water would be no problem. It would just take a few days. But if he used the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Divine Tree, he might be able to master the basics today. Then, with just one skill point, he could level up the 3000 streams of weak water technique. With that in mind, Zhao didn't hesitate any longer. He opened the 3000 streams of weak water technique and, aided by the Thunderstruck Enlightenment Tree, began to study it carefully. As he read, Zhao felt his mind working with remarkable clarity. The obscure and difficult content in the book seemed as easy to understand as a light novel. 1 hour later, Zhao had already mastered the basics of the 3000 streams of weak water technique. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He allocated a skill point immediately. Upgrading the epic rank lesser skill 3000 streams of weak water to perfection requires 10,000 skill experience. Do you confirm the upgrade? Zhao didn't hesitate for even a second and chose to upgrade. Whoosh! Zhao felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then countless insights regarding the 3000 streams of weak water technique instantly filled his mind. Upon careful reflection, he realized these insights felt as though he had spent decades studying and pondering them himself. Zhao immediately glanced at his stats panel. Host, Zhao. Age, 22. Cultivation level, Spirit Stage, 6th tier. Skills, Normal rank Greater Spirit Gathering Art Beginner 12300, Rare rank Greater Crimson Feather Skill Not Yet Begun 23500, Epic rank Lesser 3000 Weak Waters Art Perfect. Skills, Normal rank Greater Dragon Tiger Fist Beginner 52300. Currently available skill experience, 90,000 points can be used to master skills or create original skills. Currently available skill experience, 101,000 points can be used to master skills or create original skills. Currently available artifact fragments, 102 points can be used to upgrade or create weapons. Currently available universal stones, 1. Remaining refunds, 7. Seeing this, a smile instantly spread across his face. Epic rank lesser skill, perfected. If outsiders knew that it had taken him only a single hour to progress from the beginner to the perfected stage of the 3000 weak waters technique, they'd probably go crazy. After all, mastering an epic rank lesser skill to the perfected stage typically takes at least a decade or more. But Zhao wasn't satisfied with that. It's time to level up my skills, too. Logically speaking, before auctioning off the Jiangqing Song sword art and the Yomi step, he should have cultivated them to mastery first. But he didn't do that. The reason was simple. Why settle for something inferior when there is something better available? The Lunar Guild had sent him quite a few treasures. A full 20 rare rank average treasures and 5 rare rank greater treasures. And after accumulating resources over the past few days, he now had a full 6 chances to use scrap to gold. As luck would have it, among those 5 rare rank greater treasures was a skill. With that in mind, Zhao took out all 5 of the rare rank greater treasures. These treasures consisted of a skill, a 4th grade elixir, a set of high-grade soft hedgehog armor, a palm-sized jade cauldron, and a silver spear. Too bad there wasn't a skill. Zhao shook his head inside. But come to think of it, that made sense. The Lunar Guild wasn't made up of fools. Even though they were giving things away, there was no way they'd hand over a skill. A rare rank greater skill was extremely valuable. Naturally, they wouldn't give one away lightly. But it doesn't matter. I'll just go out and buy one someday. Zhao didn't let it bother him too much. Without hesitation, he immediately scrapped to gold all 5 treasures. He closed his eyes and began the process. Congratulations on successfully scrapped to gold. You have obtained the epic rank greater skill Dragon Roar Spear technique. Congratulations on successfully scrapped to gold. You have obtained. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a life-saving artifact. As for the final item, the special spiritual treasure, the Jinchuan Cauldron, Zhao stared at it with keen interest. He was curious, what possible use could this thing have? After asking a few questions, Zhao understood. The Jinchuan Cauldron was a special spiritual treasure that served absolutely no practical purpose for humans. It could neither be used as a weapon for attack nor provide any defensive capabilities. If pressed to say, it would make a nice piece to display at home. The reason for this is that the Jinchuan Cauldron's core ability is directed specifically against demons and monsters. Yes, in this world, aside from powerful cultivators, there also exist ferocious beasts and demons. Most ferocious beasts lack much sentience, and top-tier cultivators and top-tier beasts have an unspoken agreement not to cause trouble. But demons are different. Demons excel at corrupting people's minds and follow dark, deviant paths. Wherever demons and monsters appear, they are bound to unleash a bloodbath. On top of that, their methods are so devious that cultivators of the same realm who encounter them are virtually certain to die. And this Jinchuan Cauldron is a treasure designed to slay demons and monsters. It possesses the innate ability to suppress them. As long as the Jinchuan Cauldron is present, it can directly reduce the power of nearby demons and monsters by 30%. And if used as a weapon, it can reduce their power by another 50%. All in all, with the Jinchuan Cauldron in hand, demons and monsters become as fragile as playthings, utterly defenseless. This is a true treasure. In a world ravaged by demons and monsters, the value of such an artifact capable of subduing them far exceeds that of a royal artifact of the same tier. Its value is likely comparable to that of a high-grade royal artifact. We could put it up for auction. Zhao's eyes sparkled. To be honest, he wasn't particularly worried about demons. After all, he had this cave residence. Whether you're a demon or something else, once you set foot here, you'll be at my mercy. Naturally, he wouldn't need the Jinchuan Cauldron. Moreover, if he put the Jinchuan Cauldron up for auction, it would bring him even greater profits. He could then obtain better rewards. Those rewards would definitely be better than the Jinchuan Cauldron itself. I've got one more chance, let us see if there's anything else worth selling. Zhao began sorting through 20 rare rank average treasures. In the end, he chose a 3rd grade pill called the Spirit Spinning Pill. This item was used by rune stage cultivators to break through to the core stage. Its effects were slightly inferior to those of a greater mana potion. But its value wasn't particularly high. This was because the success rate for crafting this pill was very high, and the required materials were relatively common. So it wasn't expensive. Holding the Lingxian pill, Zhao silently chanted in his mind. Congratulations on successfully scrapped to gold. You have luckily obtained a 6th grade pill, Void Stage Pill. The system's voice rang in his ears. Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. A Void Stage Pill. For practitioners below the 6th level of the Void Stage, consuming this pill can raise their cultivation by 1 minor realm without any side effects. Tisk, TSK, TSK. If this pill were put up for auction, I'm afraid the Void Stage powerhouses from those top-tier sects would be scrambling to get their hands on it. Zhao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he really had been quite lucky this time. A 3rd grade elixir had been directly transformed into a 6th grade elixir. That was a 3-grade upgrade. Normally, it would only go up by 2 grades. Looks like scrap to gold does have a chance of turning into an even better treasure. But it really depends on luck. Zhao mused. He'd used scrap to gold so many times before, yet never once had he been lucky. Could it be that he triggered the guaranteed minimum reward this time? Zhao couldn't help but think of those card-drawing mobile games from his past life, and he silently grumbled to himself. After all, looking at it now, it certainly wasn't out of the question. Without giving it much thought, Zhao immediately took out the epic rank greater Dragon Roar Spear Technique manual and began reading it carefully. Time flew by, and the night gradually grew darker. Inside the room, Zhao had already mastered the basics of the Dragon Roar Spear Technique. It had to be said that mastering the basics of a skill was a bit more difficult than mastering the skill itself. This time, it took Zhao a little longer to master the skill. Of course, it was only a little longer. Max it out. Zhao didn't hesitate for a moment. He allocated his points right away. Upgrading the epic rank greater skill Dragon Roar Spear Technique to perfection requires 10,000 skill experience points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Whoosh. Zhao closed his eyes tightly, silently absorbing the vast amount of memories surging into his mind. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a master of the spear arts, wielding a silver spear with a single thrust. 10,000 dragons roared. How majestic and imposing! However, this sensation lasted only a mere 10 breaths. Zhao opened his eyes. He felt as though he had been immersed in the art of the spear for decades. He reached out to pick up the silver core howling cold spear and immediately began to wield it. His spear technique was exquisitely refined with every thrust and jab, lethal moves were on full display. With this spear technique alone, Zhao could easily defeat enemies several levels above him. Awesome! Now all that's left is cultivation. Zhao grinned. But just then, he suddenly furrowed his brow. His gaze shifted toward the sky not far away. Someone had broken in. It was evening, and the silver moon hung high in the sky. Yet a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Azure Guild. In the main hall, Chen and his 2 companions sensed this terrifying aura. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they hurried out. Immediately, they saw a man clad in a black robe standing prominently in midair. A core stage expert. Chen's voice trembled slightly. In fact, while the 3 of them were discussing matters in the hall, they had already anticipated that something like this might happen. After all, the items Zhao had brought to this auction were simply too astonishing. Such a sensation was bound to attract trouble. They were thrown into a panic. They were, of course, aware of the news that a peak rune stage expert had died at Zhao's hands the night before. It's just that. To be honest, they didn't really believe it. After all, Zhao had previously been only at the 3rd level of the spirit stage. Seeing that Zhao possessed such courage, the man in black was somewhat taken aback. Immediately afterward, he removed his hood, revealing his true face. He was a middle-aged man with chiseled features and a somewhat weathered appearance. My name is He-One. I am merely a lone cultivator. The reason I've come to visit Chairman Zhao at this time is that I'd actually like to discuss a business deal with you. He-One said, clasping his hands in a bow, his tone surprisingly respectful. This scene left Chen and the other 2 speechless. What's going on? Just a moment ago, this man had been brimming with aggression, acting as if he were about to turn the world upside down. How could it be that after the chairman appeared, his attitude had done a complete 180-degree turnaround? It wasn't just the 3 of them. Zhao himself was somewhat taken aback. After all, he'd already prepared himself to make this man stay here forever. Who would have thought this man would actually clasp his hands in respect toward him? This made it difficult for him to take a hard line. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Since you're here to discuss business, please come into the hall, and we'll talk it over at our leisure. After saying this, Zhao walked toward the main hall. Seeing this, He-One wiped the sweat from his forehead. He hesitated for a moment but eventually followed him inside. He-One felt a pang of regret. To be honest, as an independent cultivator, seeing that the Azure Guild, a mere guild in Moon City, could actually produce so many treasures had truly tempted him. So, after waiting for all those core stage powerhouses to leave, he could no longer contain his excitement and prepared to ransack the Azure Guild. That was why he had found himself suspended in midair above the Azure Guild. He was brimming with confidence. After all, he'd heard that the Azure Guild had virtually no connections. Although it had been formidable in its heyday, that was in the past. Now it was just an ordinary merchant guild, with its strongest member barely at the 6th level of the rune stage. He was at the core stage even at the very first level, which was more than enough to crush the entire Azure Guild. So he deliberately put on a show, thinking he should carry himself with the dignity befitting a core stage powerhouse. He wanted Zhao, the head of the Azure Guild, to voluntarily hand over all his treasures to him. How impressive would that be? But the moment Zhao stepped onto the scene, he instantly felt an incredibly terrifying pressure. It was as if a single thought from Zhao could kill him instantly. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he trusted his instincts. This feeling couldn't possibly be wrong. Who exactly is this Zhao? He felt deeply uneasy. Realizing this, he was even tempted to turn around and make a run for it. But he didn't dare to do so. He was terrified he'd die on the spot. So, with no other choice, he had to follow Zhao into the council hall. Outside Moon City, quite a few people were hiding here. And they were all core stage powerhouses. He thought those core stage powerhouses had already left, but little did he know they were all watching from the sidelines, using him as a guinea pig for their experiments. What's going on? Why hasn't there been a peep from Hewen since he went in? Knowing Hewen's personality, he is probably still having a chat with that Zhao. But something doesn't feel right. Even if they are talking, Hewen wouldn't exactly be chatting amicably with Zhao, would he? It shouldn't be completely silent. A look of confusion spread across the faces of the core stage powerhouses. This situation seemed a bit off. The situation with the Azure Guild was something all the core stage powerhouses present were well aware of. Who would want to let such a juicy prize slip away to someone else? But clearly, the sudden appearance of this prize in Moon City was highly suspicious, so they had deliberately left, letting Hewen go ahead and scout the situation for them. Now, given the current situation, they were starting to feel a bit uneasy. It's quite lively in there. Inside Moon City, in a small attic, Shanshan sat there upright, sipping her tea with her lips pursed. "Miss, I don't understand why you chose to stay. Is it just to watch the show?" Beside Shanshan, who looked completely baffled. They had originally planned to leave. But after they left the city, Shanshan had him conceal his aura and return to the city. They chose a quiet spot and sat there sipping tea. Of course, though they were supposedly sipping tea, Shanshan's attention remained fixed on the events outside the city and the Azure Guild. "You must have felt that tremor a little while ago, right?" Shanshan didn't answer, she simply asked. Who nodded. "Do you know why there was a tremor?" Shanshan asked again. "Earthquakes are common in northern Great Yin, that shouldn't be unusual, right?" Who replied honestly, even more puzzled by the question. Why was the young lady asking this? That shows you haven't been observing closely enough. Shanshan glanced at Hu, then extended her right hand, her slender, jade-like fingers pointing toward the Azure Guild. The tremors occurred twice. Both tremors originated from beneath the Azure Guild. Less than a quarter of an hour after the second tremor ended, subtle changes occurred throughout the entire Azure Guild. These changes would be impossible to detect without careful examination. But I can see them. And these changes are related to those two tremors. Hearing Shanshan say this, Hu couldn't help but stare in astonishment. He had long known that the young lady possessed astonishing powers of observation and insight, but he never imagined it would be this extraordinary. She could even detect the minute changes in the Azure Guild following the tremors. He looked closely but couldn't discern any changes at all. Still, he asked, somewhat puzzled, but even if there are changes, what does that prove? And what does it mean that the tremors are connected to these changes? Unexpectedly, after Hu finished speaking, Qianqian's expression turned grave and serious. I can't explain the specifics, but right now, the Azure Guild is unfathomable. Even I can no longer probe its inner workings. Hearing this, Hu's face betrayed a look of shock. The young lady's spiritual sense was famously powerful. When deployed, it could cover 1,000 li. Everything within 1,000 li was within her grasp. But now, the young lady's divine sense could no longer penetrate the Azure Guild? What on earth is going on? Hu's expression also grew grave. Qianqian's expression, however, actually softened. Whatever the case may be, Zhao is no ordinary man. No wonder he had the confidence to refuse me. Hu completely ignored the last part of Qianqian's remark and asked, clasping his hands in a bow, Miss, why don't we go to the Azure Guild to investigate? Or should I just drag that Zhao over here for questioning? Qianqian immediately waved her hand. I'm not that rude. Let us wait and see for now. Let us see what happens to that core stage cultivator who just went in. Hearing this, Hu quickly nodded. Zhao, of course, had no idea that so many core stage powerhouses had set their sights on him. In the council hall, Zhao sat in the seat of honor, a faint smile on his face. Chen Shuilin and the other two sat down in the seats to Zhao's right. As for He Wen, he was seated in the guest seat. Chen and the others looked at He Wen with some nervousness. But they discovered that He Wen, a core stage powerhouse, seemed even more nervous than they were. He fidgeted in his chair as if it were covered in thorns. This sight left Chen and the others even more puzzled, but it also eased their own nervousness considerably. May I ask what business you're referring to? After taking a sip of tea, Zhao asked in a calm, measured tone. He Wen immediately clasped his hands and said, at today's auction, Chairman Zhao mentioned that the Lunar Guild's suppression of the Azure Guild has become so severe that even sourcing goods has become a problem. Zhao nodded. That is indeed the case. He Wen's mouth twitched. Like hell I believe you. If that were truly the case, how do you explain all those treasures the Azure Guild brought out today? Ahem, Chairman Zhao is joking. Judging by the treasures you've brought out today, it certainly doesn't look like you're having trouble sourcing goods. After saying this, He Wen immediately added, actually, the reason I came here today is to propose a partnership with Chairman Zhao. Although I'm just an independent cultivator, I often travel beyond the Yan Empire, so I've made connections with a group of merchants. These merchants are from the Great Xia dynasty, so naturally they aren't subject to the Lunar Guild's control or influence. Plus, the goods these merchants carry are top-notch. As soon as He Wen said this, Chen and the other two couldn't help but be startled. Wow! Merchants from the Great Xia dynasty? If they could establish a connection, that would indeed be a huge opportunity for their Azure Guild. After all, the Lunar Guild's reach within the Yan Empire was simply too extensive. Breaking through those constraints was no easy task for the Azure Guild. If they could engage in trade with merchants from the Great Xia dynasty and stabilize their operations, the Azure Guild's standing would surely rise accordingly. Not to mention that the Guild Master had his own supply channels. Combined, the tables would turn. It would be their turn to swallow up the Lunar Guild. As for Zhao, he remained quite calm. Very prosperous? That's an interesting term. Tell me more about it. Zhao asked with a smile. Seeing this, He Wen thought for a moment before speaking. The Great Xia dynasty is different from our Yan Empire. It's very unstable there, with wars raging everywhere. When wars break out, it's the common people who suffer the most. There are millions upon millions of displaced civilians. My friends couldn't bear to see these people suffer, so they sought a way out for them, helping them escape the Great Xia dynasty, essentially giving them a chance to survive. It just so happens that the people who asked my friend for help were all women, and they were all very beautiful. Hearing this, Chen and the other two immediately turned grim. They could tell exactly what was going on. This was human trafficking. And they were profiting from the war. Zhao, however, didn't react much to this. Wars and strife among dynasties, that's the way things have always been since ancient times. I'm not interested in women. As Zhao spoke, He-Wen's expression froze. He'd been planning to play to Zhao's interests, but he hadn't expected Zhao to be completely uninterested in that sort of thing. That it were done for. But then Zhao's voice rang out again. But you said the great Xiao dynasty is at war? Hearing this, He-Wen was taken aback. He immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, and it's been going on for over a decade. Zhao asked again, so what is the current situation? He-Wen was even more baffled. Weren't they supposed to be discussing the deal? How did the conversation suddenly veer into national affairs? Still, he didn't dare to be dismissive and immediately relate everything he knew. Currently, the Great Xiao dynasty is divided among three major factions. The dynasty itself holds one. The second is the rebel army led by the current emperor's first wife, who defected, and the third is a prince from the previous dynasty. These three factions keep each other in check, forming a somewhat stable balance. Although there has been no shortage of battles or casualties, none of the three sides seems to have been significantly affected. All have grown quite powerful. Hearing this, Zhao's eyes darted slightly, and a bold idea took shape in his mind. However, to put this idea into action he would have to wait a while longer. I understand. You seem quite sincere, sir. If we're talking about a deal, of course there is no problem. But I also need to see for myself whether the goods provided by your so-called friend are actually worth it. Hearing this, He-Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao's words meant he trusted him. With that, things would be much easier. Chairman Zhao, please rest assured. As soon as I get back, I'll send a message to my friend, have him prepare a batch of goods and send them to me. I'll then bring them to you for inspection. He-Wen hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow and said, Thank you for your trouble, brother He. Chairman Zhao, you're too kind. How could I, He-Wen, dare to call you brother? Just call me little He. Startled by Zhao's formality, He-Wen quickly replied. Well then, Chairman Zhao, I won't keep you any longer. Take your time, and be careful on your way. Zhao nodded. He-Wen nodded repeatedly, then turned and left the Azure Guild without looking back. Once outside the Azure Guild, he shot off like a streak of light, rushing impatiently toward the city gates. Judging by his demeanor, he was in an extreme hurry. Seeing brother He-Wen in such a rush, he really is taking this matter to heart. Who would have thought that a core stage powerhouse like him would go out of his way to curry favor with our Azure Guild? What do you mean currying favor with the Azure Guild? He is actually currying favor with our guild master. Shen and the other two watched He-Wen's receding figure and couldn't help but remark. Immediately afterward, they couldn't help but cast strange glances at Zhao. Although the matter had already been settled, they still didn't understand. Why would He-Wen, a core stage powerhouse, show such respect toward Zhao? In fact, it wasn't even respect, he was clearly showing signs of fear. Zhao had been a bit puzzled by this at first as well. However, after this conversation, he had figured out the general picture. It seems the blessings from this cave residence are quite significant. Even a core stage powerhouse can sense something unusual about it. He-Wen's attitude had shifted so rapidly, and it happened right after Zhao made his appearance. Clearly, it was all because of this Zhixiao cave residence. Looks like keeping a low profile isn't going to work anymore. Zhao smiled, not particularly bothered by it. The fact that a core stage expert could sense his extraordinary nature was actually a good thing for him. It would prevent any ill-advised troublemakers from coming after him once the upcoming auction grew even larger. He couldn't be bothered to deal with that. Before leaving, Zhao briefed Chen on the matters that needed to be handled next, then headed back to his own room. Now that he possessed the spirit-seeking body and had mastered the epic rank lesser 3,000 streams of weak water technique to perfection, he could naturally begin his cultivation. As for resources, he had more than enough spirit coins, and he still had a purple spirit herb on him. Although the purple spirit herb was only 5th grade and he couldn't absorb it, yet it contained ample mana on its own, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. Tai. Zhao summoned Tai once more. Tai emerged from the shadows, landed beside Zhao, and bowed with clasped hands. If any reckless fools come looking for trouble, deal with them immediately. If they're here to discuss business, just leave it to Uncle Chen and the others. Zhao instructed. Yes. Tai nodded immediately, then vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, outside Moon City. He's out. When they saw Yuan's figure darting away from the Azure Guild at breakneck speed, the eyes of these core stage powerhouses lit up. But almost immediately, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. How is he when running so fast? Could it be that he managed to snag quite a few treasures from the Azure Guild? It's possible. Stop him. With that in mind, they immediately sprang into action, cutting off Yuan as he tried to make a quick getaway. Why are you all here? Yuan's eyes widened the moment he saw the group. Hadn't these guys all said they had no interest in the Azure Guild and left? These old foxes, were they using him as cannon fodder all along? Heh, Yuan, you're in such a hurry to leave, looks like you had a pretty good haul on this trip, huh? Let us not beat around the bush. Just pull out the goods and let us guys take a look. Several core stage cultivators surrounded Yuan. Though their faces were smiling, the threat in their voices was unmistakable. If Yuan refused, they wouldn't hesitate to strike. What haul? If you must know, I did indeed strike a partnership with that Chairman Zhao this time. As of now, I'm considered a partner of the Azure Guild. Yuan made no attempt to hide it and spoke openly. These words, however, caused the others to burst out laughing. Hey, Yuan, do you take us all for fools? That tiny Azure Guild? You, a core stage cultivator, negotiating a partnership with them? Do you really think we believe that? The leader among them, a core stage powerhouse, let out a cold laugh. Don't think we're joking around. I'll give you one more chance. Yuan felt utterly helpless. He would have loved to have something to show for it, too. The thing is, how could he possibly dare? Thinking back to the extraordinary aura he sensed from Zhao earlier at the Azure Guild, he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. This tiny moon city actually had such a colossal figure stationed here? Ha! Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Yuan suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He was now in a partnership with Zhao. If this group dared to lay a hand on him, President Zhao surely wouldn't stand by and watch him die, would he? He lifted his head and stood tall. Even if you give me a chance, my answer remains the same as before. I'm currently in a partnership with Chairman Zhao. If you dare lay a finger on me, it's an attack on the Azure Guild and a grave insult to Chairman Zhao. If Chairman Zhao steps in, the six of you won't even be enough to fill a tooth gap for him. Yuan glanced at the crowd and sneered. Hearing this, everyone froze. Had Yuan lost his mind? He was spouting utter nonsense. That Zhao is merely a spirit stage cultivator. How could he possibly have the ability to go head to head with them, who were all core stage? And to say they weren't even enough to fill a tooth gap for Zhao? But Yuan's behavior was so bizarre that even the several core stage powerhouses furrowed their brows. They were all independent cultivators. As independent cultivators, they had reached the core stage by combining boldness with caution, being both daring and careful. Although Yuan's behavior was highly peculiar, and they didn't believe a word of it, they decided to test the waters just to be on the safe side. Oldly, you've got great footwork. Go to the Azure Guild and see just how strong that Zhao really is. The leader of the core stage experts said to a middle-aged man in a blue robe. Hearing this, the man in the blue robe also wore a strange expression. Hey, old Zhao, you don't really believe Yuan's nonsense, do you? It's not like we haven't investigated that Zhao already. He is only 22 years old. After his father, Lydian, died, he inherited the Azure Guild from him. His background is completely clean, there is no way it's fake. Do we really need to test him? Hearing this, the other core stage experts couldn't help but nod in agreement. In fact, their thoughts were more or less the same. I understand that, of course. The core stage expert leading the group shook his head and said, but to be on the safe side, you should go check it out. Besides, this is an opportunity for you. If Hewan has indeed already made a move on the Azure Guild and is deliberately keeping it under wraps, going there now might just yield an unexpected windfall. The moment the words unexpected windfall were uttered, the core stage powerhouse known as Oldly immediately perked up. No problem, I'll go right now. Without waiting for the others to react, he dashed off and was already inside Moon City in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the other core stage cultivators all looked at each other with regret. The Azure Guild had brought out so many treasures this time Hewan hadn't been there long, so even if he managed to get his hands on some, he probably wouldn't have gotten much. Going now might still let them snag a bargain. What a pity Oldly had snatched the opportunity away. As for the leader of the group, his expression remained relatively calm. For some reason, judging by Hewan's attitude and tone of voice, it seemed as though Hewan wasn't lying. This made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that this Zhao really is capable? That was precisely why he sent Oldly to investigate. Better safe than sorry. At Oldly's speed, he should be back soon. One of the core stage experts was just saying. But before he could finish, a familiar voice rang out from the sky not far away. It was none other than Oldly. But at that moment, Oldly looked panicked, his eyes filled with terror, as he fled toward them for his life. Help! Oldly tried to shout for help. But the moment the word help left his lips, a piercing cold glow streaked across hundreds of meters, instantly cleaving Oldly's body in two at the waist. After the cold light dissipated, Oldly's body, severed in two, crashed heavily to the ground. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, filled with sheer terror and fear. This scene unfolded with crystal clarity before the eyes of the gathered core stage experts. At that moment, every one of them stared wide-eyed. Their eyes were also filled with sheer terror. Holy shit! Run! In less than 2 breaths, the leader of the core stage experts was the first to react. After shouting those 2 phrases, he transformed into a shooting star and fled directly into the distance. Only then did the other core stage experts come to their senses. Breathing heavily, they scrambled to escape. They didn't even dare to think about anything else, let alone causing any more trouble for Hewan. Several core stage experts fled frantically, like rats seeing a cat. Only after they had completely left Moon City behind and were certain no one was chasing them did they finally stop and begin gasping for breath. Old Zhao, what on earth was that just now? Someone couldn't help but look up at the leader. Void stage. It was definitely a void stage powerhouse. The leader declared with certainty. His eyes were filled with terror and lingering fear. The move that just cut down Oldly's power was absolutely beyond anything a core stage cultivator could match. So it must have been a void stage powerhouse. Plus, while we were running, I sensed an incredibly terrifying gaze. Just a single glance from that gaze made every hair on my body stand on end. If we run even a little slower, I'm afraid we all have met our end right there. Hearing this, the others' eyes widened instantly, filled with terror. They hadn't noticed any of this at all. If old Zhao hadn't alerted them, they'd likely still be standing there in a daze. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. At the same time, their expressions grew serious. So does that mean everything Hewan said was true? No wonder. No wonder that kid was so cocky when he first went in, but then went completely quiet once he got inside. Turns out he chickened out. Chickened out? He's lucky to have made it out alive. I heard he even formed a partnership with that Zhao guy. The more they talked, the more complex their expressions became. To think Moon City is actually guarded by a void stage expert. The northern province, the landscape is about to change. Within the northern province, there are actually quite a few core stage experts. While breaking through to the core stage is difficult, as long as one has the resources, it's possible. It's just that, depending on one's talent, the time it takes to reach the core stage varies. But the void stage is different. Without sufficient talent, one can never reach the void stage in a lifetime. There is even a saying that only by reaching the void stage does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. Void stage experts are extremely rare within the northern province. Apart from the top few major sects, there has never been a report of a void stage independent cultivator. This is because breaking through to the void stage requires not only exceptional talent but also an endless, vast amount of resources. But now, in this tiny moon city, in that tiny Azure Guild, a void stage powerhouse has actually appeared. This news is nothing short of earth-shattering. Meanwhile, inside Moon City, Hua's hair stood on end as he stared intently at the sky. They, too, had clearly witnessed that terrifying move. Such prowess was truly spine-chilling. Even Shanxian's lovely face was now filled with shock and disbelief. Void stage. Moon City actually has a void stage powerhouse. Could this be the source of Zhao's confidence? Shanxian couldn't help but exclaim. Only after the aura dissipated did Hu let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing her mistress's words, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. But mistress, this void stage powerhouse might not necessarily be from the Azure Guild, right? Shanxian paused for a moment. Hua's point wasn't entirely wrong. She could clearly sense that the terrifying attack from earlier hadn't originated from within the Azure Guild. Instead, it had come from a relatively remote location. Perhaps that core stage cultivator had a conflict with that mysterious void stage powerhouse? No. Shanxian shook her head. No matter how she thought about it, this felt like a diversion. It seemed as though that mysterious void stage powerhouse had deliberately orchestrated it. From their brief exchange, she could tell that Zhao wasn't the type to deliberately flaunt his abilities. He kept his true strength hidden, making it impossible to discern his true capabilities. And this maneuver, no matter how she looked at it, it seemed exactly like something Zhao would do. It's probably him. Shanxian chose to trust her intuition. That guy really knows how to keep a low profile. With that thought, she stood up. Let us go. It's time to head back. Hearing this, Hu was taken aback. But miss, didn't you say you wanted to stay in Moon City for a few more days? No need. Shanxian waved her hand dismissively. I've already gathered all the information I needed, and the news that a void stage powerhouse has emerged in Moon City, I need to take that back with me as well. Hu suddenly understood. Yes. Soon, Shanxian led Hu out of Moon City. Before leaving the city, Shanxian deliberately glanced toward the Azure Guild. Looks like I'll have to give Dad a heads up when we get back. This Zhao he is not someone to mess with. Withdrawing her gaze, Shanxian and Hua's figures quickly vanished from sight. As for that terrifying, breathtaking move from earlier, it actually didn't cause much of a stir within Moon City. The reason was simply that no one had noticed it at all. Since the move appeared suddenly outside the city, one would need to be at least at the core stage to detect its aura. And within Moon City, where would you find anyone at the core stage? Naturally, no one could sense that aura's presence. So from start to finish, Moon City maintained an air of tranquility and peace, as if time itself had stood still. Tranquility, peace. Of course, there were those whose minds were far from at peace. Xiao, accompanied by his servants carrying a pile of belongings in 2 horse-drawn carriages, arrived at the gates of the Azure Guild. After making an announcement, he was invited inside the compound. Shen was there to greet him. Lord Xiao, how did you find the time to visit the Azure Guild today? Shen said with a smile. Yet his tone didn't exactly show much deference to Xiao. After all, times had changed. In the past, he would naturally have had to curry favor with Xiao. That made things easier. But now, it was Xiao who was at their mercy. I'm sorry to disturb Elder Chen's rest. Actually, my main purpose in coming today is to apologize to Chairman Zhao for what happened earlier. Xiao clasped his hands together with great sincerity and said, I was previously misled and deceived by that Qin. He told me that as long as I helped the Lunar Guild establish a presence in Moon City, he would give me a 10% cut of the Moon City branch's profits. As you know, although I, Xiao, am the city lord, I'm as poor as a church mouse. I have a family to support, and I had no other choice. Hearing Xiao's pitiful plea, Chen's smile was forced. seduction, deception, and living in abject poverty? Who in their right mind would believe that? Xiao knew full well that merely playing the victim wasn't enough. He immediately raised his hand again and said, "Of course, this matter is entirely my fault. Regardless of the reasons, a mistake is a mistake. So, I'm here to apologize." With that, he waved to his subordinates. They brought in everything they had prepared for the occasion. "Here are 3,000 stalks of white egret grass, a token of respect for you, Elder Chen." The servants carried in 2 large crates, which were clearly filled with medicinal herbs. Hearing Xiao's words, Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wow, white egret grass and 3,000 plants at that? White egret grass is a special medicinal herb. Its effect is simple: it clears the mind and calms the spirit, while also enhancing cultivation efficiency for those at the spirit stage. There are many elixirs with similar effects, but what makes white egret grass unique is, it doesn't need to be processed into an elixir to be effective. Naturally, its value couldn't compare to the elixirs and spiritual herbs the Azure Guild had once put up for auction. But to Chen, these 3,000 white egret herbs were nothing short of precious. After all, a single white egret herb cost several spirit coins. These 3,000 white egret herbs were worth nearly 10,000. This Xiao really went all out. Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Yet he didn't accept them outright, he merely waved his hand dismissively. Xiao understood and continued to present more items. Antique calligraphy and paintings, fine silks and brocades, and even a few land deeds. As city lord, it was practically impossible for Xiao to come up with tens of thousands or even over 100,000 spirit coins all at once. But he was still able to produce quite a few treasures. After all, as the city lord, he inevitably had his share of people trying to curry favor with him over the years. He'd been holding on to all these fine items, and now, with great reluctance, he'd given them all to the Azure Guild. Although it seemed like a thankless task, he firmly believed it was worth it. Looking at the various treasures laid out before him, Chen finally gave a slight nod. In fact, Xiao had guessed from the start that Xiao had returned to apologize. That was why he left the entire matter to Chen to handle. As for how to handle it, Chen already had a plan in mind. After all, Xiao was the city lord of Moon City. Though his combat prowess wasn't particularly strong, his ties to the dynasty were certainly closer than those of their merchant guilds. Moreover, there were certain matters their guild couldn't conveniently handle directly. They could delegate them to Xiao to resolve through his connections. Naturally, he had no intention of letting relations become too strained. In life and in business, one must always leave some room for maneuver. City Lord Xiao, your generosity on this occasion is truly overwhelming. How could the Azure Guild possibly deserve such a grand gift? Chen said with a slight bow of his hands. Xiao immediately shook his head. Elder Chen, you're quite mistaken. Both auctions hosted by the Azure Guild have been such a success. This one, in particular, has attracted numerous core stage experts. Even the Martial Clan, the Cloud Clan, and the Bright Moon Clan have sent representatives. The scale of this event leaves me utterly in awe. It is truly an honor for Moon City to have the Azure Guild. These items may be precious to me, but to the Azure Guild, they are quite modest. I hope Elder Chen won't look down on them. Xiao bowed his head, feeling a bit uneasy inside. He wasn't sure how the Azure Guild would react to him. If they didn't forgive him, there would be nothing he could do. But the days ahead would likely be quite difficult. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. Why had he been in such a rush to partner with the Lunar Guild? Couldn't he have waited just a little longer? Our guild master was actually already aware of City Lord Xiao's intentions, Chen said with a smile. The guild master said that City Lord Xiao is no fool. He sees the situation clearly. The guild master believes that City Lord Xiao merely acted out of momentary folly and greed, which led him to take the wrong path and side with the wrong faction. Therefore, the guild master is willing to give you a chance to make amends. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes immediately filled with tears. He looked up in astonishment. He hadn't expected Guild Master Zhao to be so understanding. But before he could speak, Chen's voice continued. I hope City Lord Xiao also understands that although the Azure Guild has fallen on hard times, it was once a giant among merchant guilds and made tremendous contributions to Moon City. If City Lord Xiao still cannot distinguish between what is important and what isn't, then naturally, there won't be a second chance. A combination of kindness and sternness. This was a classic method of leading subordinates. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression turned extremely serious. He quickly pounded his chest earnestly and declared, "Please rest assured, Chairman Zhao, and please rest assured, Elder Chen. From now on, I, Xiao, am a member of the Azure Guild. I will obey Chairman Zhao's orders without question. Whenever Chairman Zhao needs me, just a single word, I, Xiao, will go through fire and water without hesitation." Hearing this, Chen smiled. Those words. Why did they sound so familiar to him? I hope you can live up to that. I certainly will. After saying this, Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. Although, judging by the outcome, he seemed to have come out on the losing end. After all, he was the City Lord of Moon City, while the Azure Guild was just a small merchant guild. In terms of status, he was still the more prestigious one. But now he had voluntarily placed himself under the Azure Guild's authority. It was a bit embarrassing, to be honest. But Xiao didn't see it that way. By now, even a fool could see the Azure Guild's formidable momentum. Before long, never mind this tiny northern province, even the Yin Empire. The Azure Guild would have great potential there. As for the Lunar Guild, he had long since cut off all ties with them. He was always meant to be on the Azure Guild's side anyway. Speaking of tasks, the guild master did mention there's one thing he needs your help with. Chen suddenly spoke up. Xiao immediately clasped his hands together and said earnestly, "Please speak freely, Elder Chen. I will do my utmost. Don't worry, this won't be too much trouble for you, it's quite simple." Chen leaned close to Xiao's ear and whispered a few words. Xiao's pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. Is this really true? Absolutely true. Chen smiled faintly. This. Xiao couldn't help but stammer as he spoke. In the end, he could only exclaim sincerely, "Chairman Zhao is truly remarkable. To be able to pull off something like this. I'll go make the arrangements right away. I'll give you 10 days. Why would I need 10 days? 3 days will be enough." With that, Xiao left the Azure Guild with his servants, full of vigor and determination, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but marvel. How does the chairman's mind work? How does he manage to figure out the gist of everything? Even that old fox Xiao is now completely loyal to the guildmaster. Back in the day, I wouldn't have believed it even if you'd killed me. After musing for a moment, Chen thought of something else and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Given the abilities the guild master had demonstrated, it wasn't really that surprising. Weren't the three of them just like Xiao, after all? We're going to be busy for the next few days. Chen immediately left the council hall to attend to his duties. Time flew by. 3 days had passed. Zhao was in his room. The thunderstruck enlightenment wood lay to one side. Next to the wood lay a purple spiritual herb. Zhao himself sat cross-legged there. A faint, mist-like aura of mana rippled out from his body. Suddenly, the mist-like mana began to tremble. Then it abruptly dissipated. Immediately afterward, Zhao opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed in his gaze. But it quickly faded and receded. Phew! Zhao exhaled a breath of stale air. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. I've finally broken through. Feeling the surging, tidal-like sea of mana within his body, Zhao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It had to be said the cultivation speed of the spirit-seeking body combined with a perfect grade Earth-class skill was simply off the charts. In just 3 short days, he had rapidly broken through from the 6th level of the spirit stage directly to the rune stage. At this moment, the spiritual pill in his Dan C had already been engraved with its first rune. That marked the first level of the rune stage. However, after breaking through to the first level of the rune stage, the speed of absorption and refinement has slowed considerably, and the effects of the spirit coins aren't as noticeable anymore. Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. Of course, when he said much slower, he was comparing it to breaking through 4 minor levels in just 3 days. Perhaps now he would need 2 or 3 days of cultivation to break through a single level. Compared to before, it was naturally much slower. But compared to others, it was a terrifying speed that would make even prodigies feel inferior. Looks like I'll have to exchange for more average grade or higher spirit coins in the future. It'll also benefit my cultivation. Zhao thought to himself, not feeling particularly rushed. It would likely be difficult to get his hands on greater and perfect spirit coins, but acquiring average spirit coins wasn't a problem. He could just ask Xiao for help. Still, he wasn't in a rush right now. After breaking through to the rune stage, he needed to consolidate his cultivation for a while. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. If one blindly pursues speed without solidifying their foundation, even if they advance in realm, it's nothing but a hollow facade. Zhao continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, gradually consolidating his cultivation realm. But not long after, a soft knock sounded at the door. Immediately afterward, Lin's voice came through. Chairman, He-Wan has already secured the goods. Xiao's men are escorting them, and they'll be arriving in Moon City shortly. Hearing this, Zhao did not open his eyes. Once they arrive, have them taken to the backyard. Yes, sir. Lin didn't dare to disturb him further and immediately turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao continued to consolidate his cultivation realm. About 2 hours later, he sensed a familiar presence. Only then did he adjust the hem of his robe, rise slowly, and push open the door. He walked toward the backyard. At the same time, He-Wan, Zhang and Xiao rushed in together, pulling a cart loaded with goods. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhao sitting nearby, who had been waiting for quite some time. They immediately clasped their hands in a bow. Greetings, Chairman Zhao. Greetings, Chairman. Seeing this, Zhao smiled slightly and raised his hand. We're all old acquaintances, no need to be so formal. A gentle breeze swept past them, seemingly by accident or perhaps on purpose, and actually lifted the two men to their feet. This startled them both. Chairman Zhao's ability. It didn't seem like something someone at the spirit stage could accomplish. And when He-Wan witnessed this scene, he was utterly horrified. Such prowess was likely beyond even the void stage. But Chairman Zhao was clearly only in his 20s. How could that be possible? He couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling immensely grateful for the choice he'd made back then. If he'd chosen that path at the time, he'd likely be just like that reckless core stage cultivator buried in the ground for 3 days by now. Go ahead and tell us about it. Zhao looked at He-Wan standing nearby and smiled. He-Wan immediately clasped his hands in a bow and began pulling the goods forward. First, he pulled out some relatively ordinary items, such as specialties from the Great Xia dynasty. Most of them were daily necessities. Zhao merely gave them a cursory glance before moving on. Next came some robes and garments from the Great Xia dynasty, which looked extremely valuable at first glance. These items were quite valuable. The eyes of Chen and the other two standing nearby sparkled with delight. As for Zhao, he naturally remained uninterested. Most of the goods on display were of this sort. This came as no surprise to Zhao. Expensive items are often rare. If something is too common, it naturally isn't considered expensive. After waiting a moment, the main event finally began. He-Wan dragged out a small wooden box. The box looked extremely ordinary, standing in stark contrast to the other wooden boxes. At first glance, it didn't seem to contain anything of value. But Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. And then there's. He-Wan opened the wooden box. The real treasure of this trip. As soon as the box was opened, a dazzling golden glow burst forth, blindingly bright. Xiao, standing nearby, stared in utter disbelief. This is a national treasure of the Great Xia Empire. And these weapons, judging by the craftsmanship, they all seem to be reserved exclusively for the Great Xia Imperial family. As soon as Xiao spoke, Chen and the other two couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Hey, old your friend didn't just go and rob the great Xiao royal family, did he? Chen asked, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had long anticipated their reaction and immediately waved his hand with a smile. Hey, nothing like that. It's just that right now, the three major factions of the Great Xiao dynasty are competing fiercely with one another. None of them wants to be outdone, which has led to a massive surplus in weapon production. At the same time, these three factions have extremely high standards for craftsmanship, so high, in fact, that they're downright strict. If a weapon doesn't meet their standards, they label it a defective product and pile them all together to be destroyed. My friend just happens to have some connections there and managed to get his hands on a few of those defective items. Hearing He-Wen's explanation, Xiao and the others finally understood. So that's how it was. But even so, it was clear just how extraordinary He-Wen's friend was. To have access to the logistics departments of the major factions. And to actually manage to get the goods out. If this were discovered, wouldn't he get his head chopped off? He has really got some guts. After He-Wen finished speaking, his gaze turned to Zhao. He didn't care what the others thought of him. What mattered was Zhao's opinion. That was crucial to him. Zhao glanced at the contents of the crate. Weapons, armor, a jade seal with a chipped corner. Aside from a few minor flaws, everything else was indeed in perfect condition. As national treasures of the Great Xia Kingdom, the standards could naturally not be low. Just those few long swords and spears alone were rated at rare rank average. What a display! Should I say, no wonder it's the imperial family? Very nice. Zhao said sincerely. Hey, wait a minute, old didn't you say there were women too? Chen suddenly asked with a teasing smile. Hearing this, He-Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. No way. I was just joking last time. Knowing that Zhao had no interest in that sort of thing, he naturally wouldn't dare take it upon himself to bring a few women over. That would just be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? He had enough common sense to know better. So, old from now on, I'll be handing over all business dealings with the Great Xia dynasty to you. Are you up for it? Zhao asked slowly. Hearing this, He-Wen perked up. To be honest, if anyone else had said that to him, he would have scoffed and retorted, "Who do you think you are?" But this was Zhao speaking. He had already witnessed Zhao's capabilities firsthand. As an independent cultivator, he had more than enough of that carefree, wandering lifestyle. Being able to work under a powerhouse like Zhao would definitely be a good thing for him. So he hardly hesitated at all and immediately clasped his hands in a bow, replying, "It would be an honor for this old to work for Chairman Zhao." After giving He-Wen a few instructions regarding the business deal, the group departed one by one. Zhao returned to his room and summoned Tai. Tai, you can begin your mission now. Remember what I've instructed you to do. Zhao said to Tai. Tai immediately clasped his hands and replied, "Rest assured, Chairman. Tai will not fail in this mission." But then Tai stood up and asked, "But after I leave, what about your safety, Chairman?" In response, Zhao simply waved his hand. "You needn't worry about that. As long as I'm in the Azure Guild, no one can harm me. Just focus on your task." Yes. Tai will get to work right away. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tai's figure vanished into the darkness, disappearing completely. It's about time to make a move on the Lunar Guild, too. Zhao smiled. Originally, he had planned to wait a little longer before taking action. After all, his means of self-preservation were still somewhat limited. But the conclusion of this auction had allowed him to acquire a top-tier treasure like the Purple Shao Cave Mansion. He no longer needed to worry about self-preservation. Since that was the case, then it was time to make a move against the Lunar Guild. On the highest peak of the Ning'an Mountains in the northern province stood a vast sect headquarters. This was the headquarters of the Bright Moon Clan, the largest sect in the northern province. At the entrance to the mountain stood a massive gate, 100 meters high, cast from jet black mystic iron. Engraved on the gate in sweeping, serpentine strokes were 3 large characters: Bright Moon Clan. Inside the Bright Moon Clan, mist swirled thickly, making it look like a fairyland from afar. Inside the Grand Hall, Xianxian led Hu inside. Inside, an elderly man in his 60s, hunched over, was intently reading an ancient book. Hu immediately stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and bowed, saying, "Grand Elder." Sensing Xianxian's arrival, the old man immediately turned his head. His gaze did not rest on Hu, but fell upon Xianxian instead, and a tender smile spread across his deeply lined face. "Xianxian, did you have a good time on this trip?" the old man asked softly. A smile spread across Xianxian's face as she replied, "Yes, Grandpa. I saw so many interesting things on this trip, and there is so much I want to tell you." "Oh? If it made my precious granddaughter so happy, it must be quite interesting." After saying this, the old man paused. Hu immediately caught on, stood up, and bowed with his hands clasped, saying, "I take my leave." With that, he turned and left immediately. Only the grandfather and granddaughter remained seated on either side of the hall. "Grandpa, there really are hidden talents all over the northern province." Excitement shone in Xianxian's eyes. Seeing this, Yuntian smiled affectionately and asked, "What do you mean by that? Do you know Moon City?" Xianxian asked curiously, but then realized that her grandfather, as the de facto leader of the Bright Moon clan, held a position second only to the clan head. He surely wouldn't know about such a small town. So she decided to introduce Moon City directly. Unexpectedly, Yuntian nodded thoughtfully and said, "Of course I know it." Xianxian was taken aback. "Grandfather, how do you know about it?" Based on her impression of her grandfather, he didn't seem like the type to take the initiative to learn about such a small town. Yuntian smiled faintly and said, "Before you were even born about 30 years ago there was a merchant guild called the Azure Guild among the top 10 guilds in our northern province. That Azure Guild actually got its start in Moon City. I once represented the Bright Moon clan in a partnership with the Azure Guild, so naturally I know about this. However, some unpleasant incidents occurred later on, and the Azure Guild naturally fell into decline. By now, I suspect there aren't many people left in the entire northern province who even know of the Azure Guild." Hearing this, Xianxian suddenly understood. She had, of course, looked into the Azure Guild's current situation. But she hadn't investigated its history. Nor did she know that her own grandfather had once collaborated with the Azure Guild. This came as a huge surprise to her. What happened after that? Why did the Azure Guild suddenly fall into decline? Xianxian asked curiously. The Azure Guild had once been one of the top merchant guilds in the northern province. Logically speaking, even if it had been coasting on past glory, it shouldn't have fallen into such a state of decline in such a short time. What exactly had happened? Upon hearing this, Yuntian did not answer, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. It's a rather complicated matter, it can't be explained in just a few words. By the way, why did you suddenly mention Moon City? Yuntian asked in return. Only then did Xianxian realize what she had said. I thought you didn't know about Moon City, Grandpa, but since you do, I'll just come right out and say it. Actually, the reason for my trip was to attend the Azure Guild's auction in Moon City. Hearing this, Yuntian said with some surprise, the Azure Guild hasn't gone out of business yet? In his memory, after that incident, the Azure Guild had collapsed completely, and all its branches throughout the northern province had been wiped out. He assumed the Azure Guild had never recovered and had even gone out of business. But it was actually still holding auctions? This took him completely by surprise. That's right. And it's quite a large-scale event, too. Xianxian lifted her chin and pulled out the items she acquired at the auction from her storage ring. The most important of these was the map of the Spirit Coin's vein. Here, I won this at the Azure Guild auction. It's a map showing the location of a Spirit Coin's vein. Hearing this, Yuntian was even more astonished. A map of a Spirit Coin's vein? Xianxian, you're still too young, how could you possibly believe something like that? Yuntian assumed Xianxian had fallen for a scam. But before he could finish, Xianxian cut him off. Of course I didn't believe it completely. I already passed the information on to Uncle Chen on my way back. Barring any surprises, we should hear back soon. Then we can verify it and see for ourselves if it's real. You silly girl, what is there to verify? Who would ever put a map of a spirit coin vein up for auction? That's just foolish. Before Yuntian could finish speaking, a dark figure suddenly darted in through the main gate. He walked straight up to the two of them, knelt on one knee, and held up the scroll in his hand, saying, "I have a report for the Grand Elder and the young Mississippi. We received word from Elder Chen that the spirit coin's vein depicted on the map in your possession, young miss, is genuine. He ordered me to deliver this imperial edict to you immediately." With that, he handed the scroll to Chanshan. At this, both of them couldn't help but freeze in surprise. After a moment's pause, Chanshan's face lit up with delight. I knew he wasn't lying to me. With a beaming smile, she accepted the scroll. Upon seeing its contents, her joy knew no bounds. She immediately handed it to Yuntian. "Grandfather, the map is genuine, and the spirit coin vein it describes is much larger than ordinary ones. It'll likely take many years just to mine it all." Yuntian was stunned. This completely shattered his worldview. A map of a spirit coin vein. Could someone really bring something like this to an auction? And this map was actually created by the Azure Guild? The image of a middle-aged man involuntarily flashed through his mind. "Out of sight for 3 days, and you've truly made me look at you with new eyes." He marveled inwardly. "My dear granddaughter, how much did you pay for this map?" 5 million spirit coins. Shanshan didn't even bat an eyelid as she said this. Hearing this, Yuntian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. His granddaughter was truly fearless. She spent 5 million spirit coins without batting an eye to bid on this map of a spirit coin vein, one whose authenticity was unknown. If it were him, he would certainly have thought it over many times before making such a move. After all, as the person in charge, he had to weigh the pros and cons. In this regard, he was actually no match for his granddaughter. Very well done. That was a very profitable deal. Yuntian praised her sincerely. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Shanshan lifted her little head proudly. I never would have thought, though, that the Azure Guild hasn't fallen on hard times. In fact, it's grown quite a bit. Besides this map, what else did the Azure Guild put up for auction this time? Yuntian asked curiously. Shanshan answered truthfully. But the more she spoke, the more shocked Yuntian became. He wasn't clear on the Azure Guild's exact situation. But he had heard rumors about the Lunar Guild. If he remembered correctly, hadn't the Lunar Guild been targeting the Azure Guild all along? Under such relentless pressure, how could the Azure Guild still produce so many treasures? Among these treasures, such as that perfect magic weapon, even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. And treasures of this caliber were actually produced by the Azure Guild? This left him utterly astonished. When did Lydian's capabilities become so formidable? But if he truly possessed such abilities, that incident wouldn't have happened. Could it be that he transformed after going through that incident? He couldn't help but mutter to himself in wonder. Shanshan, however, heard every word and wore a puzzled expression. Grandpa, this has nothing to do with Lydian. Lydian has been dead for a long time, he said honestly. After all, he had investigated the Azure Guild and knew that Zhao's father was named Lydian, the former leader of the Azure Guild. He figured his grandfather must not be aware of this and had gotten it wrong. Hearing this, Yuntian was indeed taken aback. Lydian is dead? He asked in surprise. Yes, Shanshan nodded. How did he die? I heard he committed suicide by poison. Apparently, before he died, he even tried to take his son with him. What a coward! If he was going to die, why drag someone else down with him? At this point, Shanshan couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter a snide remark. Yuntian's eyes, however, suddenly lit up with realization. That makes sense. Based on what he knew of Lydian. That was exactly the kind of person he was. Committing suicide by poison? Ha, how pathetic. But since Lydian is dead, then the current Azure Guild. Who is in charge of the Azure Guild now? Yuntian asked again, Chun or Lin? Grandpa, you're so out of the loop. Chen and Lin are elders now. The current head of the Azure Guild is Zhao Lydian's son. Shanshan explained with a smile, then couldn't he help but add. He is really handsome. Hearing this, Yuntian finally pieced everything together. Is that so? So, does that mean the Azure Guild's return to its former glory is all thanks to Zhao? Yes. Lydian wasn't much of a leader, but his son is quite capable. At this, Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she nodded in agreement. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly added. That is exactly what I think, too. I was actually planning to mention it to Dad, but he is so busy right now that he doesn't have time to see him. Grandpa, you absolutely must remind Dad he mustn't make enemies with Zhao or the Azure Guild. As soon as Shanshan said this, Yuntian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh? What do you mean by that? He knew his precious granddaughter very well. His granddaughter had very high standards. Even the young elites within the Bright Moon clan couldn't catch her eye. But from the way Shanshan had behaved toward this Zhao just now, her serious demeanor and the admiration evident in her words, this was highly unusual. Coupled with her earlier remarks, this took him completely by surprise. The Bright Moon clan was, after all, the largest clan in the northern province. It was often said that others dared not provoke them, but was there really any faction the Bright Moon clan itself dared not provoke? Before I arrived, I witnessed with my own eyes in Moon City a void stage expert step in and slay a core stage expert who had been eyeing the Azure Guild with hostile intent. Although that void stage powerhouse wasn't a member of the Azure Guild, from what I observed he must have acted on behalf of the Azure Guild. In other words, the Azure Guild has a void stage powerhouse backing them. Shanshan explained with great seriousness. Hearing this, Yuntian's expression grew incredibly grave. Void stage. Such cultivators weren't exactly a dime a dozen. Even a powerhouse like the Bright Moon clan had only 3 void stage cultivators. Other top sects also had void stage cultivators, but their numbers were small. The number of void stage cultivators in the northern province was fixed, and they all knew one another. But he certainly didn't know the void stage cultivator Shanshan was referring to. None of the void stage experts he knew had gone to Moon City. A lone cultivator? How could that be possible? Which void stage expert isn't built on a foundation of rare celestial treasures? How could a lone cultivator obtain so many rare celestial treasures? Only powerful sects can afford to support such a cultivator. Since it wasn't a void stage expert from within the northern province, there was only one possibility left. Behind the Azure Guild stands a void stage cultivator from elsewhere. Moreover, a typical void stage cultivator would never go out of their way to support the weak. There is only one type of person who would do such a thing. Grandpa, I think that Zhao has tremendous potential. If we take the initiative now to build a good relationship with Zhao and the Azure Guild, it would certainly be a tremendous boon for our Bright Moon clan. Shanshan was unaware of Yuntian's thoughts and simply voiced her own ideas. But her kind-hearted grandfather, who had always doted on her and readily agreed to whatever she asked, did not nod in agreement this time. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. Shanshan, you must be tired from your journey. Go downstairs and get some rest. As for the matters concerning the Azure Guild, you needn't worry about them. Hearing this, Shanshan froze in surprise. As if a thought had struck her, she furrowed her willow-like brows and looked at Yuntian. Grandpa, you aren't planning to take action against the Azure Guild, are you? Yuntian chuckled lightly at this. We, the Bright Moon clan, are the foremost clan in the northern province. Why would we bother taking action against a mere merchant guild ourselves? However, you should understand that the Lunar Guild is under our Bright Moon clan's influence. Since the Azure Guild and the Lunar Guild are at odds, there is naturally no question of us maintaining friendly relations with them. Hearing this, Shanshan couldn't help but understand. Grandfather clearly had no intention of maintaining friendly relations with the Azure Guild. Moreover, once relations between the Azure Guild and the Lunar Guild deteriorated further, it was likely that the Bright Moon clan would intervene as well. Grandfather, trust me, you really shouldn't make enemies of the Azure Guild. That Zhao's abilities. Shanshan was about to continue her plea when Yuntian raised his hand to cut her off. He immediately summoned the guards. The young lady is tired. Escort her back to her room. Yes, sir. The guards immediately grabbed Shanshan and forcibly led her out of the hall. Only Yuntian remained, sitting alone. If the Void Stage cultivator behind the Azure Guild were merely an ordinary Void Stage powerhouse, that would be one thing. But if it's a Void Stage cultivator who has fallen into the path of demons and monsters, then the Azure Guild deserves to be annihilated. A flash of murderous intent instantly gleamed in his eyes. In his view, the Azure Guild had clearly been on its last legs, yet it had suddenly risen like a comatose situation that was inherently abnormal. Combined with the Void Stage powerhouse behind the Azure Guild. If that Void Stage practitioner had fallen into the path of demons and monsters, everything seemed to fall into place. Zhao, of course, had no idea that in the eyes of the Bright Moon clan's Grand Elder, he was already considered to be in collusion with demons. At that moment, he was sitting upright in his room. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Beep. The blood blade you auctioned off has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into artifact fragments and distributed. Immediately afterward, Zhao's artifact shards increased by 2. It wasn't much, but even a mosquito's leg is still neat. It wasn't bad to accumulate them little by little. Just as he was thinking this, the system notification sounded again. Beep. The Qingguang sword art you auctioned off has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into skill experience and distributed. Ha! Zhao was a bit surprised. This time, 2 items had been used in quick succession. Zhao glanced at his stats panel. His skill experience had jumped by 10,000. At the same time, his remaining scrap to gold attempts were down to just 5. Not bad. Zhao nodded, thoroughly satisfied. With this, his skill experience had once again skyrocketed to 100,000. If he managed to get his hands on some high-grade skills later, he'd be able to max them out the moment he acquired them. That's awesome. I've accumulated 6 more scrap to gold opportunities. Zhao thought to himself as he took out the treasures from the Great Xia dynasty. He planned to go all out at the next auction. The treasures he'd acquired earlier simply weren't enough. Of course, he'd need to give some thought to which items to transform. As for weapons, these are all just average magic weapons. After scrap to gold, they'll most likely only become perfect magic weapons. Perfect magic weapons just aren't enough. Zhao muttered under his breath. If those words got out, countless powerhouses would probably be so furious they'd want to strangle him. Perfect magic weapons aren't enough? There aren't even that many perfect magic weapons in the entire northern province. Countless core stage powerhouses would give anything just to get their hands on a perfect magic weapon, and you're actually looking down on them? How infuriating is that? But for Zhao, a perfect magic weapon really wasn't enough. After all, his ambitions were immense. The next auction is also extremely important to him. It concerns the future development of the Azure Guild. Naturally, the standards must be high. But one perfect magic weapon isn't enough. Several perfect magic weapons from the Great Xia dynasty that should make quite an impression, right? Upon further thought, Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately scrapped to gold all 3 spears in front of him. Congratulations on successfully scrapped to gold. You have obtained the perfect magic weapon Xia Clan Dragon Chasing Spear. Congratulations on successfully scrapped to gold. You have obtained the perfect magic weapon Xia Clan Dragon Chasing Spear. Congratulations on successfully scrapped to gold. obtaining the perfect magic weapon Xia Clan Dragon Chasing Spear. 3 notification sounds rang out. The 3 substandard spears were instantly transformed. Their shafts stood perfectly straight, and a golden dragon adorned the base of each handle, giving them a truly imposing appearance. They really do have that imperial flair now. Zhao nodded with satisfaction. 3 perfect magic weapons from the Great Xia dynasty. If he were to take these out into the world, it would surely be quite a spectacle. Although Zhao didn't know exactly what status the Xia Clan's dragon chasing spear held within the Great Xia dynasty, he figured it couldn't be too low. If these were put up for auction, it would likely send shockwaves throughout the Great Xia dynasty. Zhao didn't care about that, though, because that was precisely his goal. I still have 3 chances left. Let us see what this jade seal can turn into. Zhao's gaze fell on the jade seal with a chipped corner lying nearby. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be the Great Xia dynasty's imperial seal, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing beneath it, so it didn't quite look like an imperial seal. Zhao didn't give it much thought. He simply took the jade seal in his hand and silently performed scrap to gold. Congratulations on successfully performing scrap to gold. You have obtained the perfect spiritual treasure, National Seal. Whoosh! A brilliant light burst forth from his hand, and the previously chipped jade seal had vanished. In its place, a complete jade seal rested in Zhao's hand. The jade seal wasn't large, barely the size of a fist. Yet it felt heavy in his hand. Most importantly, a special power seemed to be surging within it. This left Zhao deeply shaken. Perfect spirit treasure? The Imperial Jade Seal? Zhao's pupils contracted, and he immediately looked down at the description. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Holy crap! Perfect spirit treasure, National Jade Seal, a sacred artifact of the nation. Possessing this object grants one the fortune of the dynasty. The stronger the dynasty, the greater the fortune bestowed, and one's own strength will be enhanced countless times over. Possessing this object imbues one with the aura of an emperor, commanding awe throughout the land. Zhao's eyes widened. Wow, this thing was literally the divine artifact that countless dynasties had longed for. Especially for the rulers of powerful dynasties, if they could obtain the imperial seal, the dynasty's fortune would bestow upon them, and their strength would inevitably reach terrifying heights. This was no joke. The value of this imperial seal could almost be said to far exceed all the treasures he currently possessed. Too bad I have no interest in becoming an emperor, otherwise, I might just try my hand at founding a dynasty. Zhao shook his head. A dynasty would likely be rife with intrigue and backstabbing. He had absolutely no interest in that. Rather than wasting time on that, he'd be better off hosting a few more auctions. Once the Azure Guild had grown stronger, he could hold auctions all over the place. He might even set up several branches to host auctions throughout the Yin Empire. That was the best way for him to grow stronger. As for this imperial seal, it's certainly precious, but it's not right for him. It would be great for an auction, though. But if we actually put it up for auction, some people might go crazy. Zhao smiled. Given the sheer terror of the imperial seal, even if someone from a dynasty managed to win it at auction, they wouldn't be able to hold on to it for long. This imperial seal is like a hot potato if one lacks the strength. You simply wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Even with some strength, you'd face all kinds of pressure from other dynasties. That's no joke. Once it's put up for auction, it won't just be the Yin Empire, the neighboring Great Xia dynasty, and even the imperial courts further north, will all step in to compete for it. By then, the entire Yin Empire would be thrown into turmoil. Interesting. If possible, it might be worth a try. Zhao smiled. It seemed he already had a plan in mind. With only 2 scrap to gold opportunities remaining, Zhao hadn't found anything suitable. So he had no choice but to let it go. While there is still some time left, I'll continue my cultivation. Time is money, after all. After musing on this for a moment, Zhao crossed his legs and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Azure Guild's council hall, Chen was receiving yet another group of visitors. These people were dressed in opulent attire, their status was clearly quite high. However, the way they treated Chen at that moment could not have been more condescending. Chen sat upright, his face seemingly expressionless, though inwardly he was overjoyed. For the people now looking at him with such deference were none other than the merchants from Qinglan City and Yunsan City who had once mocked him. As for why they had come, the reason was, of course, quite simple. They feared that if the Azure Guild decided to take action against them, their lives would become quite miserable. Back when the Azure Guild was in decline, they certainly wouldn't have feared it in the slightest. But now, they had no choice but to be wary. After all, both Qinglan City and Yunsan City weren't too far from Moon City. If the Azure Guild were to retaliate, they simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. After all, this group had looked down on him time and time again. Now that the tables had turned, he was naturally going to return the favor. Lin and Shui, meanwhile, were working around the clock to prepare for the further expansion of the Azure Guild. Zhao had given them a large sum of spirit coins specifically to expand the scale of the Qingyun auction. Naturally, they were devoting themselves wholeheartedly to the task. Time ticked by, bit by bit. Before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Moon City, Lunar Guild headquarters. Qin woke up early and stood in the hall, summoning his servants. Today was the day of the transaction with that mysterious powerhouse. He felt quite excited and full of anticipation. Over the past few days, he had heard far too much about the Azure Guild. Countless people were praising the Azure Guild, even using it to belittle the Lunar Guild. The key point was, the Lunar Guild couldn't refute it. After all, they were all talking about the auction hosted by the Azure Guild, which, in terms of both scale and the treasures up for auction, far surpassed the Lunar Guild's most recent auction. That was indeed the truth. This left Qin feeling incredibly frustrated. If the guildmaster returned and saw the Lunar Guild in such a state, he would certainly not escape punishment. However, this situation is about to come to an end. Damn you, Zhao. Just you wait. Once I track down that mysterious powerhouse on the list, you'll be the first to die. He thought viciously. Soon, the servants had the carriage and horses ready. They approached Qin and whispered, "Grand Elder, we're ready to depart. Let us go." Qin waved his hand and climbed into the carriage. They sped off toward the agreed-upon location. Before long, in a mountain valley, a figure clad in a black robe had already been standing there, waiting for quite some time. Soon, several luxurious carriages arrived at the scene. The carriages bore the emblem of the Lunar Guild. This emblem alone was enough to scare off many bandits who were secretly watching and itching for a fight. After all, everyone in the land knew. Behind the Lunar Guild stands the Bright Moon Clan, the most powerful clan in the northern province. Who would dare provoke such a formidable force? They'd have to be out of their minds. The carriage came to a stop. Qin and his attendant stepped out. They walked toward the figure in the black robe. The attendant immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands in a bow, and introduced them. "Esteemed Senior, this is the Grand Elder of our Lunar Guild." "Senior, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Qin." Qin immediately clasped his hands in a bow. His demeanor was exceptionally humble. After all, Qin was, a rune stage powerhouse. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from this mysterious figure before him. He had encountered many powerful figures in his time. He had only ever sensed such a terrifying aura from void stage powerhouses. In other words, this mysterious powerhouse was a void stage expert. At this thought, Qin was even more shaken. If he could forge a connection with this void stage expert or even get him to work for the Lunar Guild, then what would prevent the Lunar Guild from becoming the #1 merchant guild in the northern province? No. What is the northern province's #1 merchant guild? Even becoming the #1 merchant guild in the Yen Empire would be well within reach. The more he thought about it, the more excited Qin became. As for the mysterious man in the shadows, he seemed rather indifferent to Qin's bow. Did you bring the items? Sheen didn't take the man's rudeness to heart in the slightest. After all, the other party was a void stage powerhouse. Such an attitude was perfectly normal. Senior, rest assured. I've brought everything you requested. Servants, bring the items up. Sheen waved his hand, signaling his attendants to bring the items forward. 2 attendants each led a horse-drawn cart up. They immediately unloaded several chests from the carts. Senior, here are the rare rank average treasures you requested. 2 chests in total, containing 40 items. Inside, you'll find skills, magic weapons, spirit treasures, everything you could possibly want. Sheen immediately flashed a flattering smile at the mysterious man in black. In response, the mysterious man in black nodded slightly, but still showed no emotion. Sheen's heart began to race. Could he be dissatisfied? With that thought, he immediately produced another large chest. Senior, inside are the 10 rare rank greater treasures you mentioned. Sheen began introducing them one by one. As the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild, his eloquence was second to none. He spoke fluently, hyping up those treasures to the skies. If Zhao had been there, he might even have been swayed by his words. But unfortunately, standing before him was Tai. No matter how much Sheen boasted, Tai let it go in one ear and out the other, paying it no mind at all. It wasn't until Sheen's mouth was parched from talking that he finally spoke in a detached tone, saying, "Not bad." This scene made even Sheen's eyes widen in surprise. His salesmanship was usually unstoppable. How come today, in front of this mysterious powerhouse, it had absolutely no effect? Could it be that all void stage experts possessed such unwavering resolve? He thought to himself, and couldn't help but feel even more delighted. This meant that this mysterious void stage expert's strength was likely no slouch, even among other void stage practitioners. This only strengthened his resolve to latch onto this powerful ally. With that in mind, he immediately pulled a box from his robe. This box was truly extraordinary. It was crafted entirely from pure jade, snow white and smooth to the touch, looking as exquisite as a work of art. He then slowly opened the jade box. He spoke softly, introducing it. Inside this jade box lies a heavenly spirit snow ginseng. Its value and quality are on par with an epic rank lesser treasure. This item was accidentally acquired by our Lunar Guild some time ago in the Arctic region of the Yen Empire. It is of immense value if consumed. It has a chance to allow practitioners below the core stage to directly break through several cultivation realms at once. It is a true celestial treasure. At this point, Sheen hesitated for a moment. This treasure was extremely precious to him. In fact, he had originally intended to use it himself. He was currently at the rune stage. If he consumed this celestial spirit snow ginseng, he might break through directly to the core stage in no time. But for the future of the Lunar Guild, and for his own future as well, he took the gamble. Soon, his gaze grew resolute. He looked straight at the mysterious man in black robes. Senior, consider this a small token of our Lunar Guild's appreciation. Furthermore, I wonder if you would be willing to join our Lunar Guild as our honored guest and our sole honorary elder? I, Sheen, can guarantee that once you become our Lunar Guild's honorary elder, no matter how many treasures you require, our Lunar Guild will do everything in our power to fulfill your every need. Sheen bowed slightly as he handed the jade box to the mysterious man in the black robe, his tone filled with sincerity. He kept his head bowed, silently hoping that the mysterious man in the black robe would accept the jade box. Because if he accepted it, it would mean he had agreed to his request. But if he didn't accept it, continuing with this transaction would still be a decent outcome for the Lunar Guild. Just as he was pondering this, he felt the weight in his hand lighten. Instantly, Sheen's eyes filled with delight and surprise. The elder had agreed. Overjoyed, he looked up. But he saw that Tai was also slowly raising his head. An incredibly terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. It's a fine item. I'll take it. As for you lot from the Lunar Guild, do you even deserve to invite me to be your honorary member? The moment Tai finished speaking, everyone from the Lunar Guild, including Sheen, instantly stared wide-eyed, their faces instantly filled with terror. The moment the aura of a void stage powerhouse was unleashed, everyone from the Lunar Guild including Qin couldn't help but kneel on the ground, terrified out of their wits. What is going on? How could this void stage powerhouse suddenly change his attitude like this? This unexpected turn of events caused Qin and the Scoutess expressions to shift dramatically. Qin, who had seen a lot in his life, quickly regained his composure despite the terror in his heart. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Senior, the Lunar Guild has granted every request you've made. Why are you treating us this way? Why should I explain my actions to you?" Tai replied coldly. Hearing this, Qin's heart instantly turned to ice. This is bad. It seemed this void stage powerhouse was determined to attack them. But Qin still shouted in defiance, "But Senior, if you attack us, it will be a declaration of war against the Lunar Guild. Although the guild master of our Lunar Guild isn't as powerful as you, he has close ties with the elders of the Bright Moon clan. If I die here, the Bright Moon clan will certainly not stand idly by. I implore you, Senior, to think twice before acting. Although you are also at the Void Stage, the Bright Moon clan has more than one Void Stage cultivator. Surely you wouldn't want to draw the attention of several Void Stage powerhouses, would you?" These words were soft on the surface but firm at their core. They also carried a subtle hint of threat. The Bright Moon clan was the Lunar Guild's source of confidence. It was also the reason he dared to negotiate so boldly with this mysterious Void Stage powerhouse. However, he felt a twinge of unease, unsure whether the Bright Moon clan's reputation would be enough to intimidate this man. If it wasn't he. Just as he was pondering this, Tai suddenly leaned in close to Qin and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. "Are you Qin, the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild?" Qin stared at the figure before him as imposing and oppressive as a mountain, his heart pounding wildly. As a mere rune stage cultivator, he was as helpless as a chick in the face of a void stage powerhouse, utterly powerless to fight back. Yet he forced himself to suppress his fear and nodded. "Are you saying if I kill you, it would be a declaration of war against the Lunar Guild?" Tai asked with a smile. Qin sensed a chilling aura emanating from Tai's smile. What are you trying to say?" Qin kept his gaze fixed on Tai. "Hasn't the battle already begun? Ever since you started devouring the Azure Guild's branches across the land. Right up until you set your sights on the Azure Guild's headquarters." Tai muttered. Hearing this, even if Qin were as foolish as they come, his eyes widened in realization. You're from the Azure Guild," he shouted, his face drained of color. "You guessed right. Too bad the reward is sending you straight to hell." Crack! The moment the words left his mouth, Tai clenched his right hand with all his might. Qin's head was crushed in an instant, just like a watermelon. Boom! Blood mixed with a disgusting red and white substance splattered everywhere. In an instant, the scout nearby and several of Qin's henchmen turned deathly pale. The Grand Elder is dead. Run! Run for your lives!" Without a moment's hesitation, they dropped everything and turned to flee. But they were far too naive. In the presence of a void stage powerhouse, even a core stage cultivator couldn't escape his grasp. Let alone these ordinary rune stage and spirit stage cultivators? 10 breaths later, the ground had already been stained crimson with blood. Tai walked over to the carriage and stored all the treasures in his storage ring. It had to be said that Qin and his group had shown genuine sincerity. After all, they brought their belongings in a carriage rather than using storage rings, a gesture of respect. It was just a pity that they directed that respect toward the wrong person. Tai's gaze shifted toward the distance. There, a figure was fleeing in a panic, clearly in a dazed and disoriented state. And he was a servant of the Lunar Guild whom Tai had deliberately let escape. I wonder why the master chose to do this. If he wanted to take action, wouldn't it have been easier to do so while hidden in the darkness? This was Zhao's order, so naturally, he was following instructions. But Tai was a bit puzzled by it. In his view, he could have easily infiltrated the Lunar Guild alone at night and thrown the place into chaos. Wouldn't that have been a simpler, more direct approach? Instead, his master had ordered him to let the man go so he could report back to the Lunar Guild. This way, the Lunar Guild would certainly know that the Azure Guild was behind the attack. Wouldn't that make it much harder to destroy the Lunar Guild? Of course, even though he didn't understand it at all, Tai would never say a word. Instead, he acted strictly according to Zhao's orders. After handling the situation here, he turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. As for that Lunar Guild servant, he scrambled back to Moon City as fast as he could. Lunar Guild headquarters. A voice, strained to the point of hoarseness, echoed throughout the guild. Help! The Grand Elder has been killed. We've been ambushed. Someone, anyone, come quickly! He roared at the top of his lungs. The sound instantly spread throughout the entire Lunar Guild. Everyone was jolted awake and rushed into the main hall, not even taking the time to get dressed. They saw the servant who had accompanied Grand Elder Qin to the trade with the mysterious Void Stage powerhouse now covered in blood and with a look of sheer terror on his face. They immediately realized something terrible had happened. Early that morning, a streak of pale white appeared in the distant sky, signaling the arrival of dawn. Meanwhile, in the Lunar Guild Hall, the sound of a teacup shattering rang out suddenly. Utterly foolish. A furious shout, full of force, rang out immediately afterward. Inside the hall, a burly middle-aged man was roaring angrily at several Lunar Guild elders standing nearby. The elders all kept their heads bowed, not daring to make even the slightest sound. A transaction with the Void Stage a matter of such gravity and you didn't notify me? You let Shanha run things on his own, don't you know what kind of person he is? After he finished speaking, the elders fell even deeper into silence, not daring to utter a single word. Seeing this, Shanha's anger flared even more. His eyes were bloodshot. No matter how furious he was, he understood that these elders weren't to blame for this matter. The culprit was the Azure Guild. Azure Guild. So much for the Azure Guild. They've been hiding their true intentions very well indeed. He had learned the full story from that servant. So he understood that if he had been there, he too would likely have believed it. On the one hand, the Lunar Guild was simply too massive, and with the Bright Moon clan backing them, they weren't afraid anyone would dare harm the Lunar Guild. Secondly, the treasure in that mysterious figure's possession was simply too tempting. But he never would have imagined that a Void Stage cultivator from the Azure Guild would be so ruthless as to kill his younger brother. They weren't afraid of the Bright Moon clan backing the Lunar Guild at all. This fact enraged him even more. Azure Guild Zhao. If I don't avenge this, I'd rather slit my own throat. He let out a furious howl toward the sky. Immediately, he sprang to his feet, paying no heed to the elders, and headed straight for the Bright Moon clan. Moon City. Azure Guild, Zhao's residence. Tai had returned early and recounted the entire incident to Zhao. After listening, Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Tai said nothing, simply standing to the side. With that settled, all we need to do is wait a few more days. Zhao spoke, then gave the matter no further thought. He went back to his cultivation, lost in his own world. It was as if he didn't even consider the Lunar Guild a threat. Meanwhile, a piece of news was spreading like wildfire throughout the entire northern province. 3 days later, something huge has happened. Qin, the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild, has been killed. Holy crap, who was that bold? Daring to take on the Lunar Guild? Aren't they asking for trouble? You're telling me? I heard the Lunar Guild's guild master has already headed to the Bright Moon clan. I bet it won't be long before the Bright Moon clan mobilizes. You guys are out of the loop. From what I've heard, the killer is from the Azure Guild and he has a Void Stage powerhouse. Holy crap! Void Stage. On the streets of Moon City, passers-by walked in groups, their conversations filled with speculation. The news had already reached Moon City. Now, almost everyone in the northern province knew about the feud between the Azure Guild and the Lunar Guild. And The news that the Azure Guild had a void stage powerhouse stationed there. This news was like a bombshell, shocking every faction throughout the northern province. Cloud Clan, Hall of True Transmission. I never expected that this tiny moon city, this humble Azure Guild, would actually have a void stage expert stationed there. A Cloud Clan elder stroked his beard, furrowing his brow slightly as he mused. Indeed, a void stage expert that requires amassing countless celestial and earthly treasures, and even then, success is far from guaranteed. I wonder where this void stage cultivator came from. Lee, do you know? As the elders discussed this, their gazes suddenly turned to Lee, who was standing nearby. I hear you've attended the Azure Guild's auction twice, and it seems you're on friendly terms with the Azure Guild's guildmaster? You must know quite a bit about the Azure Guild, right? Hearing the elder's question, Lee immediately stood up and gave a slight bow. The elders are too kind. Although I've attended the Azure Guild's auctions twice, I know absolutely nothing about the Azure Guild itself. As for the Azure Guild's guildmaster, Zhao, I do hold him in high regard. He is by no means an ordinary man, even I feel I fall short of his abilities and character. Everything he said was the absolute truth. After all, the last auction had left him utterly stunned. Yet Zhao remained as calm as water, as if he didn't care about these treasures at all. This left him in awe. A perfect magic weapon, a map to a spirit coin vein, and 2 epic rank lesser skills. Any one of these would be enough to drive countless core stage powerhouses into a frenzy. Yet Zhao remained so composed. At least, he knew he couldn't have done the same. I see. Hearing this, the elders could only nod slightly, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. But immediately afterward, a deep, authoritative voice rang out from the highest seat. Lee, since you're acquainted with Zhao of the Azure Guild, you'll make a trip to Moon City and investigate the matter thoroughly. It would be best if you could uncover the origins of that void stage powerhouse from the Azure Guild. The more detailed, the better. Hearing this, Lee's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this mess in the first place. But now, he had no choice but to go. Yes, Sect Master. He immediately clasped his hands in a bow. Martial Clan. Inside the council hall. What? That kid actually has a void stage powerhouse backing him? Upon learning that the Azure Guild's void stage powerhouse had slain Sheen, the Grand Elder of the Lunar Guild, who had only recently returned to the clan and was still studying the perfect magic weapon, the Violet Blade, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. But he quickly realized the reason. No wonder. I was wondering why the Azure Guild's guildmaster was so bold, handing over so many treasures at once without the slightest fear of them being stolen. So that's where his confidence came from. Hearing Sure's exclamation, the patriarch of the martial clan, seated at the head of the table, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Old Sure, you've crossed paths with that Zhao and spent time at the Azure Guild. Before you left, didn't you sense the presence of a void stage expert? Sure shook his head. At the time, his full attention had been on the auction. How could he have noticed whether there were any even more terrifying auras around him? Besides, even if there had been, that would have been a void stage expert. How could he possibly have detected them? He, wasn't at the void stage. Is it a big problem? Sure asked, noticing the patriarch's frown. After all, he is a void stage cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. Who knows what his intentions are? The sect master nodded. If it were just a core stage cultivator who suddenly appeared, it wouldn't even make a ripple in the northern province. But this is a void stage powerhouse. There aren't many of them in the entire northern province. Naturally, we must take this seriously. Have you contacted the other sects? Sure paused for a moment before asking. We've asked, but we haven't found any leads. The sect master nodded. That's strange, then. Sure couldn't help but furrow his brow. I recall the Black Turtle faction has spies all over the Yin Empire, right? Even the Black Turtle faction hasn't managed to uncover anything about this void stage cultivator who suddenly appeared? The sect master nodded. No. This void stage powerhouse seems to have appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, sure couldn't he help but speculate, could it be that a peak core stage powerhouse has broken through? The sect master shook his head. We've investigated that as well. None of the peak core stage powerhouses have broken through recently. Instantly, Sure fell silent. This void stage cultivator who had suddenly appeared was indeed acting very suspiciously. For a time, nearly all the top sects in the northern province set their sights on the Azure Guild. And the most notable among them was, of course, the Bright Moon clan. At that moment, in the main hall of the Bright Moon clan, Shanha was kneeling on one knee on the ground, addressing a middle-aged man before him. Elder Xiang, we implore you to take justice on behalf of our Lunar Guild. This Azure Guild has gone too far. They dared to use such despicable tactics to lure my younger brother into a trade, only to kill him when the opportunity arose. This is nothing short of demonic behavior. The moment Shanha spoke, he directly cast the Azure Guild into the camp of demons and monsters. He was quite adept at labeling others. This stood in stark contrast to his rugged, manly appearance. Hearing Shanha's words, Xiang Chanshan's father furrowed his brow deeply. As the third elder of the Bright Moon clan and a key backer of the Lunar Guild, he naturally could not stand idly by. But Shanshan told me not to get involved in the conflict between the Lunar Guild and the Azure Guild. He looked pensive. In the end, he chose to intervene. He couldn't possibly abandon the Lunar Guild just because of Chanshan's one-sided account. For the Bright Moon clan, that would be a grave loss of face. This was no trivial matter. I am already aware of this. I will report it to the Grand Elder. Rest assured, the Bright Moon clan will not stand idly by. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Shanhai's heart immediately settled. With a look of gratitude, he bowed to Xiang. Thank you, Elder Xiang. If my younger brother's vengeance can be avenged, from now on, no matter what the third elder needs, just give old Qin the order whether it's possible or not. I'll do it even if it costs me my life. But just as the two had finished discussing their plan to report the matter to Yuntian, a delicate figure swiftly entered the hall from outside. To their surprise, it was Chanshan. Upon entering the hall, she first shot a fierce glare at Shanha, who was kneeling on the floor. She then immediately walked over to Xiang and said, Dad, this isn't right. Seeing this, Xiang frowned and said, Shanshan, I've told you before you must not barge in during our meetings. Shanshan paid no heed, but spoke earnestly, Dad, I've looked into the background. I've also thoroughly investigated the feud between the Lunar Guild and the Azure Guild. For some unknown reason, the Azure Guild suddenly fell into decline, while the Lunar Guild rose rapidly, swallowing up all of the Azure Guild's major branches in less than a few years. In fact, even Lydian, the former leader of the Azure Guild, was driven to his death by the Lunar Guild. The Azure Guild took action to kill the Lunar Guild's Grand Elder that's simply settling scores. Our Bright Moon clan shouldn't get involved in this. Hearing this, Shanha, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly paled. He had originally thought his mission would go smoothly and that he would quickly secure the Bright Moon clan's support. By then, taking down the Azure Guild would be a piece of cake. He never expected Shanshan to suddenly intervene. His eyes darted about, and he hurriedly stood up, clasping his hands in a bow. Miss Xiang, these claims are completely baseless. Please do not be deceived by outside rumors. Shanshan, however, furrowed her willow-like brows and fixed Shanha with an icy glare. Are you questioning the reliability of this young lady's informants? That I wouldn't dare. Shanha immediately backed down, lowering his head as sweat beaded on his forehead. Enough. Chanshan, stop this nonsense. Xiang furrowed his brow, folded his arms behind his back, and spoke with a hint of reproach in his voice. Regardless of the feud between the Lunar Guild and the Azure Guild, the Lunar Guild is an ally of our Bright Moon clan. Since they've aligned themselves with us, the Bright Moon clan naturally cannot stand idly by. Otherwise, if word gets out, we become a laughingstock? People will think the Bright Moon clan is afraid of the Azure Guild. I know you're very interested in the Azure Guild's leader who told me. But this is a matter of great importance. This is no time to be preoccupied with romantic entanglements. As Xiang said this, Qianqian grew impatient as well. It's not because of Zhao. But before she could finish, Xiang cut her off. Enough. My mind is made up. No need to say more. Hearing this, Qianqian's face grew even paler. You fool! No wonder my mother disowned you, you're so stubborn and foolish. Qianqian shouted at Xiang. She turned and stormed off. You! Seeing this, Xiang was furious. This girl, she has been spoiled rotten. She doesn't give her own father any face in front of strangers. But before he could say anything else, Qianqian had already left, leaving only her back in view. Sorry to have made a spectacle of myself, Xiang sighed casually. But Shanhe wouldn't dare laugh it off. He simply replied with a helpless shrug, every family has its own troubles, Elder Xiang. I understand. So, what now? Xiang nodded, a chill flashing in his eyes. Right, let us go see the Grand Elder. Yes. Shanhe's face lit up with delight. Moon City. Inside the Azure Guild's council chamber, Chen and the other two gathered together, shock evident on their faces. You've all heard the rumors, right? Chen spoke first. Lin and Shui nodded immediately. Are these rumors true or false? Shui looked puzzled. It can't be false. I have a friend right here in Moon City. The Qin is indeed dead. But Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath. When did our Azure Guild ever produce a void stage powerhouse? I actually have a theory, Chen said, suddenly recalling something. The other two looked at him, waiting silently. Chen then spoke slowly. You know old he, right? Back then, for some reason, he suddenly started groveling and struck a deal with the guildmaster. He was a core stage powerhouse, after all. I was really puzzled back then, why would a core stage powerhouse show such deference to the guildmaster? Combined with this rumor, I suspect this void stage powerhouse might actually be the guildmaster himself. Hearing Chen's analysis, Lin and Shui's eyes lit up. That makes sense. However, upon hearing Chen's final conjecture, the two immediately shook their heads. No, that is highly unlikely. Half a month ago, the chairman was still only at the spirit stage, breaking through to the void stage in just half a month? Never mind the northern province, even across the entire Yan Empire, no one could possibly achieve that. Anyone capable of such a feat wouldn't just be a freak or a prodigy, they'd be an immortal reincarnated. Lin spoke up, I actually think it might be a void stage powerhouse the guild master met over there. Over there? The two were taken aback for a moment, then it dawned on them, and their eyes lit up. That's right, the guild master has special connections, doesn't he? If he can use those connections to acquire so many treasures to auction off, making friends with a void stage powerhouse doesn't seem impossible at all. And the guild master can even command this void stage powerhouse to do things for our Azure Guild, even kill people. That means the guild master's status over there must be incredibly high. At this, all three couldn't help but take a deep breath. The guild master's connections are astonishing. Although killing Qin was a satisfying way to vent our anger, what if the Bright Moon clan decides to come after us because of this? That's right. The Bright Moon clan has several void stage experts, and their Grand Elder is reputed to be the strongest in the northern province. If he were to come personally, then our Azure Guild. At this thought, the three fell into deep contemplation, their eyes filled with worry. Sai, I heard that void stage powerhouse deliberately let a Lunar Guild servant slip away, which is what led to his identity being exposed. If he hadn't let even one slip through, perhaps none of this would have happened. Shui sighed. Chen, however, shook his head with a grave expression. You can't put it that way. Although I don't know exactly what kind of deal that void stage powerhouse struck with the Lunar Guild, based on what I know of Qin, that deal is almost certainly related to our Azure Guild. Even if everyone involved in the deal had been killed, the Lunar Guild would definitely point the finger at us. Whether we stay or leave, it doesn't really make a difference. At best, it'll just buy us some time. Hearing this, the two nodded in agreement. Given the Lunar Guild's track record, that was indeed a real possibility. Why don't we go ask the guildmaster? Shui asked again. After a moment's hesitation, Shan and Lin shook their heads. Never mind. Since the guildmaster isn't worried, it means he is confident he can handle this crisis. We just need to trust the guildmaster. They'd been through a lot alongside Zhao. Through these experiences, they'd clearly realized their own shortcomings. They'd be grateful just to not hold him back. So it was best not to cause trouble, they'd just stick to doing their jobs.